Chapter 201, The Big Liar, No Lando. After getting rid of the gorilla, Nami looked at the map and corrected the course. The Mary continued to move forward and soon arrived at the destination. We have arrived at the place marked with an X on the map. This is that. Who is that? Sanji said, holding a cigarette in his mouth. Mont Blanc Coulee Kate. Robin added. Nami looked at the scene in front of her, looking a little bit unbelieving. That dreamer lives here. Luffy and Usopp believed it easily. Great. In front of her was a castle that looked like a fairy tale. Is that big house the dreamer's? It seems he must be a rich man. Luffy and Usopp exclaimed. Zoro carried the knife and closed his eyes and said, Stupid, open your eyes and look. Sanji took the cigarette from his mouth. It's better to say that he is vain than a dreamer. Luffy obviously didn't understand after hearing this. Bai Yun reminded him again. Pay attention to the flag on it, it won't even flutter, it's fixed. Chopper used his hands to open his eyes. What do you mean open your eyes and look? What flag? Bai Yun smiled helplessly. Let's go ashore and take a look. Ah, it's really a piece of board. Luffy went to the back and saw that the castle and everything were just clouds, just half a house on the shore, and the castle was just a wooden board as the missing front wall. What dream was he expelled from the town for? Nami turned to Robin and asked. I don't know about that, but it is said that there is a lot of gold buried in this Gaia Island, which should be related to the Golden Country that Bai Yun mentioned. Robin handed the microphone to Bai Yun. I said this is related to a story, and I have to ask that Kolikat himself. Bai Yun replied. Really? Luffy scratched his face, turned around and pushed the door open without hesitation. Hello, excuse me. Usopp was startled. You are too reckless. But there was no one in the house. Ah, is no one home? Is there anyone? Luffy walked in, and Usopp didn't dare to go in outside and persuaded him come out quickly. What if a bad guy comes out later? At this time, Nami saw a picture book on the tree stump that served as a table outside the house. Hey, there is a picture book here. It looks like a book from a long time ago. The name is Big Liar No Lando. Oh, this name is well chosen. The content must be very interesting. Usopp felt the same way. The Liar No Lando, what a familiar name, I seem to have seen it when I was a kid. Sanji came over. I didn't see it when I was a kid, but it seems that this story is about gold. Bai Yun also came over. Really, this story is about gold? The name doesn't look like it. And when you were a kid, Sanji, it says it was published in the North Sea. Nami answered with two reactions. Ah, I was born in the North Sea, didn't I tell everyone? Sanji said with a smile while holding a cigarette. At this time, who could know his miserable childhood in the North Sea? Germa 66 was the only one in power, although Sanji was the prince of Germa 66. He didn't get any treatment as a prince. This is the first time I've heard of it. I always thought you were from the East Sea. Usopp replied. Me too. Bai Yun smiled and continued Usopp's words. There was no need to mention something unpleasant. It was unnecessary and impolite. It doesn't matter where I'm from. This is a well-known story in the North Sea. Although it's a fairy tale, the Liar No Lando in the book does exist. Sanji explained. Then he briefly explained the whole story of the Liar No Lando to everyone. If you don't understand, please ask Beidou, I won't make up the word count. Chapter 202 Mont Blanc Coulee Kate. Kate was not there. Luffy and the others didn't know what to do next, so they just waited for Coulee Kate to come back here. Bai Yun was sleeping again, and according to him, it was to keep enough energy at night. Nami asked him what he was going to do at night, but he didn't say anything mysteriously. After Sanji briefly told them the story of the Liar No Lando, Nami read the book in detail by herself. It was just a story, and the book was not long. Nami finished it in an hour. Poor Big Liar. Just like that, before he could become a brave sea warrior, he was unfortunately executed. Nami told Usopp the ending of the story with a look of looking at a pitiful person. Usopp shouted angrily, "Don't look at me when you talk. Don't make up a tragic ending without authorization." The ending Usopp was talking about was his ending after all, Nolando's dream was not to become a sea warrior. And just as Usopp said this, Luffy in the background suddenly screamed, and he squatted on the beach and plunged directly into the sea. Bai Yun was awakened all of a sudden, pulled off the blindfold and saw that Luffy's position was gone, but a chestnut was protruding, and then a chestnut-headed uncle climbed up. It was Coolie Kate, the final director of the Pirates and the Mountain Ape Alliance, but Nami and the others didn't know it at the time. Usopp and Nami were worried about Luffy, but were startled by the uncle who suddenly appeared. "Who are you?" Sanji came immediately with a serious expression. "Usopp, quickly pull Luffy up." He asked Usopp to save Luffy, and he faced Coolie Kate. Coolie Kate also made a starting position similar to the snake fist. "I want to ask you. How dare you break into someone else's house so carelessly? The sea area around here is my territory." For the last sentence, Bai Yun and Nami turned their heads and looked at each other. Bai Yun smiled and said, "What a familiar line, right?" Nami nodded, thinking it wouldn't be such a coincidence. And Coolie Kate continued gloomily, "You came here for gold, go to hell." After that, he took action directly. After making a gesture, he kicked Sanji in the waist. Sanji dodged it sideways. Coolie Kate then swept his leg. Sanji immediately bent down and knelt on one knee to avoid it. 2 moves failed. Coolie Kate kept coming with the third move. The 5 fingers of his right hand were put together and poked Sanji in the face. Sanji was holding a cigarette, and there was a look of surprise on his face. He immediately stood up and raised his leg, blocking Coolie Kate's move with the back of his foot. Both of them were holding cigarettes and looked at each other. The next second, Coolie Kate used American II with his left hand and shot Sanji in the head. Gunshots rang out and smoke dispersed. Chopper was so scared that his eyes widened and his mouth opened. "Sanji!" Nami also shouted anxiously. Sanji straightened up when Coolie Kate fired just now. He narrowly dodged it by bending down. "Don't worry, he didn't hit me." "But..." Bang bang bang. Hey wait a minute." Sanji told Nami and Chopper not to worry, and Coolie Kate fired a few more shots. Sanji started hip-hop dancing on the spot. Zoro couldn't stand it anymore. This idiot underestimated the enemy. He held the hilt with one hand and bent over to charge forward. But before the scabbard was unsheathed, Coolie Kate fell down first. This was a problem for Zoro. "Hey!" At this time, Usopp also pulled Luffy out of the seabed. "What happened to you? You even went into the sea." In the sea, cough cough, there were suddenly a lot of bubbles. "I looked down and saw a chestnut. That chestnut was the uncle, and then I was pulled to the bottom of the sea." Luffy explained. Although he was coughing, he was conscious and it was not a big problem. "Sanji and Zoro can fight here, but they didn't hit you, but suddenly they lie down, blackmailing you. Right, this is really annoying for the two of them." "Hey! Hey uncle!" Bai Yun came up. "I think it's useless to shout, carry him into the house. Chopper, you take a look at him. Make the towel cooler and open all the windows." Everyone has their own charm, and Chopper is also very handsome when he gets into the state. And under Chopper's diagnosis, it was concluded that Coolie Kate had diving sickness due to long-term diving. In short, it was because of the air pressure problem of diving and surfacing that caused continuous damage to the body, and he lay down as soon as it broke out. While the Straw Hat Pirates were taking care of Coolie Kate, the 2 brothers, the ape and the gorilla, also returned here. Although the 2 were strange, they cared about Coolie Kate very much. They directly broke the door and squeezed in with their size. Even one of them couldn't squeeze in, let alone 2. "Old man, are you okay?" Then the old friends looked at each other in bewilderment. Chopper was the first to break the silence. He ran backwards while shouting, "They came to kill us!" The ape and the gorilla raised their hands and burst out, "What are you doing here? What did you do to the old man? We are not playing the game of doctor taking care of the patient," Bai Yun said. Luffy was still very calm. Can't you see for yourself? Let's take care of this sick uncle. Get out quickly. Idiot Bai Yun, Luffy, what are you explaining? They are so wild. How can they listen to you? Quick, everyone jump out of the window to take shelter. Nami, Usopp, and Chopper hurried to the window. Before Bai Yun finished saying, they are wild, but not stupid, Nami had already jumped out first. The ape and the gorilla also lowered their heads and whispered. You are really good people. When he looked up again, he was already moved to tears. I'll tell you, I'm not stupid. Bai Yun shrugged and said. Hey, did I say that? Chapter 203 Guns are not scary toys. The Straw Hat Pirates came to Colicate's house because they were going to Sky Island. They fought by accident and finally saved Colicate by accident. The gorilla and the ape were originally together with Colicate when Bai Yun and his friends were taking care of Colicate. They also came to Colicate's house when they learned that they were saving Colicate. They were moved to tears and said that they were a group of good people. Colicate was treated, and the next step was to have a good rest. And Luffy. The gorilla and the ape were chatting very well at the door. According to Zoro, birds of a feather flock together. According to Bai Yun, Luffy can chat with many people. As they chatted, the gorilla mentioned that Luffy could kick the ape away with one kick, which was amazing. Although he was kicked, the ape was happy to chat and said that the gorilla should be able to do it too. The gorilla is obedient, practice makes perfect. Knowing, he stood up and kicked the ape into the sea. Chopper also popped his head out to inform Luffy that Colicate was awake. Uncle is awake. Luffy walked to the door and saw that Colicate had sat up and everyone had entered the house. Uncle with diamond face, I have something to ask you. Luffy is polite. He got up and smoked. Colicate took the cigarette down. I'm sorry to bother you, I thought you were here for the gold. So, does the uncle really have gold at home? As Nami, this focus is very correct. Usopp immediately reminded, don't have any crooked ideas. Don't have any crooked ideas. Colicate did not respond to Nami. Tell me, what do you want to ask? We are going to Sky Island. Tell us how to get there. Luffy said immediately. Sky Island? Oh ha 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 ha, do you believe in Sky Island? Colicate's reaction was the same as those people in the tavern. Nami was stimulated to the point of having a stress reaction, gritting her teeth, and if Usopp hadn't stopped her, she would have punched him. Stop, he's a pirate after all. Is there no Sky Island? Seeing his reaction, Luffy asked immediately. Colicate recovered and stopped laughing. Who knows, but I know someone who said there is. But that person is a world-famous liar, and his descendants are also ridiculed by the world because of this. Luffy opened his mouth and looked at Usopp with an incredible look in his cognition. Usopp is a big liar. Usopp immediately explained, it's not me. Bayun also spoke up to help him. Ha ha ha, Usopp doesn't have any descendants yet. Luffy nodded. That's right. There is an ancient story called Big Liar Noland. Colicate mentioned the story of the Big Liar again, and told it briefly, but mainly stated that he was a descendant of Noland. What, you are his descendant, and this is the stage where the story takes place. Nami felt that history was dazzling. He is my grandfather's grandfather's grandfather. In short, he is my ancestor from hundreds of years ago. It's really troublesome. The blood relationship between us is so weak that it is almost like the blood sucked by a mosquito. Colicate explained, and everyone listened to him quietly. At that time, the Mont Blanc family was expelled from the country because of him. And they lost face. They are still being pointed at. But no one in the family hates him. Why? There always needs to be a supporting role. Because Nolando is an honest man. Colicate replied with emotion. His explanation was that Nolando's final explanation in the album was that the gold sank to the bottom of the sea because of the crustal movement. He believed until his death that the island he brought the king to was the location of the Golden City, which is now the Gaia Island under his feet, but people only believed that it was Nolando's dying explanation. After listening to it all, Usopp understood. I understand, so uncle, you Insist on going to the sea to find gold in order to wash away the shame of your Mont Blanc family, right? It would be better if he didn't say it. As soon as he said it, Coolie Kate suddenly jumped up and raised his gun directly. What nonsense are you talking about? Usopp was shocked. Bai Yun raised his hand, and the flintlock appeared in his hand and rotated a circle. And the butt of the gun pressed down Coolie Kate's pistol. Uncle, the gun is not a scary toy, so don't point it at people casually. Coolie Kate also followed Bai Yun steps down. It's not a deadly enemy. No matter how honest that ancestor is, no matter how great an adventurer he is, it has nothing to do with me. Can you understand the feeling of a child who was scolded by strangers just because he had a little blood relationship with that bastard? I grew up in such an environment. Coolie Kate replied loudly. No wonder he was impatient when he mentioned Nolando. Sighing, Coolie Kate lit a cigarette again, calmed down a lot, and turned to look out the window. He also said that what Usopp said was actually right. Many people in their family did go to sea to prove Nolando's innocence and wash away the family's shame. But he was ashamed of such a family, so he went to sea as a pirate, just to escape the curse brought by Nolando. But after venturing to the island of Gaia Island in this story, he chose to stay and parted ways with his companions. Whether there is or not, I am not trying to find gold to prove Nolando's innocence. I just want to have a life and death duel with the man who messed up my life. I hope that this matter can be solved before me. After saying this, Coolie Kate's words shocked everyone present. But in fact, if you look deeper, he regards this as the fate of the family. He feels that the family cannot continue to bear the shame subconsciously. He also believes in Nolando and wants to help him prove his innocence. But he can't say it clearly. All men are like this. Chapter 204 Taking Advantage of Disasters. Coolie Kate explains his life experience and why he came here. He is a descendant of Nolando. He is looking for gold here to eliminate the Big Talker incident and have a life and death duel with Nolando, the ancestor who messed up his life. Or it can be said that he has set a goal for his messed up life. Only with a goal, life has meaning. Usopp sighed that he is a man then. Under Luffy's question, Coolie Kate explained why the gorilla and the ape came here. The reason is very simple, just because the two of them are fans of the picture book, so they are willing to help him explore the sea to find gold. After a long time of getting along, they have been regarded as joining. As Coolie Kate himself said, it was their appearance that saved him, who was gradually eroded by the darkness and loneliness of the deep sea. Usopp was moved. But Luffy emphasized again that they wanted to go to Sky Island. It was the legendary Sky Island. Then the way Ba, Sky Sea, and Skyfish recorded in Nolan's logbook 400 years ago proved the existence of Sky Island. The house exploded instantly, and Luffy, Usopp, Chopper and Nami jumped for joy. Great! Sure enough. Coolie Kate did not disturb their joy, and came out through the window with a cigarette in his mouth after a nap. His body was strong again. How do you feel, old man? The gorilla and the ape were fighting and stopped to greet Coolie Kate when they saw him coming out. Great! Let me ask you a question. Do you like those guys? Coolie Kate walked to the shore and looked at the sea and asked. Why do you ask that? The gorilla asked. Because it seems that they are going to Sky Island anyway. Coolie Kate explained. The gorilla nodded. Go to Sky Island if they want to go, there is only one way. The ape took over his words, but old man, if they go by themselves, they will definitely die. Coolie Kate crossed his arms and smiled, so, how about we go and give them a hand? Coolie Kate called Luffy and the others to the tree stump table outside, ready to tell them all the clues about Sky Island. Sometimes strange phenomena occur in some parts of the sea in this area. It was clearly daytime, but it was shrouded in night in the blink of an eye. Hearing this, Luffy immediately raised his hand to speak. Yes, that's right, we have encountered it. Then he turned to look at Bai Yun and Usopp. Right, Usopp? That's right. Monsters appeared after the night fell. Bai Yun imitated Robin and supported his face with one hand, leaning his elbow on the table. Monsters that are so big that they are incredible. There are many legends about those giants. let's not talk about this for now. Coolie Kate replied that the focus is not on monsters, but on night. The ultimate cause of the night is the thick cloud shadows. You mean cumulonimbus clouds, but that kind of darkness is definitely not caused by dark clouds. In terms of weather, Nami is now half an expert, and will be one in 2 years. Luffy said Coolie Kate was stupid, and it was rare for him to say that others were stupid. Uncle, you are so stupid. The weather with dark clouds is called cloudy. Usopp: yes, that's called cloudy. Chopper: yes, cloudy. Thinking he should keep up, Byun: cloudy. Coliket yelled angrily. Is that what he said, or you said it? Do I know Sky Island, or do you know Sky Island? Shut up, listen to me quietly. That is called G-de cloud. It is soaring into the sky, but there is no airflow or rain in the clouds. Once G-de cloud appears in the sky, the light will be blocked, and the day on the ground will become night. Some people also say that G-de cloud is a cloud fossil that has been floating in the sky for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Coliket explained the real reason why the white clouds turned into night. This is simply a subversion of what Nami has learned, so Nami can't accept it for a while, but Coolie Kate said, I told you, believe it or not, I'm not forcing you to believe it. This is the incredible cloud. Luffy gave the Jitty cloud a new name. Chopper was very supportive. Wow, Luffy is so smart. Well, you can say that, there is no accurate statement about this kind of cloud now. But I guess, if Sky Island really exists, it must be on it. Hearing this, Luffy and Usopp jumped up happily again, full of action. Luffy: okay then, let's go to the cloud. Zoro got up. Zoro: it's dawn. Byun: it's been dawn since I fell asleep. The question is how to get there. How many times do you want me to tell you? Nami shouted angrily. Everyone knew that Sky Island was in the sky, the main problem was how to fly to the sky. Yes, this is the key point. Listen carefully to what I say next, otherwise you may die. Coliket said. Luffy and Usopp, who were swollen like pigs after being quieted down by Nami's punches, said, we are almost dead. There is a sky-high current. In theory, as long as you follow that current, you can go to the sky, understand? Coliket continued, and it was new knowledge again. Nami remembered this word when she was in Magic Valley Town, she heard Bellamy say it. But the people in Magic Valley Town said that in the end, the ship will fall into the sea. That's because they don't understand, they are talking nonsense. Coliket was very disgusted when talking about the people in Magic Valley Town. Although that's true, the most important thing is timing. It's just being washed up to the sky by the current. It's easy to say, but it's not easy to do. Sky-high current, to put it bluntly, it is a disaster, a natural killer that should be avoided if possible. To take advantage of a disaster, it is not as simple as imagined. Chapter 205. This is a win-win situation. When Coolie Kate asked whether you know Sky Island or I know Sky Island, Byun really wanted to slap him in the face, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. There was no way to explain it. He couldn't say that he had dreamed about it. Luffy and the others were easy to fool, but now that Big Sister Robin is here, it's better to be cautious. After saying that using the sky current to fly into the sky is just taking advantage of natural disasters. It is a life or death action. Coliket explained the principle of the sky current again, but it is not a final principle. It's just a saying. There is a big hole on the seabed, and the low-temperature seawater nearby flows into the hole affected by the seabed geothermal heat. It produces huge steam. When this steam accumulates to a certain extent, it causes the seabed to explode, forming the sky current. The power of the explosion continuously hits the seawater into the sky for about a minute. The location of the eruption is different each time, and the frequency is 5 times a month. After that, Coolie Kate finished explaining how to get to Sky Island and its principle. After listening, Nami exclaimed, a continuous flow of water for 1 minute, how big is that? Usopp listened from beginning to end, and Byun felt that his feet could step on a sewing machine. You want us to be smashed to pieces? Coolie Kate glanced at him. You are right, if the surging sea current does not take you to the Jitty Cloud, then falling into the seabed, being smashed to pieces, and the whole army being wiped out will be your result. It is a possible consequence, of course, we don't want it to happen. Besides, even if the surging sea current takes you to the Jitty Cloud, if there is no Sky Island, you will definitely die. The more he was afraid, the more he trembled. Usopp laughed, a very weak laugh. Ha ha ha, okay, I understand everyone should give up on Sky Island. What a pity, Luffy, it's too close. To put it bluntly, if you are not the luckiest of the lucky ones, at least you are not super lucky, you can't go at all. He kept saying it, and Luffy was still smiling. It's okay, go. Who knows, maybe we are the super lucky ones, Usopp. Bayun said. Ha ha ha. Bayun is right, how can we know if we don't try? What's okay, what's to say you always say these nonsense. Look at the lingering appearance of the Golden Mary, how could it withstand such a huge disaster? Coliket always affirmed Usopp's words. You are right, even if the ship is brand new, it is difficult to arrive safely. No matter the speed, weight, or strength of the ship, it will definitely disintegrate in the instant of the current explosion. How could Usopp bear to hear that the Mary would disintegrate? What? So just give up. Coliket always affirmed Usopp's words, but there was a response later. But you don't have to worry about the ship, the gorillas and the apes will escort you. The first thing is to reinforce the ship. The gorillas and the apes also cooperated and got half of their bodies out of the window of the house. Oh, who leave this to us? Then please. Luffy also raised his hand excitedly in response. It's free. Bayun interrupted, and Nami also pricked up her ears. Too many grubbers. No need. Coliket exhaled a puff of smoke and replied. That's great, Nami likes free stuff very much, but the main problem is that we only have 1 day left on Gaia Island, and then the pointer will move to the next island. That's right, it's too late, Usopp immediately said. Also, Uncle, I don't think you are a prophet. When the sky current and the cumulus clouds overlap, how many days, months, or years will such a special day come? Usopp was smiling. As long as he couldn't go, he was happy. Coolie Kate glanced at him. It's tomorrow at noon. If you want to go, you have to prepare quickly. Usopp's eyes almost popped out. That's just right. Coolie Kate looked at him. If you don't want to go, don't go. Even so, Coolie Kate also understands, after all, it is a matter of life and death. Usopp was choked and speechless, and suddenly figured it out, just didn't understand. Something is wrong. You are lying because you are so kind, we just met today. And shut up, Usopp. Luffy stopped him. But Usopp didn't listen. Shut up. You actually said that the time to go to that illusory Sky Island is tomorrow. What a coincidence. And you asked someone to help us escort and reinforce the ship. How can such a good thing happen? What are you trying to do? You are the descendant of the big talker Nolando. It's normal to lie. Usopp spoke like crazy. The scene was quiet. Zoro looked at him and was silent. At this time, the gorilla, the ape, and Sanji opened the door. Grandpa is eating. Today's dinner is particularly sumptuous. I said, this guy's cooking is so delicious that I'm scared. Ms. Nami, come to eat. Didn't I tell you that I'm a first-class chef? Hey! Sanji felt that something was wrong. Coliket was about to speak, but Bayun got there first. Indeed, no one will help others for no reason. Maybe he was moved by our persistence and perseverance. Maybe, from what I heard, the sky current can burst and push the ship into the sky. So is it possible that it can accumulate to a certain explosion and push a village into the sky? It should be possible. So, when we appeared and naively said that we wanted to go to the illusory Sky Island, you should have thought of this possibility after hearing it, Uncle. If there is no golden village in the sea, is it possible that the golden village is in the sky, on the Sky Island? So, in the final analysis, Usopp, Uncle is helping us and helping himself. This is a win-win situation. Well, it should be that he appreciates our perseverance, right uncle? Bai Yun proposed a possibility, but the fact is that the Golden Country was indeed washed to Sky Island by the surging ocean current, so it sounds very convincing now. Chapter 206 Drunk people are the most honest. Well, it should be that they appreciate our perseverance. Right, uncle? After speaking, Bai Yun smiled at Coolie Kate. The scene was still quiet. It was still the gorilla and Luffy who broke the silence. This guy is right. He is so smart that I am scared. Bai Yun shook his hands. Not that, just average smart. Yes, Bai Yun is right. Sky Island Golden Country Super Adventure ha 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 ha. Luffy raised his hand to cheer for the future adventure. Bai Yun was right, it was almost becoming his catchphrase. Usopp was speechless. Nami turned into a money symbol. Golden Country. If it is a whole Golden Country, it is indeed worth the risk. Coliquet met Bai Yun's eyes and suddenly laughed, but the cigarette in his mouth did not fall. Ha 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 ha, I admire you and hate you, kid. Coliquet laughed. Children who are too smart are not likable, so he likes gorillas and apes very much. Gorillas and apes, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? I want to see my lawyer. I am really happy to meet you, a group of idiots chasing dreams. Let's go, let's have dinner together. Have a good rest at my house tonight, comrade. When Coolie Kate said this, he walked past Usopp on the way to the house. This was like a scorching sun to Usopp, who had just said something crazy. Luffy laughed happily. It's time to eat, Usopp. Hey, Chopper, go and call Sister Robin to eat too, Nami said. Chopper responded obediently, okay. Zoro remained silent, signaling Bai Yun with his eyes. Bai Yun smiled and nodded, also without saying anything, and walked into the house with Zoro. Nami did not rush in, but came behind Usopp, who was sitting on the ground with his head down. If you want to fly to the sky, you can only try your best, although it is better to rely on luck. But for the treasure, the risk is worth it. There is no treasure that comes easily. Nami, am I a poor coward? Usopp asked. Nami nodded affirmatively, and you are a fool, but I understand your feelings. Go and apologize to the uncle. Usopp raised his head, turned his head to look at Nami, then stood up and rushed to Coliquet's back. I'm sorry. Uncle, I shouldn't have said those words. The uncle tried to break free from him with disgust. Wow, don't get your snot on me. Everyone was crowded in Coliquet's small half-room, but as long as it was a banquet, no matter how big the venue was, they would be very happy. Luffy ate silently, his cheeks puffed up again. Coliquet drank happily and began to let Nami sit next to him. Sanji stepped on his head and pushed him away, saying that you are worthy of sitting with Miss Nami. Usopp, who was lonely just now began to tease the ape with pepper bombs. Zoro and the ape competed in drinking, and Zoro said that this was just the beginning. Everyone sat on the floor, with carpets. Robin was slightly away from the crowd, sitting by the wall, looking at the logbook of Nolando. More than 400 years ago, Robin was naturally interested in such a historical thing. Bai Yun brought her a cup of black tea. How is it? Did you gain anything, Sister Robin? Bai Yun still changed the title of Big Sister. Otherwise he would also gain the title of Little Brother. Robin took the black tea with a smile, and before he could speak, Coolie Kate appeared from the front. His eyes leaned in front of the logbook, scaring Robin. See gold in the right eye of the skull. Gold. Hearing the gold, Nami pricked up her ears again. Coliquet continued. That was the last article written by Nolando, but after I came to Gaia Island, I still couldn't figure out what it meant. What exactly does the right eye of the skull imply? Is it an ancient city? Or is he hinting that he is about to die? But there is not a single word on the blank page behind. That's why we dived into the sea to find it. When he said the last sentence, Coliquet shouted loudly, and then looked at Bai Yun again. But now there is another possibility. We are going to fly to the sky. Oh, yes, we are going to fly to the sky. Oh no! Coliquet took a sip of wine and pointed at Luffy. It's you who are going to fly to the sky. Oh! Oh yes, you are the ones who want to fly to the sky. The banquet is always full of laughter. But there are always people who will spoil the mood. Bellamy's ship has appeared not far away on the sea outside, coming for gold. If the golden nuggets are taken away by the fools chasing their dreams, it would be a waste of money. The red rose on her face. Coliquet was drunk. Drunk people are the most honest. He told the story in Nolando's diary. This is the diary of May 21, 1122, the day we arrived at Gaia Island. After arriving at the island, we heard the call of a strange bird from the forest. And the sound of a very big bell. It was the sound of a huge golden bell. The sound of the bell spread across the earth and resounded through the sky. It was as if the ancient capital of the past was boasting about the honor she had once had. The ancient civilization nurtured by the vast ocean was ultimately defeated by the impermanence of life. We who have wasted decades of time can't help but sigh that the world is unpredictable and life is like a dream. We stood for a long time in the sound of the bell. Speaking of this, coupled with being drunk, Coliquet could no longer control his emotions. Raised his hands and shouted. "Ah, Nolando is so handsome." Sure enough, drunk people are the most honest. Nami's focus is still on Nami-ness. Great, there is such a big golden bell. Usopp laughed with his mouth wide open. Sure enough, uncle, you like Nolando very much. Bai Yun was thinking, if he could record it and show it to Coliquet when he sobers up, what would the uncle's reaction be when he hides his true feelings? Chapter 207 The Plan to Capture the South Bird. It is said that drunk people are the most honest. At a banquet in a half-house. Coliquet was drunk, but he still expressed his admiration for his ancestor, the big talker Nolando. He subconsciously did not believe that Nolando lied. He also mentioned Nolando's experience on Gaia Island, the strange bird calls and the sound of the prosperous bells that seemed to have been passed down from the ancient capital. Then he took out a small golden bell. About the size of Coliquet's palm, which was evidence of the existence of the huge golden bell. Look at this. Seeing the glittering gold, Nami was excited again. Wow, it's a real golden bell. The workmanship is very fine. I didn't expect it to be an ancient product. Bai Yun replied. Xiao Bai took it from his hand and put it on the bell, which felt very strange. What's so big about this bell? Usopp asked. Of course, this is not what Nolando said. This is just a bell-shaped ingot. We found 3 on the seabed. Coliquet replied. The gorilla brought the other 2 bells. 3 small golden bells are placed together. This is the handmade of rich people. The 3 small bells have some differences in appearance, but the workmanship is very fine. Xiao Bai also began to rotate on the 3 bells. As if feeling which one is more comfortable. Then it proves that the Golden City really exists, Luffy asked. The gorilla leaned against the wall and replied lazily. How can this little thing be used as evidence? Ordinary ruins can also dig out such a large amount of gold. What is the ingot? Chopper asked curiously. Robin answered the gorilla's words for Luffy first, but this is enough to prove that there was a civilization in this area. He explained what ingots are. Ingots are used to make it easier to calculate. Gold is divided into small pieces to experiment with the things to be cast, and can also be used for trading. You are really knowledgeable, Sister Robin. Bai Yun praised. Robin smiled back. Bai Yun, you know a lot too. Bai Yun laughed. No, where is it? Coliquet confirmed Robin's statement. That's right, as for the strange bird mentioned earlier. Ape. As soon as Coliquet called the name, the ape understood. Okay, old man. He took out a bag and put it on the ground. The bag was removed. And there was also a golden sculpture inside, which was larger than the golden bell. The shape is a bird head and a human body, holding a golden bell in his hands. This is very big. Zoro said. Wow, so beautiful. Nami praised. maybe anything gold will be beautiful. This is all the gold we caught 10 years of diving, only catching this is not worth it at all, ha ha ha. Coliquet said with a bit of self-mockery. What is this, a penguin? Luffy asked. This is called southward bird. This bird still lives on this island. Coliquet replied while touching the golden sculpture. Its cry is very strange. Luffy asked. Coliquet nodded, yeah, just like what is said in the log. Speaking of the south-facing bird, in the past, it was said among sailors. The ape and the gorilla were excitedly preparing to tell Luffy and the others about the legend of the south-facing bird. But Coliquet suddenly exclaimed, oh no! Everyone was startled, and Usopp asked hurriedly. What's wrong, what's wrong? Coliquet shouted. Not knowing whether it was an answer or not. Something bad is going to happen. Go to the forest quickly, to the forest in the south. Uncle, what are you talking about? Go catch this bird, now, right now. Coliquet did not answer Luffy, but pointed at the sculpture and said. What's wrong with that bird? Look at the big uncle looks so anxious, Sanji asked in confusion. Coliquet said seriously. Listen carefully, the direction of the sky current you are going to tomorrow is just south of the cape. Do you know how to get there? Luffy answered easily. Just sail directly south. This is the Grand Line. Once you are out at sea, you can't tell east, south, west, north, and south. Coliquet replied. Nami also reacted. Yes, this time the target is not the island but the current, and the record pointer is useless. What should we do? Go straight south. The last few words, Nami became less and less confident. I think we should need this kind of bird, right? After all, there is a word south in its name, right? Uncle. Bayun took over the end of Nami's words. Well, what you said depends on the characteristics of the south-facing bird. Thinking of this question just now woke Coliquet up directly, and he is very sober now. Some animals have magnets that can identify directions, so they can know where they are. Coliquet explained. Nami immediately replied, well, I heard that pigeons and salmon have this ability. Luffy nodded, laughing at Zoro. Oh so, Zoro, you are not even as good as animals, ha 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 ha. The ultimate sarcasm, Luffy is sometimes childish and steals bamboo shoots. Ha 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 ha, it's true. Bayun couldn't help laughing. Zoro was furious and shouted at Luffy, you are still qualified to say others. Okay, when it comes to finding the way, you two are the same. Listen to Uncle continue. Bayun patted the two and said. Luffy pouted, obviously I am better than Zoro. But that's true, Uncle, please continue. Coliquet has become accustomed to these guys who interrupt him at any time. And continued to talk. Southward bird is the best animal at identifying directions. No matter how vast the land or sea is, it can accurately point to the south, which is the origin of its name. In short, without this bird, you can't even find the direction, let alone go to Sky Island. Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper were awakened instantly and complained. Why are you talking about such an important thing now? Stop talking so much. Go find the southward bird now. We will help you reinforce the ship now. Coliquet replied loudly. In this way, Luffy and his friends were driven out of the house and started the plan to capture the southward bird. Chapter 208 Waiting. Listen carefully, at least one southward bird must be captured before dawn. Otherwise it will be too late to set off. Under Coliquet's serious reminder, the Straw Hat Pirates started the southward bird capture plan. Wow, it's so dark. When everyone came to the forest, Luffy sighed for a moment. He didn't know whether he was afraid or looking forward to it. But it should be more of expectation. Zoro just wanted to finish the job quickly and go back to drink. Chopper's tongue was hanging down, thinking that he had eaten too much just now and his stomach was a little bloated. Nami kept sighing at the suddenness of the incident. Usopp hugged Sanji's waist tightly and stuck behind him. Don't stick to me. Sanji pushed Usopp with his hand. Holding the waist, Usopp forget it Nami, Sister Robin Omega. Usopp bit his fingers, looking at the darkness around him, scared to death. Really, you should have told us this during the day. Also, Bai Yun, that bastard, is such a cunning fellow. He said he had something to do and left Haku for us, saying that Haku is a secret weapon. Looking at Haku in Luffy's hand, Usopp complained about Bai Yun. Usopp also wanted to do something instead of being in this dark forest. However, if he knew about the battle that Bai Yun would have to go through, he might have preferred to come to this forest 10 or 100 times rather than fight this one. And Bai Yun didn't come because he hated bugs. Beetles and rhinoceros beetles were okay, but the crawling single caterpillar, forget it. If Bai Yun has something to do, let him go. Let's just worry about where the bird is. Luffy replied. If we knew where it was, we wouldn't have to go out in full force. Zoro was a little unhappy drinking and catching birds. Guess what he would choose? The only clue is that he has a strange cry and a golden sculpture-like appearance. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp gathered in a circle to discuss countermeasures, but don't expect them to come up with any good countermeasures. Is there really such a strange bird? Zoro replied. Usopp took over his words also. It's hard to grasp the strange cry. I haven't heard it before, so who knows what is weird. As soon as Usopp finished speaking, a bird cry came from the forest, which was very weird. The four weird Luffys and Chopper couldn't help shouting, "Ah, what a weird cry!" It must be said that Usopp is a bit lucky. It should be it, Robin said with a smile. Luffy showed his white teeth. Okay. We must catch it now. We have 3 nets, so let's split up into 3 groups. Let's go kick that weird bird away. Yes, catch it, catch it. Just like that, Luffy and his team started to split up. 3 groups went to catch the south-facing bird. Sanji, Nami, and Usopp in one group. Zoro, Robin in one group. Luffy, Chopper in one group. On Bai Yun's side, he flew into the air and soon arrived at the town of Magic Valley, and went to the tavern again. Pushed open the wooden door of the tavern. Wooden door, good man, I don't know how long it has been since someone pushed me. I almost forgot that I was a door. Bai Yun walked in steadily. When the people drinking inside saw that it was Bai Yun, the scene instantly became quiet, and pairs of eyes stared at Bai Yun. Bai Yun's expression was normal, and he didn't care at all. He continued to walk towards the bar. The only sound in the tavern was the tapping of his feet on the wooden floor. At the bar, Bai Yun sat down. Boss, a glass of rum. Also, those guys from the Bellamy Pirates are not here. The boss nodded, responded to Bai Yun's first question, and then answered the second one. No. It was a very concise answer, and Bai Yun just nodded. I wonder if those things have already set off to Uncle Chestnut Head's house. It seems that the 3 of them are destined to be beaten, so let's wait for Luffy here. Wait, the next step is to wait. Those who are watching Bai Yun will naturally not keep watching, and when they hear Bai Yun call Bellamy and the others those guys, they can't help but sigh that Bai Yun is bold. There are always people who have nothing to do and want to restart early. Chapter 209. The night has just begun. Luffy and his friends began to look for the south-facing bird in the forest south of Colicate's house. Whether they can set off smoothly depends on it. And Bai Yun came to the tavern in Mogu Town. Don't say you are lazy, Zio Bai represents me. This sentence is Bai Yun's words. After arriving at the tavern, Bellamy and the others are no longer like this. It seems that Coolie and the ape and gorilla are bound to be beaten. Then Bai Yun directly planned to drink in the tavern and wait for Luffy to come. It was definitely not lazy or anything, there was a reason for everything. But there are always people who come to disturb the fun, anxious to see the king of hell. The uncle owner of the tavern pushed the wine in front of Bai Yun. Thank you. Bai Yun smiled and replied just as he picked up the wine glass, a gangster with a Magansi hairstyle, thin body, but quite tall, came over from behind. The summary is, thin dog. Bai Yun glanced at him and thought that the stick insect had become a spirit, or that this guy had eaten the fruit of the stick insect. Aren't you one of the 3 idiot outsiders who believe in the existence of Sky Island? Where are that woman and that Straw Hat Boy dead? It's normal to die after all, idiots like you can't survive in Magic Valley Town. You are the only one left, why don't you come to me? You just scolded Bellamy and the others. If they know, you will definitely die. Think about it yourself. The man said, and stretched out his hand to put it on Bai Yun's shoulder. Bai Yun drank the wine calmly, and when the man's hand was about to fall, put down the wine glass, raise your hand, and the flintlock appears in your palm and rotates. Bai Yun stops the rotation of the flintlock, holds the gun barrel, and holds the gun upside down, with the butt blocking the man's palm. Just when the man was stunned, Bai Yun took out the gun from somewhere. Bai Yong shook his palm away with force, then swung the gun like a stick, and the butt hit the man's abdomen. The impact directly took the man out and knocked open the middle double wooden door of the tavern. At the moment the man flew out, the flintlock rotated again in Bai Yun's hand holding the butt. Bai Yun did not turn his body, bent his hand 90 degrees behind his back, and fired without hesitation. The bullet flew out, and when the wooden door rebounded, it flew out and hit the man's forehead. The flying man in the air, without even making a sound, died in the northwest, hit the wall, and slid down weakly, and this happened in just a few seconds. If Beckman were here, he would definitely say with a cigarette in his mouth, smiling, "You have some of my style, kid." Then Bai Yun rolled his eyes in return. The tavern was quiet again, with only the creaking sound of the wooden door bouncing back and forth, proving what had just happened. The other drinkers opened their mouths wide in disbelief at what had just happened in those few seconds. Bai Yun put his gun on the table and smiled at the boss uncle. "Boss, this shouldn't count as a fight in the store." The boss looked at the flintlock, then at Bai Yun, swallowed his saliva, picked up the bottle and filled Bai Yun's glass. "Not really." The boss was still knowledgeable, and he didn't say much if he could. After seeing Bai Yun's strength, he killed one in a flash, and some people wanted to leave. But as soon as he stood up, Bai Yun put the cup down with a little more force. "The night has just begun. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Can you please wait for me?" Bai Yun still didn't turn around, and his voice slowly came out. The tavern was as quiet as a library. A big man couldn't help it, slammed the table, pointed at Bai Yun and cursed. "What are you waiting for? I can't even go home." Bai Yun turned around with a smile on his face. "If you're in a hurry to go back, go ahead." The big man met Bai Yun's eyes. He looked down on him before, but now he was a little afraid from the bottom of his heart. Gathering his courage, the big man picked up a bottle of wine, walked to the wooden door, kicked it open and walked out. When he was out, with a bang, the bullet followed, hitting the foot he kicked the door with. "Ah!" The big man instantly lay on the ground hugging his leg in pain. "Bai Yun is a principled person," he said. "No, if we fight in the tavern, then we won't fight in the tavern, but if we go out, it will be different." Chapter 210 Compared with the Great Secret Treasure, which one is better? Luffy and his team's plan to capture the South Bird here doesn't seem to be going well. First, it was Sanji, Nami, Usopp and their group. The shadow of the bird was not seen. But there were more spiders around their waists, which scared Sanji and Nami to run behind the bushes and next to the tree. "Why are you shouting so loudly? It's just a spider," Usopp complained. He was not afraid of insects. Even after 2 years of training, his master was also an insect, and raised his arm to let the spider climb on his arm. It's no wonder that Nami and Sanji were afraid. If it was Bai Yun, he would at least give the spider a volley. "What do you mean it's a spider? I hate it because it's a spider." "Throw it away, Usopp, it must be a poisonous spider," Nami and Sanji replied. But Usopp acted relaxed. "This is a tarantula poisonous spider. Don't worry, it won't attack you if you don't attack it. I've experienced the spider war before." Usually, I could only trust Usopp 10% of the time, but now seeing how relaxed he is, I can only trust him 20%. I can't stand those disgusting insects the most. If I had known this, I might as well have gone with Bai Yun, although I don't know what he does. Nami replied immediately, it's not a question of whether it hurts people or not. It's a question of how scary and disgusting it looks. Sanji agreed. I hate it the most too. No, Miss Nami, men and women should not be intimate, and we can't be alone together. Bai Yun is not a simple bastard. In Sanji's cognition, any male on the ship who can be alone with Nami and Robin is a bastard, except himself. As if he was schizophrenic, Sanji acted calm when talking to Nami, but turned to look at Usopp and became panicked. Hurry up and throw it away, the farther the better. Usopp turned his head and looked at them. Is that so? But aren't you afraid of the centipedes and moths over there? What? Nami and Sanji turned their heads along Usopp's line of sight, only to see that the tree trunks next to them were full of centipedes and moths. The two were so scared that they screamed, and Sanji's curly eyebrows almost straightened without hesitation. He turned around and ran. Centipedes and moths are also annoying. Seeing the two of them running away, Usopp immediately followed them. Don't leave me behind. Put the spider down first times 2. Well, the capture progress of this group is 0. South Bird Capture Plan, Zoro and Robin Group. Robin was wearing the purple cowboy hat she often wore in the past 2 years, and the shouts of Nami and others were faintly heard in her ears. I can hear their screams. Don't worry about them. Zoro replied directly. The uninformed thought Zoro was still the one who had just boarded the ship recently. As he answered, a huge centipede emerged from the bushes behind him and rushed over. Zoro turned around, raised the handle of the Wado Ikimonji with his thumb, and smashed the top of the handle on the centipede's head, knocking it unconscious. Zoro didn't need to worry about it, and the knife slid back into the scabbard. Bending down and grabbing the centipede, Zoro sighed, this centipede is too big. Don't kill them all, it's so pitiful. Robin always has a loving feeling for small animals. If Bai Yun was here, I really want to say that this guy is also a small animal. Zoro doesn't care about those things. They were the first to provoke me, and don't point fingers at me. Listen to me, although you haven't revealed your true colors yet, I still don't believe you, don't forget this. Zoro said to Robin. It's not that he is suspicious, after all, Robin is an enemy. Moreover, after all, the Straw Hat Pirates are united because of Luffy, and it is because of Zoro's existence that the Straw Hat Pirates will be more closely united. There must be rules for everything in ordinary things. Luffy is beaten by Nami, which doesn't matter, but when it comes to serious things, Luffy must maintain the dignity of the captain, so that the pirates will not disperse. After saying that, Zoro turned around and walked away coolly. Robin spoke, but... What? That's the road we just walked. Robin defeats the enemy with one move. Zoro's back revealed embarrassment while eating. Luffy's words and Bai Yun's laughter seemed to ring in his ears again. And a bird's cry broke the awkward scene. Chirp. Robin immediately looked in the direction of the sound. Bird's cry. Here, be careful of the swamp over there. Robin turned around and walked away directly, and did not forget to remind Zoro to be careful of the swamp. Zoro is getting more and more confused about this woman. Hey, wait for me. Zoro followed, and then... Ah! I really gave the correct answer, but I still made a mistake. Shua, superb transition effect. The last group of the south-facing bird capture plan, Luffy and Chopper. Caught it. Luffy raised his head and shouted happily. I thought he caught the south-facing bird, but... Look, Chopper, it's Atlas. Luffy said to Chopper excitedly with a beetle in his hand. Atlas. Chopper said he didn't know. Yes. Atlas and Hercules are the favorites of people all over the world. There is a specimen of Hercules in Bayun's room now. I have Atlas, ha ha ha. Luffy laughed happily. Chopper understood and nodded. Is that so, Luffy? You always run to Bayun's room because of this. Luffy nodded. This is also the reason why Bai Yun chose to sleep on the observation deck during his nap. With Luffy's laughter, he couldn't fall asleep at all. So which one is better, this or the big secret treasure? Chopper knows how to ask questions. This stumped Luffy. Well, it's hard to tell which is better. Good fellow, this answer is worthy of Luffy. Bai Yun said, if you want to give me the great treasure, this is the most beloved insect combination of people all over the world, I can catch 10 combinations without any problem. After catching Atlas, Luffy kept it well, just stuffed it into his trouser pocket. Chopper and Luffy continued to walk. Luffy was lucky. Shoo! A bird's cry came. And the two looked up and saw that it was indeed a bird like a golden sculpture. Luffy, look, it's that bird. Chopper said excitedly. Yes, catch it quickly. Luffy was equally excited. Just as he raised his hand, the south bird chirped a few times. Choo choo choo. Luffy, it said, I'm going to kill the bastard who messed up this forest. Chopper translated. Then a huge mantis came out and swung the sickle in his hand, cutting off one instantly, showing how sharp it was. There were also many bees emerging from the hive under Xiongnan bird's feet, ready to go. It was obviously a bird, but it seemed that one could see a sinister and complacent smile on its face. With its chirp, the mantis and bees instantly launched an attack. Xiaobai calmly coiled from Luffy's palm to his shoulder, his eyes flashing red. The mantis and bees were stunned for a moment. Hiss! Xiaobai stuck out his tongue and made a hissing sound, and the mantis and bees instantly turned to face Xiongnan bird. Xiongnan bird was stunned. What the hell was going on? Chapter 211 A Murderous Smile. A little brat who doesn't even have the courage to fantasize is not qualified to be called a pirate at all. Even though he was seriously injured, Coolie Kate still stood up and said to Bellamy. This is an affirmation of his persistence over the years. He can't fall down, or rather, he can't fall down while he can still stand. And the new era pirates in Bellamy's mouth are just trash who dare not take risks, rely on robbery, threats, and sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Among all the views on the new era, his views are the rubbish, and correspondingly, his strength is the weakest. Back to the forest. Looking at his subordinates suddenly confronting him, Xiang Naniao's face showed astonishment. What the hell is this? Don't mention him. Even Luffy didn't react for a while. Hey, what's going on? But Chopper understood what Xiaobai said. It's Xiaobai. He just said it's to die, or turn around, choose it yourself. And these bumblebees and this mantis turned around. Really, ha ha ha, it's really like Bai Yun said, Xiaobai is a secret weapon. Luffy wanted to reach out and pat Xiaobai, but was glared back by Xiaobai. Xiaobai, I'm just trying to be cool, you want to pat my head. The bird was at a loss, because it had never encountered such a thing in its life. It looked up and suddenly met Xiaobai's eyes, and was stunned for a moment. Xiaobai also smiled, looking a bit lucky. Hiss! What did Xiaobai say? Luffy asked. Luffy asked, and Chopper immediately translated. He said, come down. It just shouted like that. How could it come down, Xiaobai? Luffy complained. Then the bird flew down and landed on Chopper's head. Luffy, Xiaobai is really amazing. Xiaobai patted Luffy's face with his tail, indicating that it was just a piece of cake. After a few hissing sounds, he coiled back on Luffy's wrist and went back to sleep. Xiaobai said that he and it, the south-facing bird, had agreed that it, the south-facing bird, would help us. But we would let it go after we achieved our goal. Chopper translated the few words that Xiaobai had hissed just now. Luffy nodded, oh, I understand. He definitely didn't understand. There's a rolling stone coming down. No, it's a giant ladybug. Ah, it hurts. Xiao Bei he kindly persuaded Xiongnan to cooperate, while the other two groups, under the command of Xiongnan, the insects attacked them. Usopp's group's giant 7-spotted ladybugs rolled and attacked, and there were also giant sticky slugs. And Zoro and Robin were a large group of mole crickets. Zoro said to Robin not to interfere with him, but he used the back of the knife to beat these mole crickets. Slugs are slugs, Usopp. Sprinkle salt. Suddenly appeared from behind the tree a slug scared Sanji so much that he immediately asked Usopp to sprinkle salt. At this time, a sound of awe was heard. Luffy, Chopper, and Nanbird fell from the sky and stepped on the slug's back. The slug's eyes, which were narrowed into a slit, were instantly widened by the pressure, and were bigger than Caroline's eyes. Ha 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 ha, so exciting, Nami, Usopp, Sanji, are you okay? Luffy asked, holding his straw hat tightly. The slug under his feet, I have something to do. Chirp. Nanbird chirped twice, and the 7-spotted ladybug and the slug began to retreat. Slug. Aw, thank you for catching us. Luffy got off the slug and thanked him. Slug walked away with 2 footprints on its back. Luffy, this bird? Nami asked. Luffy told them what happened just now. You bastard mole crickets, do you really think you can beat us? Zoro shouted angrily. A mole cricket with a big bump on its head still stood in front of him with tears in its eyes, looking like I can cry, but I won't admit defeat, and behind it, there are thousands and millions of brothers, half of them fell, but the other half are still strong. Just when Zoro was about to bear it and ignored Robin's eyes and used the blade, Luffy and the others arrived. Hey! There are Kung Fu manatees here too. How are they similar? Luffy asked when he saw the mole cricket army, and everyone immediately refuted. As the south-facing bird chirped twice more, the cricket army retreated, and Zoro put away his knife, looking like he had finally left. Captain, what's this bird? At first, Robin still addressed everyone by their profession, so she called Bai Yun by his name, or Bai Yun's little brother. Bai Yun, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Who are you implying here? Luffy continued to explain that it was Xiao Bai's credit. Really, he's really reliable. Hearing this, Robin looked at Xiao Bai on Luffy's wrist and said with a smile. In short, it's good to catch it, so let's go back. Zoro said. Yes, 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 I don't want to come to this place again. Nami and Usopp immediately agreed. Okay, then we'll go back and wait for the flying in the morning, ha 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 ha. Luffy raised his hands and said. Looking forward to the adventure that was about to begin in the morning. Full of interest, but after returning to Colicate's house, his interest was instantly half overwhelmed by anger. Uncle Chestnut Head. Abe. Gorilla. Luffy and the others came back. Colicate and the ape fell to the ground, covered in blood, and the gorilla fell into the sea on the shore, holding a reef tightly with his arms to prevent it from sinking or drifting away. Sanji immediately jumped down to pick up the gorilla, and Chopper helped him to fish the gorilla out. Golden Mary, that bastard did it. Usopp saw that the Golden Mary was cut in half, and his heart was bleeding. Luffy squatted down to see Colicate's situation. Uncle, are you okay? Colicate, despite being injured, was still apologizing for delaying the reinforcement of the Mary. Don't talk about this for now, uncle, tell me first, who hurt you? Luffy asked. Colicate sat up, don't worry about it, but luckily you caught the South Bird. As he said that, Nami came out of the house and shouted in surprise, Luffy, the gold nugget is gone. Everyone was shocked. It turned out to be because of this. Colicate waved his hand indifferently. It's okay. It doesn't matter. What don't matter? This is what you spent 10 years to fish out, Usopp shouted. Colicate was silent for a while and did not follow Usopp's words. If the entire Saruyama joint forces are dispatched, you will have time to repair and reinforce the ship when you set out in the morning. Listen carefully. We must send you to the sky. Everyone was silent. Zoro called Luffy in a low voice and motioned him to look at the wall behind him. Hey, Luffy, the logo of the Bellamy Pirates was painted on the wall. Do you need help? I can do it alone. Luffy and Zoro talked. This is Bellamy's sign. Don't be silly, Luffy, it will be dawn in 3 hours. Listening to their conversation, Nami knew what Luffy wanted to do. Enough. At this time, Bai Yun's voice suddenly came from behind. Bai Yun! Everyone shouted. Bai Yun first bowed and apologized to Coolie Kate and the others. Sorry, if I were there, it wouldn't be like this. The most important thing is that they also damaged the Mary, it's really well done, gritting teeth. A murderous smile, this is everyone's understanding of Bai Yun. When Bai Yun squinted and smiled, he was angry. When Luffy didn't smile, he was angry. Now the two people with the highest bounty in the Straw Hat Pirates are rushing to Mogu Town. Chapter 212 One person oppresses everyone. Bai Yun sat at the bar, and he was the only one at the bar. He knocked on the table while drinking. Every time he knocked, the people behind him were startled, as if he was not knocking on the bar counter, but their reaction nerves. One person oppressed everyone. It's not that Bai Yun has a domineering aura, or looks very oppressive. But no matter if someone escapes or sneaks up on him from behind, Bai Yun can always hit his right foot accurately without turning around, and only hit the right foot. Many people were lying on the ground wailing, and Bai Yun fired a shot outside the door, signaling them not to make noise. As for the boss's excuse, they are playing a real-life gun battle game with me, which is not considered a fight, right? While the main body was still waiting here, the clone on the other side returned to Coolie Kate's house. Bai Yun knew that Coolie Kate and others were beaten. But the Mary was cut in half, and Bai Yun forgot this scene, so he felt very sorry for the Mary, and his anger also rose sharply. I'll take you there, 3 hours, that's enough. Luffy. Bai Yun said to Luffy with a smile. Luffy was the one who knew Bai Yun the most. He also understood that it was better not to reject Bai Yun now. Okay. Luffy nodded in reply. Wait, where are you two going? Don't mind your own business. Who do you think your opponent is? Coolie Kate shouted. Zoro took out the Wado Ichimonji with the scabbard and blocked him. To stop them, use this. Coolie Kate remained silent. Bai Yun turned half his head and turned his face to Coolie Kate, with a smile on his face. Who is the opponent? In our opinion, it's just trash. We will be back in the morning. Luffy took over the end of his words. After speaking, Luffy jumped onto Bai Yun's back, and Bai Yun stepped into the air. After all, he was going to fight someone, and a princess hug would be too unimpressive. Coolie Kate watched Bai Yun step into the air. He didn't know that Bai Yun had this skill. At the same time, he also thought that he didn't know how strong Luffy and the others were. Here, Bellamy and the others have returned to Mogu Town. And they can be said to have returned with a full load, and they are eager to let the whole town know. Bai Yun was knocking on the bar in the tavern. Bellamy and the others arrived in person, and the sound arrived first, so Bai Yun stopped knocking. Finally here, this bunch of trash. Bai Yun said this without any reservation, which frightened the guests and the owner of the tavern. Bellamy and the others didn't care when they saw a dead man leaning against the wall outside the tavern. This was a common occurrence in Magic Valley Town. Sachis took his female companion Lily and kicked the wooden door open, and Bellamy walked in first. After a subtle moment of hesitation, he continued to walk in as if nothing had happened. Sachis was behind, and he was not as calm as him. What's going on? But no one dared to answer. There was no one lying in the tavern wailing, but there were spots of blood on the floor. Just now, Bai Yun was drinking and couldn't stand the wailing of the injured. The bullet hit his leg, which was unbearable, so Bai Yun asked them to get out. When others wanted to leave, Bai Yun said yes, but either knock him down or get shot in the leg, and they didn't talk again. Bellamy walked directly to the bar. Same old. The boss nodded, indicating that he understood. What's wrong, Sachis? Are you still surprised by this? What's wrong with blood on the floor of the tavern? Bellamy leaned against the bar, put his elbows on the bar and looked at Sachis. No, Bellamy, it's just that there is blood, but the tables are unusually neat. Sachis replied. The other silent guests thought, it's neat. There was no fight, it was a one-sided abuse. Why do you care about these? Let's celebrate this time with a full load, ha ha ha. Also you, an idiot who believes in Sky Island, are you coming back to join me? Bellamy was very proud. Why bother about him so much, just drink directly. Then he tilted his head and looked at Bai Yun. And asked with his tongue hanging. Chapter 213 The Man with 100 Million. To get back Coliquet and the others' gold. At this time, Baiun and Luffy were riding No, stepping on the way to fly in the air. However, if Luffy is riding Baiun, it is quite appropriate. At this time, in the tavern, Baiun's real body and Bellamy and the others had already met. Although the Liang little gangster under the wall outside and the bloodstains at the door and the floor of the tavern revealed that something was wrong, Bellamy's pride made him completely ignore it. Order a drink first, then he looked at Bai Yun and said relentlessly. You idiot who believed in Sky Island, are you coming back to me to seek refuge? Or are you going to save your face? Bellamy hung his tongue and looked up at Bai Yun. He loves to hang his tongue so much. Bai Yun finally knows why he is called hyena. Before Bai Yun answered, Sachis spoke first. Ha 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 ha, Bellamy, what are you kidding? Relying on him to save your face. Those thin arms and legs are more sissy than women, ha ha ha. After saying this, Bai Yun almost couldn't help but kill him first, instead of waiting for Luffy and the clone to come. Bai Yun still didn't speak, and there was not much wine in the glass. At this time, a guest couldn't help but slammed the table. Boss Bellamy, this man just called you rubbish. The man outside was killed by him, and the blood on the ground was also the blood from his shooting at someone's right leg. What he said was that he had to be shot in the leg before he could leave. I have never seen such an arrogant person. The big man said all at once, accusing Bai Yun, and his voice was full of tears. Bai Yun drank the last sip of wine in the glass and turned around. That's not what you said. I don't have a gun on me, who are you accusing? Bai Yun said with a smile. Now he really didn't have a gun on him, only an ordinary bracelet. The big man was choked and speechless. Ui. Then there was a bang. And the bullet hit the big man's forehead. It was Sachis who fired the gun. What rubbish! Even if it's true, why didn't you say it when we came in, but now? Also, little white face, what are you doing here? Are you here to join us? Sachis pointed the gun directly at Bai Yun and asked, with a joking look on his face. At this time, the door of the tavern it was knocked away again. It's bad. Sachis' forehead veins popped out, and he turned the gun and fired. Bang! The homeless man's hat was blown away, and he was stunned. Fuck, why do people always interrupt me? Tell me what's wrong. If you can't tell me, I'll kill you. Sachis said. Eddie, the navigator of the Bellamy pirates, also said while drinking. It's a big thing. What's a big thing? Our captain is a person with a bounty of 55 million Baileys. What big thing can't go wrong with him? It has to be said that Bai Yun had to praise him. His words were simply a full foreshadowing for the homeless man to tell their bounty later. The homeless man trembled with his legs. Bellamy asked Sachis to put down his gun. Don't be so scary, Sachis, put down your gun. You, tell me what's going on. What Bellamy didn't know was that the tramp was not trembling because of Sachis' gun, but because of Bai Yun next to him. Bai Yun also showed a kind smile. Speak, just say it, it's okay. Everyone was looking at the tramp, who was sweating profusely and could hardly stand. After throwing out the 3 bounties, he turned around and ran out without looking back, leaving the tavern. The bounty floated down from the sky. Sachis put away his gun. It's inexplicable. And the bounty fell on a table of guests. They were all facing forward. The man found that this was the bounty for Bai Yun and his men. 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000, 10 million, 1 billion. When he read to the end, his eyes almost popped out and he shouted. 100 million. Chapter 214, Frog in the Well. 100 million. Here it comes, as the big man shouts out the bounties of Luffy, Bai Yun, and Zoro in disbelief and fear from the bottom of his heart. Bai Yun thought, my favorite face-slapping plot is finally here. 100 million. 80 million. 60 million. 3 bounties were placed in front of him, and the big man shouted them out one after another. They were all higher than Bellamy's bounty, and they were also the objects of their ridicule. At noon he now felt as if the scythe of the god of death was on his neck when he met Bai Yun's eyes. It was as if there was a mad lion standing in a sea of blood and corpses behind Bai Yun. The tavern owner behind Bai Yun. What 100 million, 80 million, 60 million? What the hell are you yelling about? Sachis walked over quickly, but when he saw the bounty on the table, he was stunned as if he had been acupunctured. What's going on, Sachis? You're stupid too, Bellamy shouted. Tell me, it's okay. Bai Yun smiled. The big man trembled, as if he knew he would be shot if he didn't say it. He raised his hand tremblingly to Bai Yun, and just as he was about to speak, Sachis went crazy. First, impossible. How can you be worth 80 million? That straw hat kid and green-headed guy, how can they be worth 100 million and 60 million? Grabbing the bounty list and facing Bellamy and Bai Yun, Sachis shouted like crazy, trying to hide his panic. If it was true, what he said would be enough to kill him several times, so he was not crazy, but he was going crazy. The other people in the tavern were stunned when they heard it. As if they heard some devil whispering. The tavern was boiling instantly. 100 million, 80 million, 60 million. Really? I've never seen a person with a bounty of 100 million. Everyone immediately focused their attention on Bai Yun. Bai Yun's gun skills had already scared them, and now they felt even more oppressive. Brother, we didn't recognize the real man, please spare us. The big man who first saw the bounty list of Bai Yun and his friends said tremblingly. It's okay, you're quite polite, if you didn't point at me just now. Bai Yun said. The big man was so scared that he immediately put his hand down. Sorry. The deterrent power of the bounty is still very strong. They didn't dare to offend Bellamy with 55 million, let alone Bai Yun with 80 million now. It's okay, leave smoothly. Bai Yun replied, there's no need to kill, beat, innocent people if they didn't offend him. The big man didn't understand the words leave smoothly, but he understood the words leave very well. He stood up and said, Thank you. Just as he was about to turn around, Bellamy stood up and laughed. Ha. Hey. You idiots are actually trembling with fear over these pieces of paper. Are you blind? Then, Bellamy turned around and looked at Bai Yun. How can you, a bunch of idiots, cowards who don't even dare to fight back, idiots who fantasize about the existence of Sky Island, have such a high bounty? In the past, there was a kind of pirate who forged a high bounty to scare people, and the other party would immediately retreat as soon as they saw the bounty. In fact, if you fight him, you will definitely win. Right. You forged these bounties to save face at noon, right. I don't believe that you trash can have such a bounty. Bellamy became more and more excited as he spoke. It was also to cover up the possibility that he believed that the bounty was real, and to cover up his fear. And Bellamy has been dominating the Magic Valley town for a while. And he still has prestige and persuasiveness. It turns out that that's it. No wonder, the person with a bounty of hundreds of millions must have committed some heinous crime, but there was no report in the newspapers. Yet, I've never heard of the Straw Hat Boy. And this long-haired Bai Yun, although his shooting skills are better, he shouldn't have a bounty of 80 million. That's it, I just said it. Bai Yun thought, you treat me as if I don't exist, right? He raised his hand and shot the bullet at the right foot of the person who called him title. Bai Yun loved the title death. The bracelet changed back instantly. Others didn't even see how Bai Yun fired the gun, as if Bai Yun was a gun. Frog in the well. Looking around, Bai Yun's last ray stayed on Bellamy, and he said with a look like he was looking at an idiot. What? Bellamy was stunned. Others shouted in surprise that Bai Yun was doing it head on. Ha. Very good. Very good, I'll kill you and expose the fake bounty of you cowards. Bellamy stuck out his tongue and said something cruel, and his arm became like a spring. Seeing this, the others immediately moved away from them and leaned against the side of the tavern in a subtle way. Bai Yun's order not to let them leave the tavern still affected them. The boss also knew that at this point, he could only spend money to avoid disaster. If he just asked Bellamy to stop, it would be even worse, so he should just shut up. The news came from the clone, and Bai Yun understood it clearly. I don't want to steal the show. You are not my target tonight. You're not worthy, asshole. How dare you look down on me? After Bai Yun said these 4 words, Bellamy couldn't help it and threw out a fist instantly. Bai Yun just turned his head slightly to avoid it. Too slow. Look down. Let alone you, even if your idol, Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, came, I would look down on him. You begged for someone else's mark. And you are in a hurry to be a dog. You don't really think Doflamingo treats you as his subordinate, do you? Bai Yun taunted. Of course, he said. He looked down on Doflamingo when he used his trump card. Doflamingo's strength was still good, especially in developing fruits. He was also a genius. Chapter 215 We Are Twins. Luffy came, Bai Yun taunted. Bellamy's anger rose sharply, and the audience was also present. The layers of buffs were stacked up, and the slapping drama officially began. You begged for someone else's mark, and you are in a hurry to be a dog. You don't really think Doflamingo treats you as his subordinate, do you? Your mark, I count you as dog shit to be able to keep it today. Bellamy has admired Don Quixote Doflamingo since he was a child. When he was young, he and Sachis met Treble, Diamante, and Doflamingo, who were drinking in a bar. In the end, Bellamy licked the Don Quixote Pirates logo from Doflamingo, and then decorated the pirate ship with this logo from head to tail. This may be the reason why he can get along so easily in Magic Valley Town. Those who are weaker than him cannot beat him. Those who are stronger than him may give Doflamingo face or be afraid of him. And there are not many people who know Doflamingo and don't take him seriously. Coincidentally, Bai Yun is one of them. Luffy would not care so much even if it was the 4 emperors. He would come if they robbed Colicate's gold. Of course, if it was the 4 emperors who robbed Colicate's gold, Bai Yun would have dragged Luffy away first, and would not have followed to mock and stabilize him. It's the same old rule. Shocked people always have a freeze phenomenon. You still know Doflamingo? You still know that I'm his subordinate? Who are you? Bellamy began to feel that Bai Yun was not clear, and people often fear the unknown first. What are you saying? Are you saying that your master Doflamingo is not famous? Or are you shocked that your master Doflamingo is not famous but I know him? Bai Yun replied. Bellamy couldn't reply a word, and didn't know how to reply. I'm just a Cayman rider passing by. Hit you. You don't need me. As Bai Yun finished his last sentence, Luffy outside just yelled in unison. Bellamy! Come out! Most of the guests in the tavern were the ones at noon, and they knew Luffy's voice. And Luffy's voice now was not the voice of a wishful idiot, but a hammer made of 100 million bounty hitting their heads. They were so scared that they vomited the wine. Because of Bai Yun's experienced and mysterious. Bellamy's inner understanding of Luffy's strength and the truth of the bounty was also shaken. People are shouting at your door, and you don't dare to go. Bai Yun used the method of provoking. You said it yourself, our bounty lists are all forged, why don't you go and prove it? When Bai Yun said this, everyone in the tavern looked at Bellamy. Yes, Bellamy, don't forget who you are. They are just a few liars. Go and kill them. Here, Bellamy is the second stupidest, and the first one is Sachis. He said that if Bellamy was knocked out by a punch later, I would not be happy. Bai Yun continued to whisper devilishly. Don't worry, Luffy is very weak. What Bai Yun said was not wrong. Luffy's current strength is indeed weak. He has no haki, and his fruit ability is not even the 2nd gear. However, even if he is weak, it is enough to deal with Bellamy, enough. Everyone was watching. Bellamy had to go up. And he had been doing well in Magic Valley Town for these years, so he didn't believe that he would be defeated by an idiot wearing a straw hat. Idiot wearing a straw hat. Roger and red hair, what did you say? I didn't hear you clearly, say it one last time. Guess why it's the last time? Humph, then wait, I will definitely expose the true appearance of you trash. Just like at noon. You will just roll away in disgrace. After Bellamy finished speaking harshly to Bai Yun, he walked to the wooden door, kicked it open, and stood at the door looking for Luffy. Looking around and seeing no one, he looked up and saw Luffy standing on the roof of a house staring at him. But Bellamy was shocked to find that there was another Bai Yun next to Luffy. He was so shocked that he immediately turned his head to look at Bai Yun's real body, who replied with a smile while using the Robin-style cheek support. We are twins. The one at noon is my brother. Anyway, it's just nonsense, why explain to Bellamy, an idiot? Bellamy thought, so that's why Bai Yun at noon feels different from Bai Yun now. Bai Yun said, I was just too lazy to act at noon. Luffy's eyes kept piercing him like thorns, so he should focus on doing business. Taking a deep breath, Bellamy looked at Luffy again and walked to the street. We are just talking about you now. What do you want to talk to me about? Yes. Return the gold nuggets of the chestnut-headed uncle. Luffy stared at Bellamy and replied. Gold nuggets, oh, the stuff of that old man Coolie Kate. Bellamy raised his head and replied, then his feet turned into springs and jumped up, standing opposite Luffy and Bai Yun. Why don't you return it? It's my booty as a pirate. You are also a pirate, why should I return it? Bellamy's words mean that I robbed it with my own ability, why should I return it? The new era he mentioned earlier is the worst. But it is in line with most pirates now. How many pirates are willing to take risks to get treasures when they can burn, kill, and plunder? So although Bai Yun became a pirate, he also looked down on pirates like Bellamy. Just like Bellamy looked down on them. Because the chestnut-headed uncle and his friends are my friends, I want to take the gold back. Luffy said calmly. Bellamy heard it, ha 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 ha. I asked you if you can fight. Do you need me to teach you to punch? What can a coward like you who forged a bounty do? Luffy was angry, and now he only wanted to rob the gold and teach Bellamy a lesson, but he didn't pay attention to Bellamy's words, such as forging a bounty. Chapter 216 One Punch. Today's night in Mogu Town is very lively. A rubber, a spring, and a copier protruded from the crowd. However, Bai Yun was looking forward to the arrival of the night. Tonight was destined to be uneasy. Of course, it was not the guy in front of him. If this guy could make him uneasy, he would go back to Windmill Village to practice for a few more years. Bellamy was brave enough to mock Luffy and Bai Yun, in order to hide the fear in his heart that believed in Luffy and Bai Yun's bounty. But Luffy's expression was normal. And he looked at Bellamy calmly. The people in the tavern below ran outside to see Sachis took the bounty list and kept looking up and down to confirm the picture on the bounty list. But even if he looked at it too much, the people on it were Luffy and Bai Yun. Especially Bai Yun, who was now standing on the roof, facing him sideways, looking down at people with a squint, exactly the same as in the bounty list. But no matter how he looked at it, Sachis was unwilling to believe that Luffy's small figure looked like a violent person, and even the 30 million bounty might not be true. He believed Bellamy very much, so he also believed what Bellamy said. Seeing that Luffy did not move and just looked at him, Bellamy was anxious. No, you have to beat me quickly. You stand there stupidly like in the daytime, but you can't take anything from me, cowards. It's different now than in the daytime. Luffy replied. The daytime was about dreams, and Nami was promised first. Now, no matter who you are, don't think about it if you don't return the gold nuggets. Bellamy laughed when he heard it. Ha 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 ha, what's the difference this time? There was a pause here, and Bellamy jumped up instantly. The roof was directly cracked by the huge pressure, and began to tilt and fell upside down. In the air, Bellamy added. I'll make sure you never talk back. It collapsed. The people below shouted, they could watch the show, but it was dangerous, they couldn't. They immediately scattered and fled, and they were hit harder than cherry pie. Bellamy flipped in the air, his feet stuck to the wall of a building behind him, the spring compressed, and rushed towards Luffy with the pressure. "I'll finish you in 1 second. Spring sniper!" Bellamy shot at him like a bullet. Luffy and his clone Bayun stood on the collapsed roof and looked at Bellamy. At the moment Bellamy hit him, Luffy dived directly below, and his clone Bayun stepped up, and at this time, the real Bayun also walked out of the tavern and stood at the door. "That man is flying. Don't worry about him, the Straw Hat Boy is rushing down. Run!" With a bang, Luffy hit the ground and stirred up smoke and dust. People fled in all directions, saying that they didn't notice at this time the clone Bayun came to the real Bayun. The real Bayun stretched out his hand, and the clone Bayun's hand was instantly sucked into the bracelet. No one noticed. Oh, there was an exception, that is, the big man who read out their bounty, now looking at Bayun with the eyes of a monster. Bayun just stretched out his finger to his mouth, shh. The big man swallowed and nodded immediately. The power of Bellamy's spring is still good, but it's just good. After a move failed, Bellamy went straight through the falling roof, adjusted his posture in the air, did a somersault, facing the sky, back to the ground, his feet pressed on the building wall behind, and looked up. "I won't die just like this," Bellamy said. He hoped so. In this way, it would prove that Luffy and Bayun's bounty list must be fake. Unfortunately, it's impossible. There is smoke but no injury. The smoke and dust cleared, Luffy stood firmly on the ground, looking up at Bellamy. The others were shocked, he was not hurt at all after falling from such a high place. Wow, he stood up. Seeing this, Bellamy used a killing move directly. After all, he had been slapped in the face, and now it was more than a second. But there was no point in him being anxious. Now it was a theoretical slap in the face, and later it would be a physical slap in the face. He kept bouncing back and forth between the surrounding buildings, accumulating strength, bouncing faster and faster. At the end of the bounce, Bellamy's speed exceeded the speed that the human body's dynamic vision could catch up. So at this time Bellamy seemed to disappear in the eyes of those watching the game. Bellamy disappeared. "I used this trick against the executioner Rocio." During the ejection process, Bellamy did not forget to stack buffs for Luffy, for fear that he could not kill him with one move. I cried to death. "Ha ha ha ha, your friend. That's right, that old man and the monkey are the same as you. Isn't it? You are a group of idiots who take the nonsense said by their ancestors 400 years ago seriously. Ha 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 ha. Go to your golden city, go to your sky island. The era of pirates' daydreaming is over. You are the shame of pirates." Luffy listened silently, his eyes became fierce, but not the kind of fierceness that was beyond words. Then he stretched out his right hand. "You just asked me if I knew how to punch." Sachis also shouted at this time. "Kill him, Bellamy. This idiot pirate has no right to live in this world." When the kinetic energy converted from a large amount of elastic potential energy reached the extreme value, that is, the moment when the attack power was the strongest, at this moment, Bellamy rushed towards Luffy at a very fast speed. "Goodbye, Straw Hat Boy." Bayun looked at Bellamy rushing towards Luffy and shook his head. After bouncing for so long, he chose to crash head-on, and this speed is fast, but in the eyes of people with observation haki, it is nothing. There is still a trajectory to be found. After watching it, Bayun felt that if he could do it again, even without observation haki, he could seize the opportunity to shoot Bellamy in the middle of his eyebrows. Sachis shouted to kill him. Bellamy said goodbye forever. Then at the moment of collision, Luffy resolutely swung his arm down and hit Bellamy in the face, leaving a fist mark on Bellamy's right cheek. Blood splashed, and with a bang, the floor cracked. Luffy stood and Bellamy lay. Not dead, but half dead. Quiet, the scene was deadly quiet. Chapter 217. I believe you. Spring Jumper. Bellamy launched an attack. Bang! Bellamy fell down. As Lu Kuo put a punch mark on Bellamy's face, Bellamy lay on the ground peacefully showing the punch mark. Silence, the scene became as quiet as death. So everyone except Bai Yun looked at Luffy and Bellamy under his feet, wanting to see ghost-like surprise and fear. And Luffy just stretched out his hand to press his hat with disdain. What, hey, don't be kidding, Bellamy. Are you kidding? Say something. Sachis shouted in disbelief. Even if he was defeated after the war, he would not be like this, but this is a second kill. The rest of the Bellamy pirates also widened their eyes, looking forward to Bellamy standing up. Hey Bellamy, don't do stupid things. Hurry up and perform like usual. Bellamy. You are a heavyweight with a bounty of 55 million. Sachis shouted. He didn't want to believe what he saw just now. Bai Yun called them frogs in the well, and he was right. But Sachis shouted at this time, a large part of which was to cover up his inner fear. He knew that Luffy, Bai Yun, and Zoro's bounties were really higher than Bellamy's. After shouting, looking at the bounty in his hand, he immediately threw it away, as if he was holding something terrible. But Luffy didn't care about these. What he cared about was, hey, give Uncle's gold back. With such a glare and a word, combined with Bellamy under his feet, who would answer the audience? It was none of their business, but if they stayed, who knew, turned around and ran immediately, their lives were at stake. Wow, they are the real deal. Bellamy is defeated. The rest of the Bellamy pirates were still stunned, watching Bellamy fall down. Me hadn't reacted yet. And Bai Yun walked out of the tavern, carrying a bag of gold nuggets towards Luffy. Luffy took the bag and knew the gold nuggets without looking. Ha ha ha, I got it back. I got it back. Luffy smiled and carried the gold nuggets on his back. Then let's go back, Bai Yun. Luffy said. But Bai Yun shook his head. I have something to do, you go back first, Luffy. What? Luffy asked, but he was interrupted by Sachis as soon as he opened his mouth. He was half crazy now. Assholes, where are you going? And me? The people around him were scared to death, who knew that this idiot was looking for death. They immediately grabbed him. Don't do that, Sachis. Sachis shook him off. Come and fight me if you dare. I will never lose to idiots like you who are daydreaming. Are you scared, Straw Hat Boy? Pretty boy, where are you going? Luffy shouted loudly. He raised his fist and was so scared that he almost fell down. Aga! You asked where we were going. Luffy said, but he didn't fight him. Instead, he pointed his index finger at the sky. The sky. Luffy's answer has not changed since noon. Bai Yun smiled. Don't worry, go ahead, Luffy, I will catch up with you. Even if you have already landed on Sky Island, I will catch up after that. Bai Yun took out a bullet and gave it to Luffy. Luffy took it and held it in his hand, showing his white teeth. Hee, I believe you, Bai Yun. After that, Luffy put the bullet in his pocket, turned around and ran back with his hat pressed. Luffy left. Only Bai Yun was left here, and Bellamy under his feet. On the opposite side, there were all the remaining members of the Bellamy pirates. Bai Yun looked over, and the smile on his face disappeared instantly, but in the blink of an eye, he came to Sachis, floating in the air, and kept the same level with Sachis. Without saying anything, he attacked directly. Tell me what is more tender than a woman. You tell me what is more tender than a woman. Tell me what is more tender than a woman. Bai Yun paused for the second sentence, and warned of swear words. It's unnecessary to waste luck on this garbage. Each word was louder than the last, and each word was slapped after the last slap. Sachis turned 3 circles on the spot, and his left face was swollen. Finally, he knelt in front of Bai Yun. When Bai Yun dodged, the others were so scared that they pressed against the wall on the side. Bai Yun looked at Sachis, raised his right hand, and the bracelet turned into a flintlock. Just as he was about to aim at Sachis, a bullet came from a distance. Bai Yun immediately turned his head, and the bullet flew past his eyes with a blast, and his body dodged sideways. His hands were not idle either, and there was no need to describe it. He raised his hand and shot back. Turning back, Bai Yun rotated the flintlock in his hand, held the gun barrel, and swung the butt over to hit Sachis in the face with a bang. A blast of air broke out, and Sachis broke the wall and entered the house. His right face was swollen, and now it was good, symmetrical, like a frog. Bai Yun looked forward. And the four figures approaching gradually were his target tonight. What was Sachis? 100 million. I knew at that time that the domineering spirit was more than 30 million, but I didn't expect. Ha 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 ha. 100 million. If I get 100 million heads, I will be famous all over the world. You also have 80 million, which is not bad, and that kind of forbearing murderous aura, I like it very much. How about joining us? When the appearance of the four people became clear, Blackbeard loudly stated his purpose. Badgers threw down the bullet that Bai Yun had just shot. Wow, ha ha ha, this bullet is not qualified. Has the hunt begun? Ha 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 ha. Oh, isn't it the lucky guy? The apple you didn't take at that time is also a good apple. Poison Q sat on his horse Zhuang and said to Bai Yun. Oka looked at Bai Yun with the most fear. Did you fire that bullet back then? Chapter 218 Bai Yun vs Blackbeard Pirates. Luffy knocked out Bellamy with one punch and took back the gold nuggets of Coolie Kate. He had completed what he needed to do tonight and rushed back. Bai Yun had taken him here, so he had plenty of time to go back now. Bai Yun looked at the four people in front of him, Blackbeard, Van Oka, Poison Q, and Badgers. Blackbeard Pirates. His mission tonight had just begun. Thief, ha 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 ha, how about it? Do you want to join our Blackbeard Pirates? Blackbeard threw an olive branch to Bai Yun. Bai Yun would not accept it, and even wanted to cut it off and throw it on the ground to step on it. Oka really wanted to know if Bai Yun had fired that bullet when he was on the roof, but Blackbeard, the captain, asked first, so he couldn't interrupt. Just like Badges wanted to fight right now, but he didn't dare without Blackbeard's consent. And Poison Q didn't have any idea. Sitting on Zhuang and looking at Bai Yun. Kong is good at making big promises. If he makes more, the refrigerator won't be able to fit in. Join you Blackbeard Pirates. So, what's your bounty, Blackbeard? Bai Yun asked. Even if it was a 1-on-4 situation, he was very calm. Thief, ha ha ha, what are you? Also a person who cares about bounties like these idiots, and defines strength by bounties? Blackbeard Zi asked. Otherwise tell me now, your bounty is several billion, and I will join you immediately. Bai Yun replied immediately. Although doing evil will increase the bounty, but without the corresponding strength, it has reached several billion bounties. What kind of evil thing is this? Blackbeard was choked, but then he smiled again. I can tell you generously that my current bounty is 0. But it won't always be. It will increase 100 million, 1 billion, billions. I am Marshall D. Teach, and my dream is to be at the top of the world. Ha 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 ha. Blackbeard laughed ambitious, as if announcing his appearance. But when he said his bounty was 0, the rest of the Bella pirates almost laughed out loud. Aren't they looking for death? So a bunch of frogs in the well. If you don't want to die, take them too and get out. Bai Yun shouted sharply. With Luffy as their partner and the 80 million bounty, they dared not disobey and ran away with Bellamy and Sachs. And Bai Yun's eyes gradually became serious when he looked at Blackbeard, and the other three, Tisk. He was only afraid of Blackbeard. Your eyes have changed. Afraid it seems normal, but it seems abnormal. Do you know me? Blackbeard asked. For someone like him who was previously unknown, it was very abnormal to see such fear in the eyes of others, unless the other party knew him before. But Blackbeard knew that except for today, he didn't know Bai Yun at all. Bai Yun. Wait, I've heard of this name. Memories emerged in his mind. And Blackbeard found that he had heard the name Bai Yun before. Bai Yun didn't expect that Blackbeard would recognize him first. I heard it in the Whitebeard Pirates. Bai Yun said with a slightly teasing smile. The smile on Blackbeard's face disappeared. Sure enough, you knew me before. Are you also a member of the Whitebeard Pirates? No, it's impossible. I know what every member of the Whitebeard Pirates looks like, and you are a subordinate of that Straw Hat boy. Which Straw Hat Pirates group is it from? So, who are you? Mystery. Blackbeard hates to feel this feeling in others, especially when others know him but he doesn't know others. As the saying goes, the unknown is fearful. Bai Yun's smile deepened. Blackbeard hated this feeling, but he liked to give others this feeling. Want to know? I'll tell you if you beat me. As soon as the voice fell, Bai Yun attacked instantly. He stretched out his left hand and snapped his fingers. And raised his flintlock with his right hand and fired. Bang! Bang! 2 bangs. The first was the sound of a bullet coming out of the barrel. The second was the sound of an explosion. The 4 people on the opposite side stood in a row, and the poison Q standing on the far left was suddenly drowned by the explosion. Otherwise, do you think that when Bai Yun first met Poison Q, he secretly used the needle transformed from his bracelet to prick the apple for acupuncture? Poison Q! Beijis shouted, and was also surprised that Bai Yun could blow up Poison Q with just a snap of his fingers. What kind of ability is this? And the first bang of the bullet was aimed at Oka. Oka's expression was normal and indifferent in his eyes. The bullet was slowed down several times. This was his special ability as a sniper. But after all, it was a bullet. Even if it was slowed down several times, it was still fast. Oka moved 1 step to the left and raised the gun in his hand. Kyunluo was about to shoot. But he didn't expect Bai Yun's bullet to split directly. The split bullet hit his right arm accurately, and a blood hole appeared immediately, and the blood kept flowing. The arm felt a huge pain in an instant. Oka's hand was unstable, and the bullet hit Bai Yun's feet. For a sniper, the hand that fired the gun was injured, which would greatly affect the accuracy. Bai Yun nodded slightly. Sister Robin's flower fruit is good for bullets. This is called a flintlock shotgun. Oka! Beijis shouted again. He didn't expect Bai Yun to hurt his 2 companions with 1 move. Blackbeard's brows began to frown, and darkness appeared in his palms. Although Bai Yun hurt Poison Q and Oka with 1 move, who is Beiji, the first reckless man of the Blackbeard Pirates, just like a ship king? Who do you care? Who do you think I am? He elbowed sideways and rushed towards Bai Yun. Facing Beiji, who was more than 1 meter taller than him, Beijis was 355 meters, and rushed like a wall. Bai Yun behaved very calmly at the moment when Beiji rushed over. He raised his left hand to block it, and the air wave exploded between the 2. Bai Yun raised his head and looked at Beiji, exhaling white air from his mouth. Who do you think you are? His 5 fingers sank into Beiji's flesh, and Beiji almost cried in pain. Ah! Bai Yun stepped forward and twisted his waist, throwing badgers behind him. He himself naturally did not have such strong physical strength, but do you think Garp did? Chapter 219. You are his brother. Luffy and Bai Yun separated. Luffy came back with the gold nuggets, and Bai Yun said that he stayed to do something. Luffy did not ask what it was, but he just believed that Bai Yun could catch up with them. Even if they were already in the sky, he still believed in Bai Yun. Just like Bai Yun separated from them in Alabasta, and when they met again, he made many contributions. If it were not for him, the rebellion might have started. 3, 2, 1. It's the agreed time. Behind Coolie Kate's house, everyone gathered together to wait for Luffy and Bai Yun to come back. Nami looked at her watch, reading it second by second, until the last second of the 3 hours she and Luffy and Bai Yun agreed to pass, and Luffy and Bai Yun's figures had not appeared. Morning, it's already morning. What on earth are Luffy and Bai Yun doing? Nami said anxiously. It must be because the gold nuggets they brought back were too heavy, so they were late. He must not have noticed this. The gorilla and the ape said that although they had only known Luffy for 1 day, they seemed to know him well. No, he probably didn't calculate the time from beginning to end. Usopp complained. Wait a minute, Bai Yun is here too. Luffy doesn't care about time, so how could Bai Yun not care? And Bai Yun can fly. so he doesn't need to fly for so long. Usopp suddenly realized, yes, could it be that the opponent is some strong man? He kept both of them. Sanji took over Usopp's words and agreed with Usopp. Bayun could fly, so it was impossible for him not to come back on time, and Bayun was very trustworthy. He said 3 hours would be enough, so it was very likely that it would not be insufficient at this point. Coolie Kate frowned and worried about Luffy and Bayun. He was someone who had seen Bellamy's strength. They won't be killed in the town, Chopper said fearfully. Zoro looked at Luffy's head and turned back, shaking his head. The opponent is just can't hold them. When Bellamy pressed Luffy's head on the bar and he put the knife on Bellamy's neck, Zoro knew Bellamy's approximate strength. How to say it? It's garbage. As soon as Zoro finished speaking, Luffy's voice came over by coincidence. Hey, it's that kid. Thank God he's back, and the time is not much later when the voice came. The gorilla and the ape turned their heads and saw Luffy running from a distance. Luffy, come on, it's time to leave, Chopper responded to Luffy's voice. But Luffy seemed very happy, with a mouth full of white teeth in full view. I did a good thing. Everyone look at this. Luffy spread his left hand and a rhinoceros beetle flew out. This is Hercules, ha 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 ha. Nami and Usopp were so surprised that their mouths dropped. You still have time to catch bugs. Ha ha ha, this way I have a pair of Atlas and Hercules. This is the most popular combination in the world. Luffy stopped running and threw the gold nuggets to the ground. Compared with the gold nuggets, he cared more about Hercules. How to say it? Very Luffy. Forget it, let's not talk about these nonsense. Hercules. Nami reached out and slapped Hercules to the ground. Just as she was about to continue, Zoro spoke first. Where is Bayun? Yes, where is Bayun? Nami and the others reacted. Oh, Bayun said he has something to do. Let us go first. Luffy replied calmly. What do you mean by do it first? Let's go first. We are going to the sky. How can he catch up with us if he missed the sky current? Nami said anxiously and angrily. Luffy stretched out his hand to hold the hat tightly, and smiled with white teeth. Bayun said he would catch up with us even if we are already in the sky. He will catch up, I believe him. Looking at Luffy's smiling face, Nami wanted to scold him, but couldn't. Zoro nodded. Since Bayun said so, let's go first. Don't worry, Miss Navigator, Bayun is very powerful. I think you should know this better than me. Robin, who has always been less talkative, also spoke at this time. Okay, Bayun is indeed much more reassuring than Luffy. Let's go first. Nami sighed. Although Bayun is more reliable, there are always some mysterious things. Next time, I must ask him clearly. Who cares if he is polite or not? Anyway, I have no secrets in front of him, and I can't lose. As a master of making money, Nami's first conclusion is that she cannot lose money. You trust him so much, but if he knows how to get to Sky Island without going through the rushing sea current, why come to me? Coolie Kate said, this is a problem. Hee, it's okay, Bayun will always find a way. Luffy replied, expressing his unconditional trust in Bayun. Others also agreed with Luffy. Coolie Kate was silent, only the cigarette on his lips was emitting white smoke. Just a face-to-face encounter. Poison Q was blown black. Oka was injured in his right hand. Badges was thrown back by a hand and smashed the house. All three men were injured, and a drop of sweat flowed from Blackbeard's forehead. It can't be said that he was afraid, but the appearance of Bayun was completely disrupting his plan. The condition for becoming a Shishibukai is locked on Luffy's head of 100 million. But now such a ruthless person has popped up. 80 million. Blackbeard felt it was too little. Could it be that Bayun, like himself, was hiding in the Straw Hat Pirates for some purpose? The darkness in his palm quickly flowed, and Blackbeard stared at Bayun, while constantly recalling in his mind who he had heard Bayun's name from on Whitebeard's ship. In a flash, Blackbeard thought of it. Bayun. Bayun. Captain Ace. I remember, I heard about you from Ace. Bayun, you are his brother. Chapter 220. I kept all these for you, Bayun. Blackbeard found that he had heard the name Bai Yun before except today. His brain kept recalling and finally found that layer of memory. Come on, this game is called Daodazu. My brother Baiun taught me to play it when I was a kid. It's fun, but a little hard to learn. Blackbeard recalled a scene in the Whitebeard Pirates, where Ace was teaching his team members to play Daodazu, which Baiun taught him when he was a kid. Blackbeard was drinking and watching on the side, smiling on the surface, but grumbling in his heart. But he finally remembered where he had heard the name Baiun and who he was related to. Ha ha ha, Captain Ace mentioned you, Baiun. You are his brother. Right. You know I'm a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, right? Both right, but Blackbeard's tone was basically confirmation rather than inquiry. At this time, mentioning Ace was just to give Baiun a buff. Wow, so smart, should I praise you? Baiun replied. Blackbeard hated his tone and remained silent without answering. That's right, Ace and I do know each other. I know you are from the Whitebeard Pirates, but Ace didn't tell me. Baiun threw another question to Blackbeard. Who is that? Blackbeard asked immediately. Baiun smiled, guess. Guess your grandma's leg. Beijis came out from behind Baiun holding a huge wooden pillar, and was about to smash it down. And Oka endured the pain in his arm, raised his gun and fired without aiming at such a close distance. It didn't matter to him whether he aimed or not. And Poison Q's horse Zhuang was also blown black and lay on the ground after being blown up. Poison Q also lay on Zhuang pretending to be dead. Now seeing Beijis and Oka launching an attack, he stood up and jumped, and slashed at Baiun with the sickle in his hand. 3 attacks came. Baiun still stood still when they approached. A strong wind broke out from under Baiun's feet, directly blowing away the bullets of Beijis, Poison Q, and Oka. Badgers swung the wooden pillar and smashed it down, but was bounced away by the sudden wind. He staggered and was carried backward by the pillar. Du Q's sickle tip chopped down, but it lasted for a second before being blown back. Oka's bullets, which focused on one point of attack, had the greatest power and hit the wind wall. The 2 sides lasted for 3 seconds, and finally the bullets were lifted onto the roof. Another move to beat back 3 people. Blackbeard could no longer see through Baiun. Baiun knocked over 3 people with a storm, and his hands were not idle either. The bracelet emitted light, and like a void creation, a knife of the same size as Hawkeye's black knife appeared in Baiun's hand, but it was not black, but silver. Wonderful night! Baiun felt the power in his body, which might be the highest power he felt in the pirate world. Although the ability to copy Garp can catch and throw badgers in one move. But it only copied Garp's physique, to be more precise, Garp's strength, physical strength, mental strength and physical strength, which are collectively called physique. And Garp's other abilities, such as moves, armed color, etc., are not available. This is relatively simple. However, Baiyun's copying ability is different in that one person can only copy one ability. And different people, the same ability, even if copied, cannot be used at the same time. To put it simply, Baiyun copied the different fruit abilities of the 2 people, but could not use these 2 fruit abilities at the same time. When one is used and another is needed, the ability currently in use must be abandoned, and abandonment means re-engraving. Therefore, the bracelet with the ability to replicate perfectly solves this problem. However, the advantage of the replication ability is that the replicated ability can be stored, and different power systems can be stacked at will. So Baiyun's current abilities are: Yuya raised the replication degree to 80%. Garp's physique of 80%. Long's fruit ability of 80%. Hawkeye's swordsmanship of 80%. This seems invincible and buggy, but 80% is only 80% after all. Baiyun will definitely lose to Garp with his current strength. Why do you say it must? As long as Garp drags it until daytime, Baiyun will be a fish on the chopping board. Moreover, if Baiyun activates this state during the day, it can only last for half an hour. When it comes to the battle between Garp, Roger, Whitebeard, and others at this stage of strength, how can the victory or defeat be decided in one night? Therefore, Beckman and Hawkeye have reminded Bai Yun that what has always been his own is the best. I kept all these for you, I just love you to death. Bai Yun's sudden confession focused on the word death. Then he turned around and chopped at Badgers. Dark water. Blackbeard attacked immediately. If he didn't attack again, Badgers would be cut in half vertically. Blackbeard was seen with black smoke all over his body. He pushed out his right palm, and the whole right hand turned black. A small black hole formed in the palm, and a huge gravitational force burst out. Bai Yun was in a posture of twisting his waist and slashing, and suddenly he was pulled away by an invisible giant hand, and the whole person floated in the air. Bai Yun forced his body to turn right in the air. But at this time Blackbeard's palm was already in front of him. Bang! Blackbeard smiled. He relied on and believed in the power of the dark fruit, otherwise, he would not have lurked for so many years for this fruit. But the smile suddenly froze on his face. His palm did not touch Bai Yun's chest, but the blade of the long sword in Bai Yun's hand. Blackbeard's ability to invalidate the ability of the ability user when he touches it is actually very easy to deal with. Just don't let him touch it. Just like the old Sans right hand can suck people dry, so don't let him touch you. Why don't you laugh? Bai Yun taunted, and then swung his knife from bottom to top with his right hand. The blade shrank in Blackbeard's eyes at the critical moment. Du Q pulled Blackbeard's collar back and dodged Bai Yun's knife. Bai Yun failed to make a move, turned his arm, facing Blackbeard with the blade, and slashed down fiercely. Chapter 221 Changing Destiny. That night, Luffy and his friends went to Sky Island according to the trajectory and arrangement of fate. And Bai Yun's staying was a challenge to fate, and it was a way to change fate. No matter what, he would never let Ace die. This is what he should do as a brother for so many years. Bai Yun will always find a way, hee. Luffy replied unconditionally, believing in Bai Yun, just like when they were children. Once he needed Bai Yun would appear. Coolie Kate was silent about their trust in their companions, and at the same time curious about what kind of person Bai Yun was. Oh, don't worry about Bai Yun. He is a little weaker than my great captain Usopp. Don't worry about his strength. Let's take a look at this Luffy. Usopp stepped aside and showed Luffy the repaired Mary behind him. This is the flying mode of the Golden Mary. The sheep head of the Mary was added with the elements of a rooster. And a pair of wings were added to withstand the explosive power of the rushing sea current. Wow, so awesome! When Luffy saw it, his eyes were full of stars. He liked strange things. Will it be able to spread its wings and fly soon? Luffy asked excitedly. Usopp was also excited, of course. Nami was very calm. The more I look at it, the more uneasy I feel. Zoro agreed, yes, it's better to make it into a pigeon. Pigeons can fly better than chickens. For some reason, Zoro said this seriously, which felt a little funny. Nami didn't find it funny anymore, and she yelled angrily, who is talking about that idiot? She began to feel tired from the time she boarded the ship until now. Nami had never felt tired. Now that Bai Yun was not here, she felt even more tired, although, even if Bai Yun was here, there was a 50% chance that he would go crazy with Luffy and the others. Back to Magic Valley Town. For the residents of Magic Valley Town, today was also a fateful day. Because maybe they had to move. Bai Yun took advantage of the situation and was sucked into Blackbeard's dark water, and then used the blade to block Blackbeard's palm, making his ability to disable the ability of the ability user ineffective. Then he chopped Blackbeard from bottom to top with a knife, and Blackbeard was pulled back by Du Q to avoid it. Bai Yun failed to make a move, turned his wrist, aimed the blade at Blackbeard and chopped it down fiercely. Blackbeard immediately pushed Du Q away, and the two separated. A huge green slash passed between the two. Although they dodged it, the knife energy cut their clothes, leaving a few small scars. The slash disappeared after it passed far away, and a huge chasm appeared in the place, with no end in sight. It was unknown whether it had reached the edge of the Demon Valley town. It was still night, and Luffy was rushing back. Zoro and the others were waiting for him. The moment the slash appeared, Luffy stopped and turned to look. Zoro, who was at the door of Koliket's house, also felt this super strong sword intent. Of course, he knew that this was Hawkeye's sword intent, and he might never forget it for the rest of his life. He also understood that Hawkeye might have this sword intent, but it was not likely, and Bai Yun might have copied Hawkeye's sword intent. Such a sword intent made his palms itch knowing that it was Bai Yun's hand. He was not worried that he would lose. However, when Bai Yun came back, he must find a chance to ask clearly. Luffy was relatively close, and the huge slash could still be seen. He showed a mouthful of white teeth on his mouth. Hee, it's Bai Yun after all. Then he turned around and continued to feel it back. Looking at the huge gap under his feet, Blackbeard didn't understand why Bai Yun had such strength and hid in the Straw Hat Pirates. It would be fine if he was hiding in a famous pirate group like him, but the Straw Hat Pirates were not unknown at that time. Moreover, why was he so hostile to him? Was it Ace's fault? Just when Blackbeard was about to start talking nonsense, Bai Yun didn't care. He stepped on the ground and rushed up again, but his target was not Blackbeard, but Oka. Oka found that Bai Yun was coming towards him. He immediately stepped back to use the force, but as soon as he stepped and retreated, a gust of wind behind him turned into an invisible big hand and pushed him back. Oka was shocked. Isn't this just going forward to give himself a head? He didn't care and shot directly. Bai Yun's eyes condensed, the blade slashed out, sparks flew, and the bullet was cut in half. Bai Yun wanted to swing his knife, but a suction force came because of the pull on his back. Bai Yun retreated and stretched his legs forward, and then he compressed the wind ball with his feet. At the moment he was pulled away, he kicked Oka in the chest. The wind pressure ball exploded in Oka's chest, and the bursting wind blew out a mouthful of blood. Oka was blown away and crashed into more than a dozen wooden houses before stopping. The suction force plus the wind from the wind pressure ball instantly sucked Bai Yun's back by Blackbeard. Seeing this, Blackbeard gathered his left hand behind his back and then punched Bai Yun in the back. Bai Yun immediately spurted out a mouthful of blood and flew forward. Badgers wanted to take his life while he was sick. An elbow hit him. Bai Yun slashed forward with his sword. Badgers didn't expect Bai Yun to have the strength to swing his sword. His arms were immediately covered with armament haki, but the effect was not good. He was slashed back violently. After stabilizing his body, he saw a bloody scar on his arm. Bai Yun did a somersault and stood firm again. Blackbeard, he looked at his fist in confusion. According to Bai Yun's strength, could his punch have such an effect although it was a charged punch? Bai Yun himself knew that the moment he was touched by Blackbeard's right hand, all the fruit abilities were invalid, including his replica fruit, so Blackbeard's punch hit his original physique. If he hadn't concentrated the armament color on his back, Bai Yun would probably be very uncomfortable with this punch. Now that he has left Blackbeard's palm, his ability is back, Garp's physique is back, and this injury has been suppressed again, but the blood has been vomited. Bai Yun wiped the blood from his mouth and stared at Blackbeard. At this time, there was only Blackbeard in front of him, and Poison Q probably went to save Oka. And there was also a Barges behind him, but Bai Yun never took him seriously. Chapter 222 Romance. As time passed, the dawn slowly arrived. Bai Yun was indeed anxious. And it was the first time he hated the sunrise so much. Luffy put the gold nuggets he had snatched back on the stump table in front of Coolie Kate. Coolie Kate looked at the gold nugget in silence, while Luffy smiled at him. The background sound at this time was the gorilla and the ape shouting at their men to set out to escort. Coolie Kate took the cigarette butt from his mouth and pressed him on the ashtray, although the ashtray had already piled up a small mountain of cigarette butts. It was really a small amount of lung found in a lot of smoke. Let's go quickly. Do you want to waste such a good opportunity to go to the sky in vain? Also, Bai Yun, right? Is Bai Yun okay? Luffy smiled deeper, showing his white teeth. Hee, it's okay. Bai Yun stayed there, not because of Bellamy and the others, he didn't tell me why, but I believe he will come back. Also, Thank you for helping me repair the boat. Coolie Kate pointed to the back, which was the boat of the gorilla and the ape. You should thank them. Ah, thank you, I'll give you Hercules, anyway, Bai Yun has it. Luffy held out the rhinoceros beetle in his hand. The gorilla seemed very excited, really you are such a good person. The ape was also very happy, anyway, hurry up and get on board, the sooner the better. The gorilla nodded in agreement, well, we will lead the way in front, and you just follow behind. Hurry up, Luffy! Nami shouted from the bow of the Flying Mary. Everyone else got on board, and Luffy was indeed the only one missing. Here we go! And Coolie Kate was still sitting on the tree stump chair, touching the bag of gold bars with deep emotion. There were people who didn't believe in the existence of Sky Island and thought that those who believed in the existence of Sky Island were fools. There were also people who wanted to go there even if they knew there would be danger to their lives. His hands were holding tighter and tighter. This was not only an adventure for Luffy and his friends, but also his only chance to prove the existence of the Golden Country. Saruyama United Army. Coolie Kate suddenly opened his mouth and shouted, so loud that you could see his throat clearly. Oh oh oh! Hi sir! The members of the Saruyama alliance on the ship beat their chests and raised their hands in response. Listen carefully, this mission must not fail. No matter what happens, we must escort these guys to the end. Yes sir, oh. Everyone responded, as if they had come to the Flower and Fruit Mountain. Coliquette walked to the Flying Mary with a smile, looked up at Luffy and said, Boy, I'll say goodbye to you here. There is one thing that is absolutely correct. Coliquette said seriously, and Luffy listened seriously. Then no one has ever proved that Sky Island and Golden Country do not exist. Bellamy and the others are just farting without evidence. Maybe some people will say this is a perverse theory, but what's the problem? It is because of dreams that romance can be achieved. When he was excited, Coliquette opened his arms. However, romance is romance, it always feels a bit second year. Romantica, Luffy repeated, obviously. He didn't understand. Yes times two voices sounded at the same time, and just when everyone was confused, Bai Yun came out of Luffy's shorts pocket. Everyone was shocked. Bai Yun. Time goes back to the battle between Bai Yun and Blackbeard pirates in Mogu Town. It's not daytime yet, but it's almost daytime. After a few moves, Bai Yun's record is that he seriously injured Oka, Badges, and Poison Q should be considered lightly injured, and his main target Blackbeard can only be considered lightly injured. On Blackbeard's side, only Blackbeard punched Bai Yun in the back, but it was only one punch, and Bai Yun lost half of his blood. He was beaten in his own physique, and now he is Garp's physique again. It's not a big deal, but when the re-engraving time is over, it will probably be uncomfortable because the injury was caused by his own physique. He would stay. But even if it was caused by Garp's physique, he would stay even if his defense was broken. After all, he copied Garp's physique, not pulled Garp over to use as a shield. Poison Q went to save Oka. Bai Yun now has Blackbeard in front and Badgers behind. Bai Yun doesn't take Badgers seriously, so he has to attack Blackbeard fiercely in the remaining time. No. According to your strength, my punch can't be so powerful. No. Blackbeard suddenly realized that as a real pirate hero, of course he is not stupid. That's funny, why, you don't believe in yourself so much? Bai Yun replied. Blackbeard did not answer, he believed in himself, he aimed to be the world hegemon, but he would not blindly believe in himself. I understand. Your strength to lift and throw badgers, your strength like a great swordsman, your ability to control the wind. It's because of your ability that you have it. So, when my right hand touches you, you lose these abilities, so I can punch you and make you spit blood. Right. Ha. After discovering the truth, Blackbeard laughed out loud. Such an ability must have side effects or flaws or weaknesses in some aspects. Boy, so you are just like this ability, I wanted ha. Blackbeard was talking nonsense, and he wanted to take Bai Yun's ability away. Really? Come and get it if you can. Bai Yun raised his hand, his palm facing the sky, and a wind pressure ball gathered on his palm, gradually growing bigger, thanks to the inspiration given by a certain genin. With a wave of his hand, Bai Yun threw the huge wind pressure ball at Blackbeard. The bursting wind blew up some wooden boards on the roof, and the ground was cut off. Facing such an attack, Blackbeard was not afraid at all. He raised his right palm again, and a black hole appeared and swallowed the wind pressure ball. Chapter 223 Kick him into the sea. As time passed, the dawn was slowly coming. How to say it, this is the opening time of Bai Yun's big move. Once the day comes, it will enter the CD cooling time. With his current strength, it's okay to beat Bellamy, but beating Blackbeard can only be said to be courting death. Bai Yun has temporarily acquired the ability to control the wind by replicating the dragon's fruit ability. Bai Yun rubbed a wind ball with one hand and smashed it towards Blackbeard. The bursting wind flashed by, and the ground was directly cut off by 3 points. Like a mad dragon opening its mouth to bite. Facing such an attack, Blackbeard stood still, knowing that Bai Yun's strength was just the ability of the fruit. He was not afraid. As long as he sucked him next time, he would definitely die. The moment the wind pressure ball attacked, Blackbeard raised his right palm, black smoke covered his body, and a black hole appeared in the palm of his hand to swallow the wind pressure ball. Facing this situation, Bai Yun was also very calm, as if he had guessed it. Ha 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 ha, kid, I admire geniuses. I ask you again. Do you want to join us? Our goal is to be the world hegemon, the top of the world. Ha 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 ha. Blackbeard still raised his arm and threw a branch to Bai Yun again. But no matter what branch he threw, Bai Yun did the same thing, breaking it off and throwing it on the ground to step on it. Hee hee. World hegemon, world top. Just you. I'm not saying anything, from the beginning till now, I can only say you don't deserve it. Bai Yun said with disdain. If it wasn't for the dirty warning, Bai Yun would have cursed Blackbeard at some level that he hadn't heard. When Bai Yun said this, Blackbeard's laughter stopped abruptly, his missing teeth closed, and his eyes became cold. Just as he was about to speak, Bai Yun confronted him first. Even if you don't say this, you invited me now just for the fruit on my body. Blackbeard was silent indeed. The existence of Bai Yun's fruit was just a bomb, so it would be better to take it away. Say it. Why don't you say it if you have the guts? Swear that you don't think so. If you think so, you are a woman and you will never be the world hegemon. Bai Yun's words directly put a silence spell on Blackbeard. His thoughts were exposed, and Blackbeard took action directly. Liberate. The black smoke spread to Blackbeard's right hand until it completely covered it, and the palm of his hand squirmed, and the wind pressure ball was sent back. Bai Yun had thought of this situation. The long knife in his hand instantly changed into a flintlock rifle. He raised the gun and aimed the muzzle at Blackbeard and pulled the trigger, but no bullet was shot out. Instead, black appeared, and a small black hole appeared in front of the muzzle. The suction force appeared and sucked the wind pressure ball in again. Seeing this, Blackbeard was shocked and couldn't close his mouth. And Bai Yun raised the muzzle and blew it, and the black smoke at the muzzle was blown away, as if to say, "Boy, you still underestimated me." The ability of the bracelet to replicate can only be used on a moonlit night, and a maximum of 6 abilities can be replicated. Now the bracelet can replicate explosion fruit, light and heavy fruit, human fruit, burning fruit, flower fruit, dark fruit. As a person who has seen the devil fruit illustration, Blackbeard has never seen Bai Yun's ability. But it is true that all devil fruits are recorded in the illustrated book. Maybe after the illustrated book is formed, new fruits may appear. Moreover, although the fruit ability can be used on weapons, such as Whitebeard using a sword to hit a vibration ball, etc., using weapons as a medium to use the fruit ability. But Bai Yun lets weapons have other people's abilities. What kind of ability is this? This is impossible. What fruit did you eat? Blackbeard asked loudly, thinking that he thought the dark fruit was the best and the most powerful fruit in the world. Otherwise he would not have lurked for it for so many years. But now this idea has been shaken. I said it, guess. Blackbeard's question is the same, and Bai Yun's answer is the same. As Bai Yun finished speaking, he pulled the trigger of the flintlock in his hand again, and the black hole appeared again in an instant, and the wind pressure ball flew towards Blackbeard again, like a ball here it was passed around. Blackbeard narrowed his eyes slightly, and wanted to use the same trick to absorb the wind pressure ball again, but as soon as he raised his arm, the wind pressure ball exploded instantly, and countless small wind blades scattered, catching Blackbeard off guard. After the small wind blades cut through the past part, he activated the armed color to resist. The wind dissipated, and Blackbeard's clothes became tattered, and his arms, stomach, and legs were full of scars cut by small wind blades. The side effect of the dark fruit doubled the pain. And Blackbeard screamed in pain. Ah! It hurts so much, it hurts so much, it hurts so much! You bastard! Blackbeard shouted, and suddenly black smoke came out of his body. Barges understood instantly, and rushed to the house next to him, directly hitting the street on the other side, then jumped onto the roof, and quickly rushed towards the direction of Poison Q and Oka. Sure enough, as barges left, black smoke boiled on Blackbeard's body, and finally soared directly into the sky. Dark Cave Road. If you look down, you can see a black smoke moving around the center of Demon Valley Town, and then the black smoke spreads out of the circle until it reaches Blackbeard's feet. Bai Yun immediately flew up to avoid the black smoke, and looked down. The whole ground seemed to be painted with a layer of black paint, with a wide range. When the black smoke passes, everything and living things on it will be swallowed, inhaled, and compressed by it. Stones, trees, flowers, houses. As long as they are within the range of the black smoke, all will be swallowed. Seeing this spectacular scene, Bai Yun frowned. No wonder it is called the most dangerous ability in the history of devil fruits. Bai Yun sighed, it's a pity that he traveled too early. Blackbeard has grown up, but even if he traveled 10 years earlier, Bai Yun couldn't touch Blackbeard. There is no reason to touch the people of the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard will fight you to the death. Unless he traveled more than 20 years earlier, he kicked Blackbeard into the sea before he got on the ship of the Whitebeard pirates. Chapter 224 Broken Arm. It is really hard to guess Bai Yun's fruit. The most important thing is that there is this ordinary bracelet. When the bracelet showed its fruit ability, Blackbeard said it was impossible, absolutely impossible. But the reality is possible, and the wind pressure ball was sent back, and by the way, he was given a slight lingchi without losing flesh. Which made him so angry that he directly opened the dark acupoints and swallowed up the center of Mogu town, creating an open space. In the distance, at the outer edge of the area covered by Blackbeard's dark acupoints, Du Q, Oka, and Beijis had already met and stood on the roof looking at Bai Yun and Blackbeard in the center. At this time, Du Q had treated and bandaged Oka's arm wound. Who is this bastard? It seems that he has a deep hatred for us. Beijis looked at the palm print on his hand and said puzzledly. He didn't know Bai Yun, and it was probably someone Blackbeard had offended before he came to them. Ahem, no matter who it is, it's not easy to deal with, Captain, don't die. Although, death is a kind of relief. Du Q coughed twice, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. This is his normal state. Oka was relatively silent, and only sighed, fate. The black smoke spread from the outside, ending with Blackbeard and dissipating at his feet. The center of Magic Valley Town, which was razed to the ground, suddenly became spacious. Looking at the original location of the tavern, Bai Yun thought, now there is no chance to fight in the tavern, and since the tavern was swallowed up outside, it should not be considered a fight in the store, so it is not considered a violation of the rules, right? Oh my, it's really terrible. If you use this trick, you will be demolished early, and you will definitely make a lot of money. This is Bai Yun's evaluation of Blackbeard's previous operation. Such a tone, such disdain, Blackbeard now hates Bai Yun's damn smile and tone as much as Lao Shat. Without answering Bai Yun's question, Blackbeard made another move. Liberation. Behind Blackbeard, a stream of black smoke rose into the sky, covering the entire center of the emptied Demon Valley town. The moon was blocked, and darkness came, as if some terrible demon would jump out of the darkness in the next second. Then, countless things slowly appeared in the black smoke above. And then fell down. Boulder, house fragments, wooden boards, flowers, trees, etc. Countless things that had just been swallowed by Blackbeard's dark acupuncture points fell like meteorites from the sky. Bai Yun looked up at the falling things, and there was a house. Oh no, it should be half a house that fell towards him. But what's the use of a large-scale attack without locking? The flintlock rifle turned back into a long sword again, and Bai Yun swung the sword from bottom to top. From the perspective of Badgers and others, a silver light flashed directly above Bai Yun, and the next second, the half-house that fell, including the things that fell on it, until the black smoke of Blackbeard in the sky, were all cut in half. Bai Yun was still floating in the air, but nothing hit him. And Blackbeard was waiting for this moment. At the moment when Bai Yun slashed out with his knife, his right palm immediately raised up, and the suction force of the black hole burst out. And Bai Yun was instantly pulled down in the air, caught off guard, and the speed was so fast. A smile appeared on Blackbeard's face, and he took out his left hand from behind his back, holding a dagger, aiming at Bai Yun's heart. Bai Yun's face also showed appropriate panic, which made Blackbeard's smile deepen. Go to hell, long-haired boy! Bai Yun rushed down, getting closer and closer. At the critical point, Blackbeard stabbed with his left hand. Dang! But there was a sound of dang. Blackbeard's right palm and the dagger in his left hand, stabbed on a shield on Bai Yun's chest. Blackbeard's smile turned into astonishment, and his eyes widened uncontrollably. My ability, never guess. Bai Yun's voice came, the shield emitted white light, and it squirmed and changed back to Bai Yun's hand and turned into a long sword. Without saying anything, Bai Yun chopped it down directly and arm was sprayed with blood. Chapter 225. Now I am alone. The arrival of the dawn announced that Bai Yun, who was justified in fighting 4 people, had passed. Blackbeard took advantage of Bai Yun's slashing of the falling objects, raised his right hand and sucked him down, catching him off guard, and the dagger in his left hand was aimed at Bai Yun's heart, which was a fatal blow. Bai Yun was panicked on the surface, but in his heart, it depends on whether I chop you or not. Blackbeard stabbed excitedly, but he didn't expect that the long sword in Bai Yun's hand would instantly change into a shield to block them, and his palm and dagger all hit the shield at this time. What he thought in his mind, the ability to control others, a weapon that can change at will, what kind of cheat is this? The background of the 2 people at this time is the rising sun. Bai Yun didn't waste any words, he was just trying to beat the opponent. The shield turned back into a long sword and returned to his hand, and chopped it down at Blackbeard. If it succeeded, Blackbeard would become Black Guyuezi. It's a pity that it didn't work. The blade kept getting bigger in his eyes. Even if Blackbeard didn't have the dark fruit, his own strength was good enough. Immediately dodged to the right, clenched his right hand into a fist, and hit Bai Yun's chest with one. The fist hit. The force of the fist knocked Bai Yun out. This was Bai Yun's situation. On Blackbeard's side, an arm was seen flying up with blood splattering. The fully risen sun shone the newborn sunlight on this arm, as if adding special effects to the equipment that Bai Yun had exploded. When Bai Yun was knocked back, the sun had already risen in the distance ahead. A bullet shot over and accurately hit Bai Yun's right arm. It passed through and left a bloody hole on it. The background music at this time was Blackbeard's wailing that shook the world. It hurts so much. The wailing continued for thousands of miles, which made those who heard it sad and those who saw it, Bai Yun, wanted to laugh. Blackbeard didn't faint from the pain of the broken arm, which was twice as painful. He lay on the ground and wailed. The bullet was naturally fired by Oka, because the sun was rising, it could penetrate Bai Yun's arm. When the bullet came, Oka, Poison Q and Badgers followed. Badger's Jace helped Blackbeard up, Oka pointed his gun at Bai Yun, and Duke wanted to take the broken arm of Blackbeard between the 2 waves of people. But when Zhuang just stepped out, the domineering aura of observation immediately sounded the alarm. He looked up and saw Baiun holding a gun in his left hand and pointing it at him. He didn't say anything, but Duke seemed to hear Baiun's voice in his ear. "You try to take one." Duke pulled Zhuang's reins and stopped him. Beijis helped Blackbeard up, who was still wailing and a little irrational. And Oka, wearing his monocular glasses, stared at Baiun. He seemed to have guessed something. But when black smoke came out of Baiun's muzzle, he heard him. "Go." He said go and go. Oka fired 3 shots instantly. Baiun also fired, but the muzzle was aimed at Blackbeard's broken arm on the ground, and the suction burst sucked it over. The bullets continued to grow in Bai Yun's eyes, and the observation haki locked them. Bai Yun and the other 2 dodged the bullets and looked forward again. The figures of the 4 members of the Blackbeard pirates had disappeared. There was only blood on the ground, empty, and the blood and Bai Yun were very eye-catching. Bai Yun continued to stand, and the flintlock turned back into a bracelet and returned to his right wrist. The blood in his arm flowed down the bracelet, then to his fingertips, and then to the ground. 10 seconds later, it was estimated that the 4 Blackbeards had already escaped far away. Bai Yun couldn't bear it anymore, and his expression changed instantly. "It hurts so much. It hurts so much. It hurts so much." Bai Yun didn't roll on the ground in pain from the bullets, which was already bearable for him. "Chopper, Chopper, come and help. If you get hurt on the ship, find Chopper." Bai Yun shouted subconsciously, and halfway through his shout, he realized that there was nothing around him, only him. "I forgot, now I'm alone. I hope the hospital and clinic in the town weren't eaten just now." Bai Yun muttered, holding his wound, and walked into the town of Mogu. Chapter 226. I'm very weak now. Bai Yun fought fiercely at night. Bai Yun in the daytime. If you can't guess, you will be bluffed if you guess. Luffy, Zoro, everyone help me. The fight lasted from night to dawn, but it was only 2 hours. Bai Yun's challenge to fate was still a little short of heaven. Blackbeard didn't stay, leaving behind his left arm. The clone is estimated to have flown into the sky with Luffy and the others. It seems that only the clone can accompany them on the trip to Sky Island. But it doesn't matter, it's all him. As for the original Bai Yun, see if there is anything to do. If not, then just wait at the place where Luffy and the others landed. I remember which branch of the navy that was. Baiun. With the arrival of dawn, the rushing sea current was also gathering momentum, and it was time for Luffy and his friends to set off. Everyone was ready, sighing at the pursuit of dreams and adventures romance. Then Baiun emerged from Luffy's pocket like a genie taking out a lamp, and everyone was startled seeing everyone's surprised look. Baiun smiled, "Why, you missed me so much after not seeing me for 3 hours." "No, Baiun, how did you get out of Luffy's pocket?" Nami asked puzzledly. Luffy also pulled out his pocket and found that the bullet Baiun gave him was gone. "Gone? Bullet? What bullet?" Zoro asked. "Luffy doesn't play with guns, where did the bullet come from?" "The bullet he gave me when I said goodbye to Baiun," Luffy explained. Baiun cooperated with a rotation. "I am the bullet. Why, you don't understand my clone ability yet." Clone? This question was asked by the 2 brothers, the gorilla and the ape. "That is to say, Baiun, you are a clone now. No wonder you seem to be everywhere in Alabasta, Robin understood. Baiun nodded. "Sister Robin is really smart. Anything that can be shot out, combined with my bracelet and Chopper's human fruit, can become my clone. I can also decide when this thing will become a clone. Of course, there is no time limit for the existence of the clone, but the ability is limited. So, on Sky Island, I can only rely on you. I am very weak now." Baiun was acting like a drama queen, pretending to lean on Luffy, pretending to be weak. No one believed Baiun's nonsense except Luffy and Chopper. "Hehe, don't worry, then rely on us, Baiun. I'm glad you're back," Luffy said with a smile. "Good guy, you are really weird, I'm scared. How about your fighting ability? The gorilla sighed after a day of understanding. The result was that he didn't understand it at all. It's okay on the ship, we mainly rely on everyone, I'm just a handyman. Bai Yun replied. What's the point of being strong or not? Of course, you can escape, or you can turn around and lift up the enemy's head, depending on the person. Luffy, you don't understand at all. The current Bai Yun is just a clone. So, Bai Yun, where is your real self? Where is you now? Why don't you come back? What's the point of making a clone? We are going to the sky. If you don't follow us, how can you catch up with us later? Nami still sees it most clearly. Bai Yun showed a touching expression. Nami said, don't pretend, Bai Yun, explain it clearly. Bai Yun pouted, you are so ruthless, Nami, I am really touched. Then through the mental connection, I knew that the real body was in a tavern. The clone and the original body don't let each other know immediately after doing anything, otherwise their minds will be confused. For example, the original body is talking to someone here, and the clone is talking to someone over there, and then all the words come into the mind. It would be strange if it is not confused. Mogu Town has no shortage of taverns. What was destroyed was the center of Mogu Town, and the remaining outer circle still has buildings. The original body is now drinking in the tavern. It's okay. Drinking. We are almost too late, he is drinking in the tavern. Nami was so angry that her eyes were about to burst into fire. Now we can delay for another 30 minutes, you come back immediately, you can fly for 30 minutes, right? Nami looked up at the diamond clock under the observation deck and said. Chapter 227. I will catch up with you. The battle is over, and the final result of Bai Yun's challenge to fate is to obtain 1/5 of Blackbeard, which is obviously useless. The original body came to a tavern outside Mogu Town to bandage the wound. Luffy and his friends will be accompanied by their clones on their trip to Sky Island. However, Nami said that it is not too late for you to come back now. Nami suggested waiting for another half an hour until she comes back. Bai Yun looked at her and was very moved to see that no one objected. He wiped his eyes and said, oh, everyone really loves me. Don't say that, Bai Yun. Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke and replied. Hehe, don't worry about me. I will catch up with you. Definitely. Bai Yun said it with certainty, but Nami didn't admit it. Tell me how you can catch up with us. This is the Grand Line, how can you catch up with us? Nami was right. In the Grand Line, without a record pointer, it is simply impossible to move forward. Moreover, the most important thing is that it is impossible for Bai Yun to catch up with the sky. There is a normal way to go to Sky Island, but the problem is that Bai Yun doesn't know where it is. And he doesn't know how to get there. Nami also doesn't know where their next island is, how to catch up. Bai Yun thought about this problem long before fighting Blackbeard. Then it depends on that. Bai Yun pointed at Luffy, and Luffy pointed at himself, me. Bai Yun shook his head and pointed again. It was Luffy's straw hat. It's the life paper in the straw hat. Life paper. Luffy took off his straw hat and took out the life paper from a layer inside the straw hat. I saw the life paper moving in one direction in Luffy's palm. That's the direction of Ace. Whoever's life paper is pointing to him. The main body has Luffy's life paper. After you come down from Sky Island, I will catch up with you. Just walk on the life paper. Bai Yun explained. Luffy himself said, life paper has such a function. It turns out that Ace agrees with this. And why didn't I know that you have my life paper, Bai Yun? When I was a child, Master and Shanks made it. I saw it and asked them to tear it up. Give me yours, and you see. It will be useful, Bai Yun explained. Really, you are smart, Bai Yun. Luffy patted Bai Yun on the back and said with a smile. Nami expressed doubt, and Bai Yun smiled back. Okay, let's go. Coolie Kate listened to the whole thing, thinking that you are finally ready to go, and lit another cigarette. Thank you for taking the gold back. Don't let it fall from the sky. Bai Yun smiled back, showing his white teeth with the sound of raising the anchor and lowering the canvas. The Mary set sail again. Hee. Goodbye, Uncle. Old man, the Golden Country must exist. Uncle, take care of yourself and don't mess around anymore. The Straw Hat Pirates said goodbye to Coolie Kate. Bai Yun couldn't fall behind, smoke less, uncle, and also, would you consider changing your hairstyle? Mind your own business. Coolie Kate almost choked on his own cigarette. So far, the Straw Hat Pirates went to the Sky Island dungeon. Over there, the clone followed Luffy and the others. And here, Bai Yun walked to the outskirts of the undestroyed Magic Valley town, wanting to find a hospital or clinic, but he didn't know where it was, so he prepared to find a doctor in the tavern. A kind person led the way for him. What? No kind person? There will be. Who knew that when he pushed the door open, he would see an old acquaintance again? Bai Yun smiled. I say, do you guys from the Bellamy Pirates like to stay in the tavern so much? At this time, a group of people from the Bellamy Pirates were in the tavern. One side of Bellamy's face was swollen, and both sides of Sachi's face were swollen. When everyone saw Bai Yun, they thought, isn't this the god of killing last night? They were so scared that they immediately gathered together and squeezed into the tavern, trying to stay as far away from Bai Yun as possible. Chapter 228 Fortune and Wealth are sought in danger. The attack came during the day, and the residents of the outer part of Mogu town were all surrounded by the edge of darkness and looked at the center. They couldn't imagine what happened in the center. It became a ruin overnight, and it didn't look like it collapsed. It looked like the whole house was lifted up and thrown down upside down. And Bai Yun walked out of it in front of them. There was blood on his arm, a faint bloodstain on the corner of his mouth, and his hand covered the wound on his arm. It looked like he was seriously injured, but he walked straight. The most important thing was that he was holding a broken arm in his hand. No one dared to stand in front of him, not to mention that his bounty of 80 million and Luffy's bounty of 100 million had already spread. Excuse me. As soon as Bai Yun opened his mouth, the others were scared and fled. Don't kill me. I don't know anything. Mom. Bai Yun. Is it that serious? Do I look so fierce? The clone accompanied Luffy and the others to the Sky Island. Bai Yun's real body came to the undestroyed outer part of Mogu town. Now the most important thing is to bandage the wound on his hand. Who knew that people would be scared away as soon as he opened his mouth? Then I still have to find a kind person to help me find a doctor. Where is the best place to get information? The answer is, the bar. When he came to the outer bar, Bai Yun pushed the door and saw a group of people from the Bellamy Pirates, including the uncle owner of the tavern was also there. Bai Yun almost thought he had traveled through time, but it was obviously impossible. I say, do you Bellamy Pirates like to stay in the tavern so much? He smiled and greeted. The moment the others saw him, they were frightened and immediately gathered together, squeezing into the tavern, as far away from Bai Yun as possible. You. Sachi's pointed at Bai Yun, but couldn't say anything. If you can't say anything, shut up. You can't shut your mouth even if it's swollen like this, right? Bai Yun replied, walking forward, aiming for the bar. A group of people immediately separated from both sides, making way for Bai Yun. Looking at the familiar boss, Bai Yun said the same thing, have a glass of rum, boss. Are you twins? The boss nodded, okay. No, this tavern is also my last one. After a pause, the boss continued. This is the last one. Although he doesn't know what happened in the center of Magic Valley town, it is a fact that there is nothing left of his tavern inside. Bai Yun laughed when he heard it. It seems that opening a tavern in the pirate world is really profitable. Of course, the risk is also high. Ha ha ha, then the boss is still rich. I used to have money, but now I don't. The boss uncle replied, why is there a resentful tone in his tone, and then pushed the wine in front of Bai Yun. Bai Yun took a sip of the wine. And the bracelet turned into a flintlock and placed it on the bar with a click. Bellamy and others who wanted to escape from the tavern behind him stopped immediately. Although I came out from inside, your tavern inside is gone, and it's not me who did it. After Bai Yun's explanation, what else could the boss do except not even if it was Bai Yun who did it, he didn't dare to ask Bai Yun to pay for it. After drinking a glass of wine, Bai Yun turned around and looked at Bellamy and the others. It was exactly the same as in the evening. The difference was that this time, Bellamy didn't dare to come over. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? I still have something I need your help with. We are all friends, right? Bai Yun said with a smile. Sachis was thinking in his heart, who the hell slapped his friend into this state? I am injured now, but I am very weak. 80 million heads. Don't you want them? Fortune comes with risk. Don't you have the courage? Bai Yun challenged. Sachis and the others were stupid enough to continue to attack Bai Yun. However, just as Sachis finished thinking, Bellamy rushed up. Maybe he was stupid. Maybe he really needed the 80 million. Or maybe, he didn't believe it. He didn't believe he was so weak that he would be defeated by one move. He didn't believe it. But no matter what he did, the ending didn't change. Chapter 229. It's better to relax a little bit. The calm sea, the circling seagulls, and the sea breeze are very comfortable. But the sea looks calm, but the seabed is surging, ready to go. Bang bang bang. Seeing the seagulls, Bai Yun's addiction to fighting came back. A few instant guns directly shot down a few seagulls, and he was still interested from beginning to end. Seagull, WNM beep beep. Bai Yun is so awesome. Oh, it's Bai Yun number 1. Luffy, Usopp and Chopper praised. As for why it is Bai Yun number 1. It's because they know that Bai Yun can split up to 6 clones, so from now on, Bai Yun's clones will be called from 1 to 6. Bai Yun said, after you split them up, shuffle them and tell which one is that and which one is which. Luffy said, who cares, Bai Yun, you guys can tell them apart if you agree. You guys, is this a wrong sentence? In response, Bai Yun also said that they can shout whatever they want. It's just so, Sanji, roast these seagulls and eat them. Roast seagulls, roast seagulls. Bai Yun lifted the neck of the seagull fate and handed them to Sanji. The 3 foodies behind him also shouted excitedly, and even Ziobai stuck out his tongue and hissed that he wanted to eat too. Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke. You just know how to eat. Although he said so, he still took the seagull and went to the kitchen. We are now going to try a life or death attempt. You are too relaxed. Nami punched Luffy and Usopp in the head from behind. The 2 immediately fell to the ground and covered the big bump on their heads. Ha ha ha, don't be nervous, Nami. You go nervously or go. You go relaxed or go. No matter how you go, the result will not change, so it's better to be relaxed. Bai Yun replied. You are the only one who has a lot of twisted ideas. Nami glared at Bai Yun, but she had to say that what Bai Yun said made some sense. Since she had to go, she might as well relax herself, so Nami turned around and went to talk to Robin and her sister. Zoro was practicing on the deck at this time, practicing the breathing that cut through everything. Luffy and the other 3 and Bai Yun were waiting for Sanji to roast the seagulls, and they played the south-facing bird again. Just when they arrived at the side of the ship, the ape explained to them again. Listen carefully. It's 7 o'clock in the morning, and we will arrive near the strong current at about 11 o'clock. The old man said. Look, look. The ape said. Luffy and the others listened right. Luffy was very excited and used his hands to bend the south-facing bird's head to the side. Gah! But as soon as he let go, it went straight back and continued to point to the south. This is why the south-facing bird is called the south-facing bird. The south can only be in front of it forever. See, it went straight back again. Luffy said excitedly as if he had found a toy. If it's a little late, hey, are you guys listening? The ape noticed it and shouted angrily, you guys should do something serious. Okay, no one paid attention to him. I didn't expect there really is a magical bird. Usopp exclaimed. Chirp. Suddenly, the south-facing bird made a few cackles, but was glared at by Ziobai and stopped instantly. They are so unreasonable that they make me scared. the ape complained. At this time, Luffy began to pay attention to them. Ah! Don't worry, just move forward easily. The apes and gorillas thought about it and decided that they were tired all night and might as well relax. Then they relaxed to the point that the boat became soft. Zoro couldn't help but complain, "Is it really okay?" Back to the town of Magic Valley. Bellamy resolutely attacked the injured Bai Yun. Now his face is symmetrical. The doctor on their ship was tremblingly bandaging the wound on Bai Yun's hand. Watching Bellamy and Sachi's thinking about life like two frogs. Bai Yun tried his best not to laugh. "Who of you has a den mushi? Pick it up for me." Bai Yun left his phone in the room on the ship because he was going to call Blackbeard and was afraid it might break. Chapter 230 Am I Kind? Blackbeard still ran away, but Bai Yun did not get nothing. A broken arm was a heavy blow to him. The clone and Luffy were on their way to open the Sky Island copy. As for the real Bai Yun, he met Bellamy and his friends again in a tavern outside Magic Valley town. After a friendly conversation, the doctor of the Bellamy pirates helped him treat the scar on his arm. Bai Yun was thinking about what to do next. He had to meet up with Luffy and his friends, so he could only go to the Navy G8 fortress first. The question was how to get there. "Is there a den mushi that you can lend me?" Bai Yun said in a commanding tone. Bellamy was very angry, but what could he do even if he was angry? "Who are you?" Bellamy asked. He was very puzzled. Bai Yun and Luffy had such high bounties, and Luffy even had hundreds of millions, but there was no report on what they did. He had never heard of the Straw Hat Pirates before. Bai Yun certainly understood that what they did in Alabasta was now attributed to Smoker, so the bounty lost here are hundreds of millions of dollars, but there is only a bounty, and there is no mention of what was done. Bellamy would suspect that it is a fake bounty. And there is a basis for it. Picking up the glass and drinking a sip of wine to moisten his throat, Bai Yun said. "We. Just a bunch of ordinary pirates. We met other friends' pirate groups. The captain likes to eat all their food. Miss Navigator likes to take all their money. Mr. Swordsman likes to practice swordplay with them, chopping them without hurting them. Well, he hasn't succeeded yet. Mr. Chef likes to let them eat. Of course they have to eat even if they can't eat. Wasting food is shameful. Miss Historian likes to teach them to read, and if they can't learn, she will clean them up. The little doctor is very kind and will treat them repeatedly to ensure that they feel what is said above with all their spirits. As for the sniper, he always acts as a good person and says he wants to save them. Of course, he is just talking. When the people are not around, Bai Yun is spreading rumors behind their backs. At this time on the merry, yon 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 yon, the sound of sneezing continues. Nami was very confused. Bai Yun, why do we sneeze but you don't? Do you have any idea? Bai Yun, how can I know? Back in the tavern, after Bai Yun finished talking about everyone, it was time to talk about himself. As for me, I am very kind. I won't do what they do. I will only skin the people of my friend's pirate group to make leather boots, and string them together as targets for shooting practice. Finally, I will stick the captain's head on the broken pirate flagpole and send the whole ship to the front of the naval base. It's not for the bounty, but to let the Navy see my artwork. How about it? I am very kind, right?" After saying this, Bai Yun smiled kindly. But in the eyes of others, it was like a declaration of death, as if the next second, the things Bai Yun said would happen to them. Some people were so scared that they couldn't stand and fell down directly. They were scared. Very scared, but they didn't dare to escape, because if they escaped, they might become the first. The ship doctor who was bandaging Bai Yun's arm was even more stunned. He put his hand very slowly, fearing that he would hurt Bai Yun. Bai Yun cut his hand directly. Bellamy's eyes were wide open. He didn't do anything big. He could increase the bounty by doing evil. Maybe what Bai Yun said was true. Ha 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 ha, you won't take it seriously, right? Ha 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 ha, I'm just talking. Look how scared you are. Human leather boots, what kind of pervert would wear them? It's better to let them run and be moving targets than stringing them together as targets. And send the whole ship to the naval base. How can we have the leisure to do that? Bai Yun laughed loudly. These guys are really simple, they believe whatever they say. You're playing tricks on us. Bellamy shouted angrily. Bai Yun raised his eyebrows. Why, do you hope it's true? Bellamy was instantly speechless. Of course. He didn't want such a perverted and powerful killer to stay with him. Chapter 231. Who bullied him? Bai Yun's mouth is a lie. Ichiban described himself as a murderous pervert, which fooled Bellamy and the others. The key is that there is no report that he did anything big, but the bounty is so high, which is very convincing. This made Bai Yun laugh. Knowing that he was fooled, Bellamy dared to be angry and speak out. Bai Yun laughed again. Why, do you hope it's true? Bellamy was instantly speechless. Who wants to stay with a pervert with strong combat power? Although he was fooled, Bellamy finally gave the Den Den Mushi to Bai Yun obediently. Bai Yun's pervert is fake, but it is true that he can beat him to death. Good dog. Bellamy put the Den Den Mushi on the table, and Bai Yun thanked him politely. Bellamy was furious, but he just clenched his fists and didn't dare to hit him. Why, you can't stand it. When you look down on others, don't you curse them like this. You beat our friends yesterday. And I'm merciful not to kill you now. Bai Yun replied. Bellamy felt humiliated, but he also knew that Bai Yun was right. In addition, he had been in Mogu town for so long, so he knew that he was not as strong as others, so he could only be humiliated, but before, he was the one who humiliated others. This is the difference between him and Luffy. Luffy would not accept humiliation even if he knew he would die. Bellamy and the others were quiet. Bai Yun got the Den Den Mushi and pressed the number on the shell and entered a string of numbers. In the distance, the Red Force was traveling quickly in a sea area. This pirate ship was famous for its extremely fast speed. Of course, it was famous for being the ship of the Red Hair Pirates. After a round of drinks, Beckman leaned against the side of the ship and watched Shanks and other companions continue to go crazy. Bulu bulu bulu. Suddenly, the Den Den Mushi in his pocket rang. No one had called him for a long time. So Beckman was a little surprised and reached out to take out the Den Den Mushi. Beckman's Den Den Mushi had a pair of eyes that looked down on everyone, just like him, and a small flintlock model was attached to the shell. Without hesitation, Beckman pressed the release button on the shell. Bai Yun's Den Den Mushi also stopped ringing, and his eyes were not closed, proving that the call was connected. Beckman did not speak. Bai Yun did not speak either. The two of them just kept silent. Bai Yun's receiver was not on loudspeaker, so Bellamy and the others couldn't hear it. Only Bai Yun could hear the cheers of Shanks and the others on the other side. Hoo ha ha ha. Ben. That's it, you're so lame, ha ha ha. Although the red-haired man teased him, Beckman still held back. Bai Yun couldn't help it. What, you've been poisoned and silenced for 10 years, right, master? Master. As soon as Bai Yun said this, Bellamy and the others were shocked. Bai Yun's strength was terrifying enough. It was normal for him to have a master, but he must be a big shot. Ha ha ha, I knew it was you. Little bastard, not many people know my phone number. Do you still remember that I'm your master? Bai Yun, isn't this Bai Yun's voice? Ha ha ha. How have you been recently? Long time no see. Long-haired Bai Yun. Ha 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 ha. Bai Yun's words were heard although they were not loud on loudspeaker. Shanks and the others could hear them clearly and came over immediately. Although Bai Yun couldn't see, he could imagine their teasing expressions and smell the alcohol on them. Long time no see, Shanks, everyone. Another party, you guys really have time. Bai Yun replied. That's not what I meant, Bai Yun, party is such an interesting thing. Shanks replied immediately, and then asked immediately. Where's Luffy? Why didn't I hear that kid Luffy say anything? He's not here. He and I weren't together. In just 2 sentences, Shanks and the others were quiet. Then, Beckman's voice came slowly, without the previous sense of ease. What's wrong, kid? Who bullied you? Tell my master. Chapter 232 Help me punch through both of his kidneys. Bai Yun was alone in a tavern outside the Magic Valley town, looking so pitiful and isolated and helpless. Bellamy and the others saw that he was pitiful, helped him heal his wounds, and lent him a den mushi to use. I'm crying. After getting the den mushi, Bai Yun called his master Beckman, that is, the Red Hair Pirates. Not surprisingly, they were having a party. Bai Yun guessed that they should be on their way to find Whitebeard at this time, so they still had the mood to have a party. But it was normal even if they knew that the world government was coming to attack them, they had to finish the party first. When talking about Bai Yun, Shanks naturally thought of Luffy. After all, Bai Yun is now on Luffy's ship. So they should be together. But Luffy's voice was not heard. Bai Yun said that he and I were not together. The lively atmosphere here suddenly became quiet as partners. It was very abnormal not to be together, abnormal, and it had been 10 years since Bai Yun made this call. They couldn't help but imagine, what happened? Who bullied you? Tell me, master. Beckman said very domineeringly, as if he would fight you back even if it was the world government. Beckman's tone and the quiet atmosphere over there made Bai Yun stunned for a moment, but he soon realized that they had misunderstood. However, this is very funny. Yes, I was bullied, master. Bai Yun replied with a slightly crying tone, changing his tone instantly. Then, Bai Yun's eyes moved to Bellamy and the others. Bellamy was stunned. What does that mean? On an island in the Grand Line. I was bullied by a man called Hyena. Bai Yun continued. Bellamy stood up in a flash. No, I didn't. Bellamy almost scared half of his life away if he offended the person behind Bai Yun. He couldn't imagine what kind of person he was. Yes, if Bai Yun told him that he was a emperor, he would probably regret provoking Luffy, Bai Yun, and Zoro yesterday, and preparing a coffin for himself. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Bellamy like this, Bai Yun laughed, and Shanks and the others laughed too. Shanks and the others knew Bai Yun, crying it was so funny, how could it be possible? Beckman said that my apprentice would not cry to the master, but would only go to the master fiercely and say, help me punch both of his kidneys. Hearing Bai Yun's tone, they instantly knew that Bai Yun was pretending. Sure enough, Bellamy's panicked voice came over, and they immediately laughed. Bai Yun, this black-bellied boy, was playing tricks on others again. Seeing Bai Yun laughing, Bellamy instantly realized that he was being fooled again, and his face flushed. You. He just uttered a word, and he didn't dare to say it again. If he said it, Bai Yun heard it, and Den Mushi also heard it, and then the God of Death also heard it, and came to pick him up personally. Beckman took out the lighter that Bai Yun gave him and lit a cigarette. Okay, let's talk business. Why are you calling? Do you miss us? Ha ha ha. Beckman would only act like this when facing this disciple who is very similar to himself, but also cunning and not cute and disrespectful to his master. Just as Shanks said, the serious Ben is gone. Speaking of business, let's talk business. Master, Shanks, I want to ask you to let me talk to Whitebeard. You are both emperors, I think, it should be okay, right? When Bai Yun said this, Shanks and the others were silent again. Ha ha ha, it seems that Bai Yun you have learned a lot about the sea. What a coincidence. We are on our way to find Whitebeard. But you have to tell me why you are looking for him. I am not trying to discourage you. Do you think you are qualified to talk to Whitebeard now? Shanks replied. Of course it is about Ace. Don't you know that Ace is Luffy and I's sworn brother? We met in Alabasta a few days ago. He said he was chasing Blackbeard. Last night, I met the Blackbeard he mentioned. Chapter 233 The one who escaped should be the other party. Using Bellamy's Den Mushi, Bai Yun called Shanks and the others. He knew that Shanks and the others should be on their way to find Whitebeard now, and asked them to help him talk to Whitebeard. Of course, it was for Ace. Blackbeard escaped, and although he broke an arm, there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance that Ace would be caught, and Bai Yun wanted it. It is difficult to convince Whitebeard, but at least try. Last night, I met the Blackbeard he mentioned. When Bai Yun said this, Shanks and the others were silent again. In less than 10 minutes. Silencing a group of the 4 emperors 3 times is also an achievement. Is this the reason why you separated from Luffy? How are you now? The tone became serious. Shanks knew that Blackbeard's threat might not threaten him, but it would definitely threaten Ace and Bai Yun and the others. Bai Yun, threat. Bai Yun is sure that it is quite threatening. Separating from Luffy and the others is only temporary, and I will catch up with them later. The reason we separated was to help my stupid brother Ace. It's a pity that we didn't succeed. You had a fight with Blackbeard. There was a bit of surprise and worry in Shanks' tone. Bai Yun smiled. Don't worry about me, Shanks. You heard my breath, it seems like something is wrong. I can't beat Blackbeard, but others can, such as Vice Admiral Garp. Bai Yun said this, Shanks was stunned for a moment, and Beckman laughed. Ha 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 ha, have you forgotten the fruit ability of this kid Shanks? No, no. If it's only 60% of the strength of Old Man Garp. You don't look like such a reckless person, Bai Yun. So, in the end you ran away. You were forced to separate from Luffy and the others. Shanks shook his head. He knew Bai Yun, so he felt it was wrong. What you said, Shanks, it's been 10 years, 10 years since we last met, I can't just stay where I am. Run away. It should be the other party who runs away. Bai Yun also became tough now. There is no one else, and he does have the capital to be tough at night, even though it is daytime now. Ha 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 ha, so arrogant, kid. You tell me, it was Blackbeard who ran away? Beckman asked. Why, master, in your eyes, I am someone who will use lies to satisfy my vanity. Bai Yun replied indifferently. Beckman's laughter stopped abruptly. So, the final result is... The final result, didn't I say that Blackbeard ran away? But, a left arm was left behind. 4 times, this is the 4th time that Shanks has been silent. You mean, you cut off Blackbeard's left arm? Shanks asked. The incredible tone in his tone deepened. If there was no fax machine, I would send you the photo of the broken arm so that Whitebeard can see it. Bai Yun answered easily. He was young. Who wouldn't enjoy this feeling? Who wouldn't want to share his achievements? Of course, good achievements. Cheers came from the other end of the receiver. Oh, 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 Bai Yun, Bai Yun, Bai Yun. Well done, brat, you are worthy of being my Beckman's apprentice. Beckman laughed happily. And at this time, Shanks seemed to have swapped his personality with him. He didn't react much, just smiled and took a sip from the tavern. Luffy, Bai Yun, it seems that you are all growing up. Okay, okay, don't say any more. I'll get swollen later. Let's get back to business. Shanks, you just said that you were going to find Whitebeard. Bai Yun brought the topic back. Although he enjoyed it, he couldn't just enjoy it. Yes. It's also for the meeting between Ace and Blackbeard. What a coincidence. We really have a tacit understanding. Shanks said after drinking. It's a coincidence indeed. When you meet Whitebeard, remember to let me talk to him. Maybe I can convince him, Bai Yun said, very confident. Boy, you are confident. Whitebeard is not a good guy, Beckman replied. Isn't confidence a good thing? You have to try it anyway. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. Just remember my request. Goodbye. After saying that, Bai Yun hung up the phone. Request? When did you become so polite? Beckman continued to speak, and then he saw Den Den Mushi's eyes closed and drooped, which meant the call was over. This was how Beckman attacked Bai Yun. Ha, this brat. Chapter 234 Whirlpool. Ha, this brat. Bai Yun requested Shanks and his friends to let him talk to Whitebeard when they met. The request was left, and the battle record was explained. So Bai Yun hung up the phone. He believed that his master and Shanks would fulfill his request. Beckman complained about how polite Bai Yun was when he heard the word request. But before he finished speaking, Bai Yun hung up the phone. He was indeed polite. After putting away the Den Den mushi, Beckman treated them differently. His expression became cold again, but he still had a smile on his face. Ha 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 ha, cheers to Bai Yun and Luffy's growth. Cheers to Bai Yun for cutting off Blackbeard's left arm. Shanks raised his glass excitedly. As long as he wanted to drink, there was always a reason to toast. Even, cheers to Ben for stepping out of the hatch with his left foot first today. For this reason, Beckman would usually kick him. But for the above two reasons, Beckman was happy to join in. The news that Bai Yun told them only pushed the atmosphere of the banquet higher. The banquet continued, and the Red Hair Pirates continued on their way to visit the Whitebeard Pirates. On this side, after Bai Yun hung up the phone, he took the opportunity to put the Den Den mushi into his pocket. Bellamy was angry but dared not speak. Is it wrapped? Where is the carving? Should I praise you for being so careful? After the call, Bellamy's doctor had not yet finished bandaging his arm. Ah! Bai Yun suddenly spoke, which scared him. That is to say, can you hurry up? Oh no, think about it carefully, there is enough time, you don't have to rush. Bai Yun suddenly changed his words, and the doctor's mind was confused. So should it be faster? The speed of bandaging can only be increased by one rate. Waiting time is always boring, and you have to do something, so Bai Yun said. Boss, give me another glass of wine. You guys drink too, why are you looking at me? I'm treating today, you can just pay the bill in the end. Bellamy. Time runs and runs, runs and runs. The time came to 10 o'clock in the morning. Oh no, director. A dark night is coming from the southwest. It's Jitty Yun. Jitty Yun arrived an hour earlier than Coolie Kate expected. What, it's only 10 o'clock now? It's an hour earlier than expected. Gorilla, can we get through? The ape asked immediately. The deep sea diver will immediately dive to find the current. The gorilla was also professional. He immediately gave the order for Jitty Yun to slowly approach. Time was running out. Is this Jitty Yun? Nami was shocked to see Jitty Yun in person. Wuo, Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper still had roasted pigeons in their mouths. They were excited to see Jitty Yun. At this juncture, the gorilla picked up the microphone and sang in high pitch, but it was necessary to explore the current. Sure enough, after a while, a deep-sea diver rose to the surface. Reflected sound confirmed. Large current found at 12 o'clock. Giant creature found at 9 o'clock, it should be a sea king. Waves in the opposite direction of the current at 10 o'clock were confirmed, it is very likely a huge whirlpool. That's it! The ape shouted immediately. That's it! Turn the bow and head towards 10 o'clock. That's the sign of an explosion. Follow the whirlpool closely and don't retreat. Sure enough, professional matters should be left to professionals. The huge waves hit, and the Mary was almost blown away. Wow! What's wrong? Usopp let out a scared wail. Zoro calmly asked what happened. Brother, we seem to have won the first prize. Yes, the scale of the explosion is perfect. The ape and the gorilla were still talking with joy on their faces. What do you mean, you two? Nami asked immediately. Now I'm taking you to the track of the whirlpool. The ape replied. Then what should I do? Then enter the vortex, don't go in the opposite direction, go deep into the center of the vortex, that's the explosion point. The ape replied, speaking so easily. Bai Yun looked at the vortex in front of him, which was at least hundreds of times larger than the one he and Luffy encountered when they first went out to sea. He felt a little scared. Although he knew that this time he would definitely succeed. Of course, there are some things that I hope fate will change, and some that I don't want to. Chapter 235. The road to pursuing goals is always full of excitement. Time passed, and 3 hours passed quickly. It is now 10:10 in the morning. Bai Yun is leaving the tavern. Bellamy and the others are so reluctant to let Bai Yun leave, afraid that Bai Yun will stay for another second. No matter what Bai Yun says, they will not reply, just wanting him to leave faster. Hey, Bai Yun is not convinced, and he will reply one by one, and I will leave after I reply. Bellamy and the others thought that the sins they committed in their previous and current lives were paid off when they met Bai Yun. After saying goodbye to Bellamy and the others, Bai Yun came to the tallest existing building in Mogu town and felt the breeze. A seagull flew over and landed on Bai Yun's shoulder. The man and the bird looked at each other. Neither of them was afraid of strangers. Bai Yun knew that he was probably extremely evil in the seagull world. This guy was brave, or was he stupid? I don't have fries here. That's the ultimate pursuit of life. This is not a doc. The ultimate pursuit of life is not so easy to get. Bai Yun turned his head back and looked forward. The seagull also looked forward. Who knows if it can hear or understand what Bai Yun said? Maybe it understood. The seagull flapped its wings and flew up to find its ultimate goal. At the moment it flew out, Bai Yun raised his hand and fired a shot. Bang! Missed. But the seagull was scared to death, and a few feathers fell off its wings and slowly floated down. Turning around, the seagull stared at Bai Yun, as if asking, "What do you mean by this?" Bai Yun put his hand down, and the flintlock gun turned back into a bracelet. "It's nothing, I just want to tell you that the road to pursuing your goals is always full of excitement." Just like that. Bai Yun pointed behind him, and the seagull turned around again with telepathy in the distance, so far that it was almost invisible. A huge water column rushed into the sky. 5 minutes ago. The Flying Mary has officially entered the vortex orbit. The ape told Luffy and the others to follow the vortex and enter the center of the vortex, which is the point where the current explodes. The splashing waves splashed on his face, but now no one has time to care about this. Nami covered her cheeks in fear. "We didn't say we were going to enter the whirlpool." Chopper was imagining the ship being lifted up by the current, and he felt a little excited. Robin, who had seen a lot, also said with emotion, "I've never seen such a big whirlpool." Sanji immediately said, "It's okay, Miss Nami, Miss Robin. I will protect your safety." Usopp was already crazy and burst into tears. Stop, turn around and let me go back." "Give up, Usopp, we have entered the whirlpool." Zoro was relatively calm and persuaded Usopp. Bai Yun, who was hiding behind him, also affirmed, "Yes, Usopp, don't struggle, or experience the feeling of flying." As for why he hid behind Zoro, of course it was to avoid the splashing waves on the ship today. Zoro's back is indeed wider. Bai Yun is about the same height as Zoro, of course, his figure is not as good as his. Luffy was the most excited. "Let's go Sky Island." Circling along the orbit of the vortex, the Mary gradually went deeper into the center of the vortex. At this time, a huge sea king suddenly emerged from the center of the vortex. Then he was rolled up by the vortex. His flesh was not broken, but his bones were broken. He became mute halfway through his howling, and his entire huge body was rolled back into the sea. This scene frightened Nami, Chopper, and Usopp, who were already scared, so much that they hugged their fragile selves. "I thought, can this thing go in? If you go in, you will die." But Luffy said goodbye to the apes and gorillas as if nothing had happened. They sent Luffy and the others into the vortex orbit, and their mission was completed. "It's up to you next." "Yeah, thank you for sending us here, goodbye." Luffy waved goodbye. Nami and the other two went crazy. Chopper screamed in fear, not knowing who to look at. Usopp begged the apes to come back and take him away. "Please spare me, let me go back. Do we still have a chance to survive in this place?" Nami still felt cheated. "Why didn't anyone tell me there was such a big whirlpool? This is a scam." "Ha ha ha, Nami, Usopp, Chopper, don't be so panicked. The road to pursuing a goal is always full of excitement." Bai Yun spoke, although he was also afraid. Chapter 236 Flying Mary takes off. Facing the panic of Nami, Usopp, and Chopper in the whirlpool, Bai Yun said, "The road to pursuing a goal is always full of excitement." "Ha ha ha, Bai Yun is right, this is the fun of adventure," Luffy affirmed. Nami was very angry, but now she didn't dare to make a big move to hit them. She didn't say any curses, and the environment changed. It's getting dark. We're being sucked into the whirlpool. Usopp shouted in panic, and immediately persuaded Luffy. Turn around, Luffy, it's not too late. You've seen it, this whirlpool is enough to kill us several times. Sky Island or something, it's just a dream in a dream. Luffy looked ahead, and it was obvious that Usopp's words were useless, and even made him more excited. Dream in a dream. Turning his head, Luffy had a mouthful of white teeth and a smile on his face. If you miss the adventure of Dream in Dream Island, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Seeing Luffy looking so happy, Nami and Usopp accepted their fate. Byakuya left from behind Zoro, a philosophical saying, even if you have an umbrella, the rain will still hit you, it's just the difference between the upper and lower body. Ha ha ha, this is something you, Luffy, can say. Hey, while you're resisting in vain, you should think about what to do now. Zoro suddenly said. Usopp turned around and asked, what's wrong now? Then he saw that the Mary had reached the edge of the center of rotation after the last circle. The Mary was thrown into the center of the vortex and floated in the air. We are about to be swallowed by the vortex. Zoro explained, although everyone saw it. Ms. Nami, hide in my arms. Sanji immediately went to protect Nami, but he pouted and looked excited, and Nami gave him his favorite big slap. Usopp couldn't stand it, and his throat almost jumped out of his mouth. Ah, what's wrong? What happened? Luffy was obviously more confused than Sanji. Such a big Uzumaki eye disappeared in an instant. What happened? Usopp grabbed the side of the boat and looked at the sea, also confused. When everyone was puzzled, Nami also walked to the side of the boat and looked down. No. The vortex just sank to the bottom of the sea. That proves that it's about to start. The current location of the Mary is the outbreak point of the sky current. Byakuya took over Nami's words. No way. Usopp was still thinking that the sky current could be extinguished. But the facts proved that it was impossible. Hey you, the sky current is coming, be prepared. The gorilla in the distance shouted at the top of his voice. A bulge bulged under the Mary, and everyone on the ship could certainly feel it. Should we hold on to the hull or hide in the cabin? Sanji asked loudly. This is a novice, and the veteran has already held on to the mast, Byakuya shouted while holding on to the mast. If you don't hold on to anything in the cabin, the impact may also smash the roof and bring you out. Hurry up, find something stable to hold on to. Ah, the sea is going to burst. Usopp really couldn't calm down. But he still knew to find something to hold on to. The next second, a huge water column rushed up into the sky, like a sword that split the sky. The sea current caused by the bulge of the water column almost overturned the two ships of the gorilla and the ape. Hold on to the boat, don't fall into the sea. The ape and the gorilla ordered, and then looked at the rushing sea current. The trip to Sky Island must be smooth. Just like that, accompanied by everyone's shouting, of course, Usopp's voice was the loudest. The Flying Mary took off. Destination, Sky Island. Chapter 237. Are you surprised or happy? Looking at the huge water column rising in the distance, the residents of Gaia Island all lamented what kind of day it was today. The center of Mogu town was razed and destroyed overnight, and now there is such a huge water column. Is this the end of the world? After Luffy and his friends left, Coolie Kate has been sitting on the tree stump chair outside the house. The ashtray on the table is not enough, and the cigarette butts on the table are almost catching up with the ashtray. A veritable devil in the smoke. Looking at the huge water column rising in the distance, Coolie Kate appears calm on the surface, but in his heart he is praying for Luffy and his friends, praying that they will not fall down. Byakuya, who was on the top of the tallest building in Mogu town, looked at the surging sea current and prayed for Luffy and his clones in his heart. Although he knew it was 100%, he couldn't say that it was 99%, 99%, Luffy and his clones would successfully land on the Sky Island. "Let's go, brother Seagull, or do you want to drink soup with me?" Bai Yun said to the seagull with a smile. The seagull flew away immediately. It didn't know what soup it was drinking, and it didn't want to know. Brother Seagull flew away safely, and this day was an unforgettable day for it. Bai Yun looked down, "It's so high." Then he sat down on the spot, closed his eyes, and sent his spirit to the distance. Activating something. Somewhere in the sea, a ship with a clown-like bow and a big red nose printed on the sail was sailing on the sea. It was the circus tent of Buggy the Clown, the owner of Conqueror's Luck. The people on the ship, because of the day-long banquet, were now lying on the deck in a twisted manner and sleeping soundly. A figure came quietly. Looking at Ace, who was sleeping soundly on the deck, the figure squatted down, covered his mouth with one hand, and pinched his nose with the other hand. Hum. 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 Puff hi, hi, hi. Ace was awakened by a glance, opened his eyes suddenly, and breathed frantically because of the glare of the sun. His eyes were temporarily blurred. When his vision was clear and his brain was turned on, Ace was confused. Bai Yun. Ace saw a light coming out from behind Bai Yun, smiling at him, as if he was here to take him away. After thinking for a while, Ace closed his eyes again, and when he opened them again, Bai Yun was gone. "Sure enough," I said. "How could Bai Yun? How long are you going to sleep, brother Ace?" Ace sighed, but halfway through, Bai Yun's voice came slowly. Ace was so scared that he stood up immediately, and saw Bai Yun standing by the boat in front of him, with his hands on the fence, looking at the sea. "Bai Yun! Is it really you? How did you get here?" Ace asked hurriedly. "Asshole, what are you making noise for? Can't you see that I'm still sleeping?" Ace's shouting woke up Buggy, and he got up and shouted angrily, and his head split open, showing his morning mood. Then the moment he saw Bai Yun, he was also speechless, thinking that he was still dreaming. Alrita slid out of the cabin, covering her yawning mouth with her palm, and didn't ask anything. She was used to Buggy's noise. She just looked at Bai Yun's back, thinking, where is the girl? There was no other woman on Buggy's ship except her. Buggy's yelling woke up the others. "What's wrong, Buggy ship?" Before they finished speaking, they saw Bai Yun. The old nightmare of the guy who caught them all came to their mind. Long hair Bai Yun. A uniform exclamation. Bai Yun turned around and looked at them. When Alrita heard their shouts, she realized that this person was not a girl, but the one who was always on Buggy's lips like the straw hat boy, long-haired Bai Yun. "It's me. Are you surprised? Are you happy?" Bai Yun smiled in response. Alrita thought, handsome, very handsome. What a surprise! "Captain Buggy, he's here, hurry up and get him." Everyone put Buggy on the shelf. Buggy had fought with Bai Yun and knew Bai Yun's terrible fruit ability, so he was crazy before he attacked. The brain reacted quickly, followed by a burst of laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, long-haired Bai Yun, you can't forget my heroic figure. So you come back to me." Chapter 238. I was abandoned by Luffy. The current Bai Yun is divided into 3 Yuns. They are the original Bai Yun who is on the top of the tallest building in Mogu Town. The clone Bai Yun who went on an adventure with Luffy and others. And the clone Bai Yun who came to the Clown Buggy's ship and reunited with Ace again. How long the clone can exist depends on when the original body's mental power is exhausted. Regardless, if there are only 2 clones, it can still exist for a long time. Unless Bai Yun himself loses consciousness, the other clones will disappear in an instant and turn back into projectiles. Back to Buggy's ship. Buggy previously asked his subordinates why they hadn't avenged Luffy and the others yet. At that time, Buggy's answer was, "Of course, I will wait for them to continue to grow, and then I will take them down in one fell swoop and become famous, ha 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 ha." Now, Bai Yun has taken the initiative to deliver himself. being put in front. What else can Buggy do? This is his home court. Ha 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 ha, long-haired Bai Yun, can't you forget my heroic figure, so you come back to join me. While saying this, his eyes were blinking wildly, hoping that Bai Yun would give him face anyway. Bai Yun had briefly joined them before, so giving him face would be fine. In general, Bai Yun didn't hate Buggy, of course, he didn't like him much, so he didn't expose him, or just ignored him, but looked at Ace. I was abandoned by Luffy. What? Yawn. At this time, the Mary was sailing vertically into the sky along the water column. Luffy raised his hand and shouted excitedly. Okay, let's rush to the Sky Island in one go. Then he was attacked by magic and sneezed again. Strange, Luffy, you sneezed twice today. Chopper said strangely, considering Luffy's physique, this is very strange. Oh, forget about him, it's not important. Bai Yun also said that sometimes sneezing may be a distant friend thinking about us. Luffy grabbed his limbs and the sheep's head. And he was the first to lead. Is there such a saying? Bai Yun, what is the principle behind this? Chopper immediately asked Bai Yun, he thought it was some magical medical principle. This is what the old people in the village told me when I was a child. Maybe it's just something the old people said casually because they miss their relatives and friends far away. Chopper, you don't have to care. Bai Yun replied if he could explain this to Chopper with a medical principle, he would be amazing. Missing relatives and friends. Chopper nodded, indicating that he understood. Bai Yun wiped the water off his face, thinking that it was a good thing that he didn't tell Luffy that the slander and curses from afar were also magic attacks. The Mary continued to fly. I thought it would just go up to the sky along the water column, but Sanji found something wrong. Wait, things don't seem to be going so smoothly. What's wrong? What did you forget to bring? Luffy asked. He was an optimist. Sanji was no longer happy. The hull began to deviate from the water and float up. As soon as he finished speaking, the huge sea king that was swallowed before fell from the water column, but fortunately it didn't hit the Mary. See, sooner or later, we will become like that and be thrown down. Sanji looked at the gradually falling sea kings without frowning. Hey, what's the point of saying this now? We just relied on the strong current to get up, and now we can only rely on ourselves. Zoro said the reality of the current situation. Usopp's heart, which had finally been put down, flew up again. It's over, these people are going to fall down and die, but, of course, this will not happen. I have said before that the Straw Hat Pirates do not keep idle people, and everyone is the best in their profession. Set sail now, quick. At this time, Nami shouted loudly. Bai Yun was waiting for Nami to say this. As soon as Nami said it, he immediately took action. He happened to be under the mast. Chapter 239, a solo adventure. Luffy's clone went on an adventure with him. Ace's clone was also activated. Bai Yun, the real body on the top of the tallest building in Mogu Town, opened his eyes. My physical and mental strength are not as strong as those monsters now that I have left Luffy and the others. I hope I won't feel too tired for the next period of time. Bai Yun stood up and looked into the distance. Okay, what should I do next? We have to find a way to get to the Navy G8 fortress, see if there are any kind people. It seems that the next period of time will be an adventure for one person. After thinking clearly about what to do next, Bai Yun jumped down from above without hesitation. Go find a kind person and let him take a ride boat. Luffy and the others. Now the Mary was in the countdown to falling. But Nami had a good idea. This is the sea. It's not an ordinary water column, it's a sea current that rushes to the sky. Also, the wind blowing from below is the updraft generated by the explosion of the ground and steam. If the target is the wind and the sea, I have a way. Who do you think is the navigator of this ship? When she said this, Nami showed a very confident smile on her face. It's Nami. Luffy, Bai Yun, Sanji, Usopp, and Chopper also replied in a very supportive manner. Okay, tell me how to operate it quickly, professional navigator, Miss Nami. Bai Yun asked. Hearing this, Nami nodded and stopped talking nonsense. Turn the right rudder to the left rudder due to the wind, so that the hull can sail with the sea current. Yes, sir. Everyone responded and immediately took action to do it. A few seconds later, the front of the ship had begun to break away from the water flow. Wow, it's bad, the boat has started to get out of the water. Chopper shouted immediately, it's going to fall. Think of a way. Nami. Usopp asked Nami for help, although Nami was sure, she was not 100% sure, after all. She had never experienced it before. No, we can do it. The next second, the Mary was completely out of the water, but there was no sense of pressure from falling down, but a full sense of pushing back. It's flying great. The boat is flying into the sky. Luffy was still in his exclusive position of the sheep's head, shouting excitedly. Usopp felt like he had escaped death, but still with incredible really. Miss Robin was still silent, but there was a smile on her lips. Zoro was the same as her in this regard, but the smile was deeper. Chopper shouted excitedly with Luffy. Sanji's eyes were filled with love. Ms. Nami, you are awesome. Success. Nami looked at the water and smiled, but the sweat on her forehead also expressed her nervousness, but fortunately, she did not disappoint her friends. Bai Yun walked to her side and handed her a glass of orange juice. Ms. Nami is really worthy of being called. This is the real thing. The Flying Mary takes off. Yes. Yes, Bai Yun is right. Luffy agreed with Bai Yun's statement. Flying Mary takes off, ha 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 ha. Flying Mary takes off. Others were also infected by Luffy and shouted along. What? Bai Yun, stop joking. What, Luffy abandons you? That's impossible. Bai Yun's words were shocking, and Ace naturally didn't believe it. Bai Yun nodded calmly. It's impossible, I just said it casually. Ah. Baki and the others fell backwards. You really said it casually. Baki thought, I thought it was true, then it would be easy to win him over. Hearing Bai Yun's answer, Ash smiled. I said it, how could it be? No, then how did you get here, Bai Yun? You follow the route of Alabasta, I should not be on the same route as you. Ace was still very confused. Bai Yun, where did you come from? Bai Yun looked at Ace, his sight slowly dropped to the abdominal muscles, and then below the abdominal muscles, but he turned and looked at Ace's left trouser pocket. Chapter 240. What, are you going to abandon me too? Bai Yun's sight dropped. And Ace followed Bai Yun's sight. Drop again. Just when Ace was about to feel embarrassed, Bai Yun turned and looked at his left trouser pocket. In the pocket? Ace asked. Bai Yun nodded. I remember that there was only the bullet you gave me, Bai Yun, in my pocket. Hey, where's the bullet? Ace reached into his pocket and felt around, but there was nothing there. The bullet Bai Yun gave him was gone. Bai Yun pointed at himself. Ace was stunned for a moment, then reacted, oh Bai Yun, you mean, you took the bullet? Bai Yun. Sure enough, it was the familiar IQ of Ace. I am the bullet. Bai Yun said it directly, otherwise Ace would not know how long it would take to guess. Ha 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 ha, Bai Yun, what are you talking about? You are a bullet. Are you thinking we are blind? Bucky laughed. Bai Yun turned around and faced him, rushed over, and his body turned back into a bullet. When he was about to hit him in the mouth, he turned back into a human body. Suddenly approaching. Bai Yun and Bucky faced each other at close range. Bucky was so scared that his eyes and tongue almost jumped out. Oh my god! But Bai Yun was calmer. Do you believe it now? Baki was terrified. What kind of fruit did you eat? Bai Yun was about to say guess, but Ace grabbed the back of Destiny's collar and pulled him back. Wait, explain it to me clearly, Bai Yun. You are a bullet, so it's clone. Bai Yun took over the end of Ace's words. Yes, clone. So you are a clone. Bai Yun shrugged. What I said just now was not human language. Ace was stunned. It was indeed the familiar Bai Yun. No, I mean, why did you come to me? You came to me, right? I'm not here to find you, am I here to find him? Bai Yun pointed at Buggy and the others. Baki was unhappy. Hey, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? What do you mean? But Bai Yun and Ace ignored him. I met Blackbeard. Bai Yun's sudden words directly gave Ace a thunderbolt. What, really? Ace was very excited and asked Bai Yun's arm with both hands. Seeing his excitement, Bai Yun's idea of bringing him back to the Whitebeard pirates became deeper. Well, on our route, a place called Gaia Island. But he escaped, and I don't know where he has escaped to now. Bai Yun answered calmly. Gaia Island. Ace repeated the name of Gaia Island, but suddenly found a bright spot. Escaped? What do you mean? Blackbeard escaped? You fought with him? Yet. Neither won nor lost, but cut off his left arm. Bai Yun still looked calm. Ace was stunned for a moment, and then laughed. Ha 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 ha, you are worthy of it, Bai Yun, ha 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 ha. Growing up together, Ace didn't think Bai Yun would lie. Bai Yun looked at him and laughed, and a smile also appeared on the corner of his mouth. Ace, I can come over, I mean. My real body can come to you with Blackbeard's broken arm. You take the broken arm and go back to Whitebeard to report. This result is very good. Don't chase him anymore, Bai Yun persuaded again. Ace's laughter subsided, but there was still a smile on his face. He looked at Bai Yun. I know you are worried about me, Bai Yun. Thatch is dead. That's a life. It can't be replaced by an arm. Besides, he violated the rules on the ship as his captain. I have the obligation to capture him and bring him back to Dad for trial. I came out, and Dad didn't say anything. Don't persuade me, Bai Yun. Patting Bai Yun on the shoulder, Ace expressed his determination. Bai Yun glanced at Ace's hand on his shoulder, then looked at him and nodded. Then I'll be with you during the time of hunting down Blackbeard, but I'm just a clone and can't help much. Ace was about to answer, but Bai Yun spoke first. Why, even you want to abandon me? Ace's words were stuck in his mouth, and finally turned into laughter. Ha 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 ha, no way. I'm happy that Bai Yun is with me, I'm not alone anymore, ha ha ha. Chapter 241. This is unfortunate. Ha 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 ha, no way, I'm happy that Bai Yun is with me, I'm not alone anymore, ha ha ha. Ace patted Bai Yun's shoulder happily. Bucky looked unhappy. Hey, hey, hey you two, what are you happy about? This is my ship. Ace and Bai Yun still ignored him. Ha ha ha, I'm happy today, let's have a party, Bai Yun. Ace instantly went to the cabin and took out a box of wine. He was familiar with the place, just like his own home. That's great, we just fought last time we met. Let me see if your alcohol tolerance has improved. Bai Yun reached into the wine box and picked up 2 bottles of wine. Ace naturally took one. What party, you two bastards, you already spent a lot of money on me yesterday. Bucky shouted excitedly, his head almost flying into the sky. Bai Yun then picked up a bottle of wine, pinched the cork with his fingers to open it, and threw it back, and the bottle mouth just fell into Bucky's mouth. After a sip of wine, Bucky was also speechless. Fuck it. It was hard to have a party before, but now we have to have 2 in 2 days. But since we have started, let's enjoy it, guys. Ha 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 ha. Of course, the others were happy with what Bucky said. After all, who would hate to have a party? Altari was also happy. After all, there were 2 more handsome guys, and she was very happy. In this way, the party started again on the circus shed, and it sailed to an unknown place in a lively manner. Over there, AI Bayun, distinguish between the clone and the real body, has successfully embarked on the adventure of hunting down Blackbeard with Ace. The real body came to the dock of Mogu Town, was destroyed. The center of Mogu Town was destroyed, and the dock was fine. As soon as he arrived, Bai Yun saw a ship coming here. There was no pirate flag, so it seemed to be a merchant ship. It just happened, I was quite lucky. At the same time, Bai Yun also laughed. Merchant ship. You come to the dock of Mogu Town. I'm afraid you may not be able to leave after you come on the merchant ship. A plump businessman wearing single-sided glasses looked at the dock in front of him full of pirate ships, and the more he looked, the more he felt something was wrong. Brother Sija, are you sure it's okay to land on this island? Standing next to the merchant was a young man, about the same height as Bai Yun, wearing a long sword on his waist, and he was also a swordsman. "Don't worry, old OCAS, you still don't believe me after all this time. After landing, I can go buy supplies with you, right?" The young man Sija answered easily, and OCAS nodded. It was thanks to Sija that they came all the way here. Taking out a handkerchief to wipe his sweat, OCAS nodded, "Yes, brother Sija, we have all seen your strength, but it's strange, I obviously brought so much food, how come I finished it so quickly?" OCAS was still thinking about why the food disappeared, and the ship had already docked. Sija, as if he was the master, ordered the sailors to drop anchor and stabilize the ship. In response, OCAS did not say anything, but waited for the ship to stabilize and went ashore with Sija. Bai Yun was standing on the shore, on the side where they got off the boat. OCAS noticed Bai Yun and nodded to show politeness. When someone is polite, Bai Yun will be polite in return. When Okas wanted to continue walking, he bumped into Sig in front of him. "Hey! What's wrong, brother Sig?" Okas was very panicked. He saw a group of people coming in front of him, in a mighty manner. Sig stopped pretending, turned around, and smiled smugly. "Damn it, I'm so tired of pretending, and finally brought you here." A common profession in Mogu Town, pretending to be a mercenary to escort merchant ships, and then brought them to Mogu Town and ate them all in one bite. Obviously Sig did this, and those people who came should be with him. Anyway, it's okay, Bai Yun also watched to kill time. Sig disagreed and spat. I'm talking to you. What the hell are you looking at? Get out, otherwise, I'll rob you too." Bai Yun smiled back. Those who were coming were already close at this moment, and they also heard Sija scolding and saw the person Sija scolded. Bai Yun's smile was for the person who took the lead later. What a coincidence, this is the old friend who read out the bounty amount of him, Luffy, and Zoro last night. Chapter 242. Do I look like someone who likes to kill people? The clone Bai Yun and AI Bai Yun who were with Ace had to accompany Ace to see if they could change their fate. The clone Bai Yun and Lu Bai Yun who were with Luffy accompanied Luffy on the Sky Island trip instead of the original body. Of course, it was also because Bai Yun himself didn't want to miss the Sky Island trip. There was no difference between the clone and the original body anyway. The clone's memory would be inherited by the original body in the end. As for the original body Bai Yun, when he was riding the wind, he accidentally staged a face-slapping drama. I have to say, it was really cool. Laskia behind him heard clearly that Sija cursed Bai Yun, and there was a smile on his face. This was the majesty that their Los Pirates should show. He came with a group of younger brothers, and he should pretend to be cool on behalf of Sija and make a lot of money by the way. However, dreams are beautiful, and reality is cruel. When Laskia approached, he saw the killer last night, the pervert who liked to hit people on the right foot. Long hair Bai Yun. Laskia's forehead was almost occupied by sweat, and he was already stuttering in fear when he saw Bai Yun. "Ah, this is not a coincidence. Isn't this an old friend from last night?" Bai Yun responded with a smile. Okas was confused, so what was going on? As a two-faced person who needed acting skills to make money, Sija naturally saw that Laskia was different from before. But the reason why he cursed Bai Yun was naturally because in his memory, there was no such person as him in Mogu Town. Since he is not a big shot, his elder brother still has some say in Mogu Town, so of course he started to scold him directly. "Bai Yun, so, people should be polite. Brother, do you know him?" Sig approached Laskia and asked in a low voice. Unexpectedly, Laskia directly grabbed him and kicked him to kneel down in front of Bai Yun. "Brother Bai Yun, you are magnanimous, it is my brother who does not know the rules. Spare his life. But I understand according to the rules, you can cut off his hand if you want to, or pierce his foot. It's up to you, just keep his life." Laskia is full of rules of the rivers and lakes. He knows that he can sacrifice the small to save the big, at least he can still have a life. Bai Yun was surprised. Why do I look so much like a person who likes to kill? Hearing Laskia calling Bai Yun's name, Okas also remembered that he saw Bai Yun in the newspaper this morning. The long-haired Bai Yun with a bounty of 80 million baileys. Although he said it calmly, Okas was too calm to be panicked. If anyone pushed him lightly now, he would fall down. 880 million, 80 million. This bounty amount was spinning in his mind, and Sija was so regretful that he actually scolded a big villain with a bounty of 80 million. Do I look like someone who likes to kill people? Bai Yun replied. What do you mean? Laskia asked carefully. I'm going to travel by sea, but I'm short of money. Bai Yun said this, and then Laskia understood. On the merchant ship. Have some tea. Okas carefully poured a cup of black tea for Bai Yun and pushed it next to Bai Yun. Thank you. Bai Yun crossed his legs and read the newspaper leisurely. Very comfortable, just a little quiet, a little less feeling. Just now at the dock of Mogu town, Laskia took out 10 million baileys, saying that this was half of their total savings. Bai Yun was honest, and did not embarrass them and let them go. Okas woke up from the shock and bravely thanked Bai Yun. Bai Yun said, Don't be so polite, your ship has passed through the Navy G8 fortress, right? Let's put aside the question that Okas didn't know why Bai Yun, a pirate, wanted to go to the Navy G8 fortress. Okas thought to himself, even if my ship doesn't go, I have to go. However, it happened that the destination that Okas's merchant ship was going to did pass through the Navy G8 fortress. So, just like this, Bai Yun took Okas's favorable ship. For Bai Yun, it was very comfortable, but for Okas and others, it was cautious. Chapter 243 On the Cloud. Bai Yun successfully reunited with Ace and started his adventure with Ace. The main body also boarded the merchant ship of Okas and headed for the Navy G8 fortress. How can a pirate survive in the Navy base? In this regard, Bai Yun's attitude is, I will talk about it when I get there. And Bai Yun and Luffy also headed steadily towards the Sky Island. Go ahead. As long as we follow this wind and current, we can go anywhere. With the help of the updraft brought by the rushing current and Nami's operation, the Mary is now flying vertically to the sky. Nami is very confident that as long as the wind and current do not disappear, they can go to any place no matter how high it is. I really admire you, Miss Nami. Sanji's routine operation, twisting his body, his eyes turned into hearts. Luffy has always been at the sheep's head, and he is in the front. Hey Nami, are we going to Sky Island soon? For this, Nami dare not answer with 100% certainty. If there is, it should be on the other side of the cloud. It's above the cloud. Bai Yun added. Above the cloud. Obviously, Luffy can understand it much easier this way. What on earth is up there? Then head for the Seti cloud. Uoha, I feel so bad. What happened? Is everyone still there? Zoro asked. Everyone looked exhausted, but Luffy was full of energy. Everyone, look outside the ship. It's a cloud. The Mary is parked on the cloud. Why can we be on the cloud? This obviously exceeds Nami's knowledge of meteorology. The explanation is, the sea cloud formed by the combination of sea clouds in the 7,000 meter high cumulus clouds is a navigable sea. This cloud contains a kind of keratin particle called pyroborwan by the people of Sky Island. This particle is sprayed into the sky by volcanic eruptions, and changes its density when condensing with water vapor, forming sea clouds and island clouds. Sea clouds are very similar to the sea water in Qinghai, and have strong buoyancy. Why not aren't clouds originally rideable? Bai Yun has said that Sun Wukong's somersault cloud can travel 108,000 miles. Luffy's ideas have always been fairy tales. Of course not. No. You know Bai Yun is just telling a story. Zoro, Sanji, and Chopper immediately told Luffy that no means no. But what is in front of them is yes. But, more importantly, Come on, Usopp is not breathing. Bai Yun's breath is also weak. Chopper saw that Usopp and Bai Yun were still not getting up, so he came to see, and was shocked. Bai Yun and Usopp were jumping around hand in hand at the door of the Hades Palace. What then helped them do artificial respiration? Luffy said immediately, "This is a partner." Okay. Sanji jumped out immediately, but the next sentence was, "I am happy to give Miss Nami personality breathing." Bai Yun and Usopp, "Thank you." Zoro turned his back to them and silently complained, "Idiot." Chapter 244 Forget It. After a lot of trouble, the Straw Hat Pirates finally landed on Sky Island. When they plunged into the Sea of Emperor Cloud and reached the empty sea, they were immediately submerged by water, and Bai Yun and Usopp were almost drowned. So, this is the empty sea. But you see the record pointer is still pointing upwards. Nami looked at the record pointer on her wrist, and the pointer inside was still pointing upwards. So, this should be just the middle layer of the Sea of Emperor Cloud, and we have to go up. Robin replied. Keep going up, but here. Nami looked at the vast whiteness and she was also white. Here, although Zoro spoke very quietly, Sanji still heard the idiot, and was so angry that Sanji approached to ask clearly, and almost threw the cigarette stick on Zoro's face. And Usopp and Bai Yun also woke up with the treatment of Chopper and Luffy. Ah, are we here? I just seemed to see my grandmother. Bai Yun stood on Luffy's shoulders and stabilized his breath. Bai Yun's grandmother. Luffy and Chopper were puzzled. Bai Yun shook his head, "It's okay, she went back by herself, she didn't want to take me away." Compared to Bai Yun, Usopp was much more energetic, he was scared to death before coming. First step, Captain Usopp. Go swimming. Take off your clothes and jump onto the fence, Usopp is very excited. Luffy and Chopper also agreed, "Oh great. Hey, we are not familiar with this sea, it's better not to mess around." Sanji would persuade him every time, but it didn't work very often. Bai Yun agreed, "Sanji is right, we don't know what is in the sea yet, Usopp." But Usopp stood on the fence, as if the arrow was on the string. It seems like he has to post it. The sea is the sea, what's so scary about it? Then he jumped and plunged into the empty sea with a perfect dive. There is no resistance in the empty sea, and it is made up of clouds, so the visibility is very poor. 5 minutes later, Usopp still didn't come back. Why hasn't Usopp come back yet? Luffy was knocking on the fence out of boredom. Robin suddenly found a problem. Think about it carefully, is there an undersea here? Everyone was shocked when this was said. Where is the bottom of the cloud? That guy won't fall from the sky. This is a matter of life and death. And Zoro can't stay calm. He immediately jumped onto the fence and punched him. Usopp. That's why I told him not to mess around, that guy. Sanji couldn't help biting the cigarette in his mouth. It's okay, Usopp has always had good luck and it took us at least 5 minutes to rush up just now. We still have airflow acceleration. Usopp just dived down. 5 minutes should not be enough to reach the bottom. Bai Yun explained to reassure everyone. Try to stretch your hands out. Robin said to Luffy. Although her tone was relatively calm, her slightly frowned brows also showed her worry. Luffy had already burst into tears, but I can't see, I can only rely on my senses. Leave it to me. These 3 words, no matter when you hear them, you will feel very reliable. I saw Robin stretching out his hands and crossing them, and petals appeared around him. 100 eyes blossom. Instantly, Luffy's arm stretched into the sea, and an eye grew on the palm and arm. The arm continued to stretch down. And finally found Usopp, who rolled his eyes. Got it. 6-wheeled flower blooms. Robin used the power of the fruit, and Luffy's arms immediately stretched out one after another, overlapping to catch Usopp. Okay, pull it up. Hearing this, Luffy immediately pulled back hard. Although it is a clone, its personality is of course the same as the original. Zoro just glanced at him, obviously he was used to Bai Yun's humiliation. The clone and the original are really the same. The balloon deflated, and the octopus slowly sank back into the sea. The strange fish that was much smaller than the octopus was also kicked unconscious by Sanji, and now its upper teeth are hanging on the side of the boat. Fortunately, it is not big, otherwise it will overturn the boat. What a strange creature, like a fish but not a fish. Sanji said while stepping on the strange fish. And the octopus just now. It's like a balloon. Chopper added. It seems that it is better to treat the cloud here as the sea. Nami came to the conclusion that it is not easy to dive in. Why? Everyone quieted down, but Usopp started shouting again. Sanji was very angry because he didn't listen to the reminder just now. What's wrong again? It's so noisy, Usopp. There seems to be something in my pants. Usopp took out a fish from his pants, then turned sideways and clamped his legs together, looking slightly sad. Sky Island is so scary, Sky Island is so scary. Robin grabbed the fish and looked at Usopp and said, "You are unlucky today." Bai Yun also came over to look at the fish in Robin's hand. "I'm lucky. If someone else jumped in like him, they might have gone to see their grandmother. Oh no, at this height. It will take some time to fall." Robin smiled back and looked at the fish in his hand. This should be the skyfish recorded in Nolando's diary. This appearance is the result of continuous evolution to adapt to this empty sea. Robin explained that Luffy was always interested in strange creatures and came over to take the fish. "Is that why it swells like a balloon and flattens like a board?" Zoro asked. "That's to make it lighter. The buoyancy here should be smaller than below," Robin replied. Bai Yun nodded. "So, that octopus is like a balloon fish living in the sky sea, because the sky sea is cloud layer with very little buoyancy, either inflate to become a balloon, or grow flat to reduce weight." Looking at the mouth, it's probably a carnivore, Nami guessed. While they were discussing, Luffy started eating. Oh, this is delicious, let's make a fried fish." This was said by Sanji. It turned out that Luffy went to ask Sanji for food just now. Well, very Luffy, not sure if it can be eaten, Nami shouted angrily. "Why do you eat everything? Is it delicious?" Bai Yun expressed doubts. "The fish is long, it doesn't look like an edible animal." "Then try it, Bai Yun." Luffy held out the plate. Bai Yun looked at it and finally shook his head. "The main reason? The fish that Usopp took out of his crotch. Forget it." Chapter 245. I know, sir. The Straw Hat Pirates arrived at the cloud, but all they could see was a vast expanse of white, and they couldn't see where Sky Island was. And with the fish caught by Usopp's bait, everyone can also know the characteristics of fish in the sky and sea. It seems that it is useless for them to find where Sky Island is. Where is Sky Island? Where is it? Among the group of people, only Chopper was doing the real work, holding a telescope to look for the shadow of Sky Island. Here, after Nami shouted that Luffy could eat everything. She also ate it. "It's really delicious. This is the first time I've tasted this flavor." "Really?" Bai Yun couldn't help but take a bite. In the end it was unexpectedly delicious and there was no fishy smell. "It's unexpectedly delicious." "Right, hee. Let's grill that big fish too," Luffy replied with a smile. As soon as Luffy finished speaking, Chopper saw a ship in the distance through the telescope, and it seemed that there was another person. Just as he was about to tell everyone, flames suddenly appeared in his field of vision, and the ship was directly blown in half, emitting flames. Wow! Chopper couldn't help but exclaimed, and the telescope in his hand fell to the deck. "What's wrong, Chopper? Did you see the ship?" Bai Yun asked, although he knew. "No, I saw the ship, but now the ship is gone. There is also a cow stepping on a square cloud and rushing over here. Not good." Zoro was puzzled. "I don't understand, calm down." Sanji was holding a cigarette, and he didn't understand either. "What are you talking about?" he said, turning his head, and then he understood. "I saw a man rushing over quickly. The cow in Chopper's mouth was the shield in the hand of this strange man. It's a man. And he's running on the cloud. It's called cloud, but it can also be understood as water surface, so now this minotaur is floating on the water with light kung fu. Hey, stop, what do you want to do? Sanji shouted. But the man had already jumped, and it seemed that he was going to jump onto the Mary. Destroy them. This was the first and last sentence the Minotaur said after jumping. Sanji raised his leg. The one who comes is not kind. Zoro held the knife. Come on if you have the guts. Luffy clenched his fist. What for? Bai Yun raised his hand. Come on, you guys. But I didn't expect that. As soon as Bai Yun said this, the Minotaur knocked down Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji with 2 legs and 1 punch. What happened to you three? Nami said incredulously. Being knocked down in an instant. This is not like the 3 people she knows. Chopper was also frightened by this scene. Usopp finally recovered and lay down again. Sky Island is so scary, Sky Island is so scary. After knocking down Luffy and the others with 3 moves, the Minotaur bounced back into the air, holding the cannon in his hand, and was about to fire. Bai Yun broke off a wooden stick from the ship's fence, and then threw it hard at the Minotaur. And there was also a figure attacking the left side of the Minotaur. Let's stop here. The figure sat on a bird and quickly approached the Minotaur. When he got close, he jumped up and stabbed the Minotaur with the knight's gun in his hand. What is this time? Nami shouted, so devastated, so devastated. Attacked from both sides. The Minotaur immediately used his head. No, he used his shield to block the figure's knight's gun facing the wooden stick thrown by Bai Yun. He also kicked it back with a whip kick, but looking at the distance of the recoil, he didn't feel good about this kick. The stick bounced back and shot towards the Mary in Usopp's eyes. The shadow of the stick kept getting bigger. Ah! Frightened, Usopp immediately stood up and moved back. With a snap, the stick was stuck between his legs on the deck in front. But Usopp couldn't stand it anymore. His eyes rolled back, and he fell back again. The Minotaur was repelled. The figure fell and stepped on the fence of the Mary, including his mount bird. I am the Air Knight. Looking at the figure clearly, it turned out to be a white-bearded old man wearing knight armor. Ahem, respect the old man with white beard. Is he gone? Looking at the back of the Minotaur going away, the old man murmured. The old man jumped onto the deck. Only Chopper and Bai Yun paid attention to him. Chopper bowed slightly to thank him. Thank you for saving us. Yes, thank you, old knight. The old man went back to Chopper first. You're welcome, this is a last resort this time. Let's consider it a free service. Then he looked at Bai Yun. Although I am old, I still have the strength to fight. But you, young man, need to practice more and strengthen your physique. Bai Yun smiled back. Master, you are right. I know, Master, I remember, Master, I will practice more, Master. Bai Yun's reply was definitely from the heart. And Nami was still confused, also looking at the direction where the Minotaur left. What is going on? Who is that guy? After saying that, Nami turned her head and changed face. Also, you 3 are so weak, 3 people can't beat 1 person. Bai Yun, why are you sitting down too? Seeing Bai Yun also sitting on the deck, leaning against the side of the boat, Nami asked, didn't the Minotaur attack you just now? You should know, Miss Nami. Throwing that stick almost took out all my strength. Bai Yun looked up and explained with a smile. Is it that exaggerated? That's true. Why are you so much weaker than usual? It must be because the air is too thin. Robin woke Nami up with one word. Is that so? Sister Robin is right, the air is too thin, and being able to breathe normally is considered a good physique, but once you move, you're really tired, just like being able to run 10 laps down there. I guess I'll be tired after running half a lap here. Bai Yun panted and replied, this is his original physique, the clone is not like the original body that can copy Luffy's physique at any time. Although it's better after learning the armed color fur, it's still weak in the pirate world. Chapter 246 What do you mean I want to see a lawyer? I landed on Sky Island. Oh no, now I should only say that I landed on Sky Sea on the Sekide cloud. The Straw Hat Pirates were looking for the shadow of Sky Island, but they didn't find Sky Island, but they found a cow. A person holding a painted shield with a cow on it. This Minotaur attacked them directly, but he didn't expect to kill Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji in one move. Then an old knight appeared and beat the Minotaur away. This old knight was the original god of Sky Island, Ganful. In short, there is still no news about Sky Island. But isn't there a native of Sky Island in front of us? If you don't understand, just ask, everyone has a mouth. Are you from Qinghai? Bai Yun and the others didn't ask, but Ganful asked first. What is that, by the way? Who are you? Nami asked the question seemingly in answer. I am the Sky Knight. Qinghai people are the general name for people who live under the clouds anyway. Are you from Qinghai? Ganful replied. Yes, yes. Luffy was still lying on the deck to adapt to the air content here. That's strange. This is the White Sea 7,000 meters above Qinghai, and the White Sea above is as high as 10,000 meters. Generally speaking, Qinghai people will be unable to move when they arrive here. Ganful felt strange. Everyone looked pretty good. Except for the long nose lying on the ground. That was the normal reaction of a normal Qinghai person coming here. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Luffy and Zoro stood up. Very good, I'm finally a little used to it. Indeed, it's much better than before. Ganful waved his hands again and again. Impossible, absolutely impossible, no, impossible, absolutely impossible. Bai Yun smiled. Old man, you have seen too few Qinghai people. Ganful did not refute, but agreed. You are right, there are few Qinghai people who can go up here. By the way, how did that man run on the sea just now? Chopper asked curiously. Well, wait a minute, I know you have a lot of problems, but let's talk about business first. I am a free mercenary. This is a dangerous ocean. People who don't know aerial combat will be hunted down by the gorillas just now, and buried in the belly of the fish. Pay 5 million ikes at a whistle. And I will come to rescue you. Ganful said his business. Baiun remembered that 1 bailey is equal to 10,000 ikes, so 5 million ikes is only 500 baileys, which is not expensive. But Luffy and his friends will never use it. Old man, you are also a mercenary. What a coincidence, I was one before. Baiun replied. If he was a mercenary before, Baiun even lied to himself. Oh, you are also a mercenary. Your physique. Ganful said that he didn't finish his words, which was considered polite in view of this. I can reduce the price by another 500,000 ikes for you, 45 million ikes per whistle. Ganful continued, but the scene was silent and no one paid attention to him. This is the lowest price. Don't think of bargaining. We also have to live. Ganful was anxious. No, we don't know what ike you are talking about, and what is the whistle? Sanji replied. Now it was Ganful's turn to be shocked. You come all the way from the top of the west? In that case, you have to pass through at least 2 islands. What are you talking about? I don't understand, old man. Luffy said he didn't understand, which was normal. Luffy, wait, from his tone, it seems that there are other ways to get to Sky Island, and he said that we have to pass through 1 or 2 islands. Are there many Sky Islands? Nami caught the key point in Gonfur's words. Gonfur also understood. Could it be you guys got here through that monster current? I didn't expect there are still such brave people nowadays. Nami immediately regretted with tears. I knew it, I knew it. That's not an ordinary route indeed. A surging current of that scale can be called ordinary. It's enough to get there. Luffy complained. Nami was so angry that she grabbed him and shook him. We almost died. Do you know that we could have slowed down, slowly collect information and then choose a safer way to come? Calm down, Miss Nami. Perhaps, if we go to collect information again, we don't know when we can reach this Sky Island. Or even not collect it all. This is arranged by fate. For some good arrangements, it is better to obey fate. Besides, how do you know that the other way is safe, Miss Nami? Bai Yun recovered and stood up and walked over. persuading Nami to calm down. Ganful also agreed with Bai Yun's words. What this long-haired friend said is not without reason. Did you lose any soldiers? No, we all arrived. Luffy replied. Well, if it is other routes, assuming that there are 100 people going to the sky together, we don't know how many people can survive and arrive in the end, just like gambling. If you pass through the surging sea current, either everyone arrives or everyone is wiped out, which is a bigger gamble. It's either 0 or 100 in recent years, few people dare to bet like this. You must be sailors with both courage and strength. When Ganful said this, he also glanced at Usopp on the deck, who kept shouting Sky Island is really scary, but he couldn't take back his words. When his eyes returned, he also glanced at Bai Yun. Bai Yun almost jumped up and asked him what he meant. What kind of eyes? I want to see a lawyer. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Usopp was resurrected with full blood. Thank you for the compliment, I am very grateful, although everything is under the wise leadership of my captain Usopp. Have you blown enough? Nami and Bai Yun couldn't listen anymore, so they came up and dragged him away. The so-called whistle is this. Ganful ignored Usopp, although he was curious about his nose. Although I charge 5 million ikes for each attack, I admire your courage and give you a whistle for free. After saying that, Ganful turned around and seemed to be about to leave, but Nami immediately called him. Chapter 247. It's better not to expect too much for some things. The current exploration degree of Sky Island is 0%. After all, he hasn't even entered the door yet. However, according to what Ganful said, it can barely be considered 1%. But Ganful said that he was an air knight instead of a director, and left him how much money he would pay for one time. It should be said that how much money he would pay for one time and how to help him, and then turned around and left. But Nami called him, and only Bai Yun knew the name Ganful. Wait a minute, may I ask your name? Ganful turned sideways. I am Air Knight Ganful. The bird next to him that had just carried him over also called out. Pierre. It's my partner Pierre. Ganful then introduced his partner Pierre. There is one thing I forgot to tell you. Although my partner Pierre is a bird, he is a person with the ability to eat the pony fruit. So, it can transform into a winged horse. That is. Speaking of this, Nami looked at the outline of the Pegasus and thought that there was finally a creature that existed above the daytime. Oh my god, so beautiful is it, Pegasus. Miss Nami. It is better not to expect too much about some things. Bai Yun reminded with a smile. If he didn't know how good-looking Pierre was after transforming into a horse, he would now think that the outline of the Pegasus-like black shadow was very sacred and beautiful. However, the reality is that after the black shadow dissipated, it is a spotted Pegasus. Beautiful, the outline is pretty. Yes, it is Pegasus. Pi. Ganful looked very proud, but when everyone saw it, a drop of no rain was left on the back of their heads. Good luck to you, brave men. Riding on Pegasus, Ganful left. Looking at their backs, Sanji complained at this time. It turned into a strange creature. So, I said, don't have too much expectation. Bai Yun replied. Wait for Ganful and Pierre's figures to disappear completely. Robin reacted. In the end, he didn't reveal anything. One thing. Bai Yun replied. Oh, what is it? Robin asked immediately. When he first came, he simply mentioned that this is the White Sea, which is 7,000 meters high in the sky. There is another White Sea at an altitude of 10,000 meters, which is higher than the White Sea. Could it be that Sky Island is above the White Sea? Bai Yun reminded that this is not a script, it is purely your own cleverness and you should pay attention. Yes, that old man in armor seems to have really said that. Luffy came over and confirmed what Bai Yun said, but he must have forgotten it himself, but Bai Yun remembered it, so he remembered it too. So, how can we fly another 3,000 meters higher? Robin asked the key point of the problem. I don't know. Bai Yun answered very straightforwardly, as if he didn't say he didn't know, but just like that. Isn't this back to the starting point? Nami pinched her eyebrows, tired. Yeah, how can we get up there? Chopper said nonsense, but it was nonsense worth thinking about. Then call the armored old man. Luffy picked up the whistle and pretended to blow it. Usopp and Nami were so scared that they immediately grabbed him. One grabbed his face and pulled it back, and the other pulled his hand away to keep the whistle on it away from Luffy's mouth. Nami, wait a minute Luffy, this is a life-saving whistle in an emergency. Usopp, yeah, what if that masked guy comes to kill us again? While there was a commotion here, Chopper discovered something over there. It seemed that during the trip to Sky Island, Chopper's eyesight became the best, or it should be said that he was the only one who tried to do his job. As for the others, they had to do their job, but they had to keep an eye on Luffy. Ah, everyone, look over there. Chapter 248. I'm serious, I'm not kidding. Ah, everyone, look over there. During the trip to Sky Island, it seemed that only little Chopper was looking for the shadow of Sky Island very seriously. As for the others, they couldn't say they weren't serious, they had to keep an eye on Luffy. Everyone still heard Chopper shout. What is that? It looks like a waterfall. On the horizon, there was a waterfall. A waterfall made of clouds. That should be a cloud, such a strange cloud. Bai Yun said. Well, okay, it's decided, let's go over there and take a look. Luffy stroked his chin, and made a decision after thinking for a while he should have been thinking. The cloud surface is the water surface, and the ship can sail, but it depends on manpower. After a while, Luffy and his friends came to a distance in front of the waterfall, because they were blocked by a cloud that looked like a pudding in front of them. What should we do? Bai Yun asked Luffy. Of course he had to ask the captain. What do you think, Bai Yun? Luffy asked back with a smile. I think you should have a feeling. Bai Yun threw the microphone back, and Luffy's CPU almost burned out. Okay, Bai Yun, you are afraid that Luffy is too smart, right? Zoro stood up. You are right, I shut up, brother Zoro. No one can stop Bai Yun from being a jerk. Let's talk business. This cloud is floating above this empty sea, which proves that it is not a sea cloud. Which means that there should be no water in it. What kind of cloud would that be? Nami asked. I don't know, but it must not be a normal cloud. Bai Yun shrugged. The clouds on the Sky Island were not normal. Hehe, what kind of cloud? Just touch it and you will know. Luffy is very brave. Just now it was Usopp who was the guinea pig, and now it was him. He swung his hand and punched it, but it bounced off the cloud. Luffy was like finding a toy, his eyes turned into stars, and he bounced to the cloud. As a result, he bounced on it. This is not an ordinary cloud, it is the cloud in Wang Wei's poems, the soft cloud in fairy tales, like a trampoline. Look. You can sit on this cloud and you won't fall off. And it's soft like cotton candy. How can this be? How can it be so fun? Ha 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 ha. Luffy has become one with the cotton cloud. Awesome, Chopper said in surprise with his eyes wide open. Most of the time he is a mood person. What is this phenomenon? It's incredible. Nami and Robin are the knowledge seekers. I guess there are no normal clouds on Sky Island. Bai Yun said, he can be any kind of person, depending on his mood. Zoro nodded in agreement. He is the silent type. Sanji is the smoker. Usopp is the same as Luffy. Oh, I want to play too. Satisfy you. Bai Yun pinched Usopp's armpits, flew up, took him over, and threw him down. He went down again, and when he went down, it was just when Usopp bounced up. Ahahaha. It's so comfortable, I want to fall asleep like this, Bai Yun. It's more comfortable than the quilt that has just been dried in the sun. Luffy sighed while lying on the cloud. Luffy's words reminded Bai Yun of the memory of when they took down the quilt that had been dried in the sun when they were young, and lay on it to feel the warmth, and then they were scolded by Dodden and chased with a big wooden stick. Yes, it's very comfortable. Bai Yun replied with a smile. Seeing Chopper's eager eyes, Bai Yun went over and took him over. The three of them had a lot of fun after playing for a while. Bai Yun flew in the air without coming down, looking for a way forward. In this way, the ship can't pass through this cloud. Nami was thinking, and was about to ask Luffy and the others to see if there was any way up there. Bai Yun spoke first. He had just flown very high, and now he just fell down and returned to the ship. There is a big door under the waterfall. There is a road to the left of our ship. Enter the road, turn right, then turn left, then turn right again. Then turn left again, then go straight, then turn left again, and you will be out of the road and in front of the door. Looking at everyone's "Are you kidding me?" eyes, Bai Yun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I'm serious, I'm not kidding. Chapter 249 What a coincidence! Bai Yun swore that he was not joking again. In addition to Luffy and Usopp, Chopper also saw the gate. Following Bai Yun's instructions to turn right, then left, then right again, then left again, then go straight, and then turn left again, everyone really came to the bottom of the waterfall. You are really not joking? Nami said in surprise. Bai Yun replied. Miss Nami, there should be some basic trust between people. Okay, I finally got out. Nami sighed. All the way here, it was like playing snake, turning around. Look, that waterfall-like cloud is indeed a waterfall, flowing down from the quilt cloud just now. Luffy pointed to the waterfall and said that he already liked the quilt cloud, but it was a pity that he couldn't take it with him. Otherwise he would at least have to spend some time on the ship. The main thing is the gate. Since it is a door, does it mean the entrance? Bai Yun said, looking at the gate. It says Gate of Heaven on it. Robin calmly read out the words written on the door. It's heaven, I'm so looking forward to it. I can finally come and play. Luffy likes this name. It's so unlucky, it seems like we're going to die. Usopp doesn't like this name. Hey, maybe we've died a long time ago. Zoro guessed, guessing that he was dead, but he was smiling. Sanji agreed. It's possible, but I can't understand why this world is so strange. Chopper was so scared that he almost went to the real heaven. We're dead. Bai Yun patted his antlers. Don't listen to what they say, Chopper. Chopper believed Bai Yun's words very much, and just when he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he heard Bai Yun continue. I don't think we'll go to heaven after we die, we should go to hell, warm ourselves by the fire. A dark hell. According to Bai Yun's expression, Chopper was even more scared. Bang! What are you talking about, Chopper? Don't listen to Bai Yun's nonsense. Nami punched Bai Yun on the head, as a punishment for scaring a child. Robin, as always, kept a smile on her face. Mary continued to move forward. There was no one in front of the door, so she went in directly. Behind the door, there was a relatively short tunnel with houses on both sides. Usopp was sharp-eyed and saw someone coming out of the first house on the left. Ah, it seems that someone is coming out over there. Are you here for sightseeing or fighting? An old woman with small wings on her back came out, holding a camera and taking pictures of Luffy and the others, asking as she took pictures. But before Luffy and the others could answer, she continued to talk. But it doesn't matter which one it is. If you want to go to the upper level, please pay the entry fee, 10 billion IK per person, for the 7 of you, it's 7 billion IK. This is the law. It's an angel. Do all angels look like this? They look like sour plums. This is Luffy's focus. Usopp's focus is very realistic. How much is 10 billion IK converted into Bailey? At this time, Luffy suddenly realized that he was more concerned about his partner's affairs. 7. Turning around and counting, it was 7, oh, normal, no, normal size. White luck. As soon as he opened his mouth, Usopp and Nami immediately covered his mouth, 10 billion per person save if you can, what are you talking about? But saving one is obviously not what Nami wants. Excuse me, if we don't have money, can we? We can go in too. Nami asked tactfully, but before she asked, the old woman with sour plums answered first, and answered very straightforwardly. Usopp, who just thought it was impossible to offend, was surprised. Can we really go in? I'm neither a gatekeeper nor a guard, I just want to ask what you mean. The old woman replied. Then we have to go to Sky Island, although we have no money, we have to go. Grandma. Knowing that it doesn't cost money, Nami became more confident. Okay, do all 7 of us have to go in? The old woman asked in detail. Yes, but how do we get up? Luffy replied. The old woman didn't answer, and suddenly everyone felt that the ship tilted. 2 large claws emerged from the bottom and clamped the Mary. Ah! What's wrong? What came out? That's the special shrimp of the White Sea. The old woman explained. The animal special shrimp under the Mary immediately ran. Ah, it's moving, it's moving. It flew up along the spiral waterfall hanging down, running very fast, like flying. The old woman looked at the backs of the Mary and Luffy and the others on it. She turned around and told the god and the priests to impose God's sanction on Luffy and the other 7 illegal immigrants. Bai Yun knew all this. But he didn't want to change this trend. Anyway, the boss Enelo must be beaten. If he changed, he would have to find Enelo himself, which would be troublesome. But Bai Yun would not be willing to be played by this old woman like this. There are plenty of opportunities to retaliate as long as she is still on Sky Island. What is going on? The clouds have become ribbon-shaped, like a river. Sky Island is constantly refreshing Nami's cognition. It doesn't look like it was naturally generated. Bai Yun, who had just disappeared, suddenly appeared. Of course it can't be naturally generated. Nami replied immediately, and asked again when she saw that it was Bai Yun. Where did you go just now? I went to the bathroom. The clone is also a human, Miss Nami, what happened just now? Bai Yun replied very calmly. Nami expressed doubt, but still told him what happened just now. Others were fine, only Zoro and Robin, although their expressions were normal, but their eyes revealed that they did not believe Bai Yun's words at all. What a coincidence, Zoro said. Bai Yun nodded. Yes, it's a coincidence. Chapter 250. The end is the beginning. The beginning is the end. So, how long will it take us to get there? Bai Yun changed the subject. He said that it was just a coincidence that he went to the bathroom. How should I know? But, judging from the speed, it's not far from the exit. Nami replied. Oh, by the way, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp. Your armed color, dominance, and air pressure are all very important. How is your observation haki training going? Bai Yun changed the subject suddenly, so suddenly that Luffy and the others who were looking at the top exit were stunned. Luffy, haha, it's okay, forgot it. Zoro, no time to practice, practicing full control of Zantetsu. Sanji, not bad, can fly a few meters. Usopp, haha. Bai Yun, you know me, Usopp, this is not easy for me, ha ha ha, I just can't do it. After spending so much time together, Bai Yun certainly understood the other meaning of their words. Just about to open his mouth to reply, Chopper pointed to it and said, what seems to be written on it? Is it an exit? Nami guessed. When the Mary got close enough to see the words clearly, it realized that it was not an exit, but an entrance. God's Kingdom. Aerial Sanctuary. Not an exit, it's the entrance. The camera gave a close-up of everyone. Everyone's face was more or less full of anticipation. The next second, the Mary flew out of the hole. It was so exciting. What came into everyone's eyes was an island. It's an island. It's a sky island. With a bang. The Mary slid out for a distance and then stabilized and stopped. The white clouds under the ship and the island shrouded in clouds not far in front of them came into view. Luffy, Usopp and Chopper jumped down excitedly. They found that they could actually step on it and move on the clouds, unlike the White Sea. You forget it. Remember to practice later, Bai Yun shouted. After all, it was time for a Happy Sky Island exploration. It would be a bummer to ask them to practice now. Facing the small and big bosses behind. Bai Yun chose to believe in Luffy's protagonist Halo anyway, he was very weak now. Luffy, Bai Yun, I am just a powerless clone, what can I do? Got it, Bai Yun old lady. The three turned and shouted at Bai Yun, making a face. Luffy and Usopp, Bai Yun knew they would already know how to do it, but Chopper must be. Okay, you two bastards, you're also leading Chopper astray, right? Bai Yun jumped up, took a step to gain momentum, stepped on the ship's fence, and rushed towards Luffy and the others. Run! Luffy and the others were not panicked, but smiled on their faces. Zoro also worried a lot about this family, and he was the only one who knew to drop the anchor. The scenery here is really beautiful, like a dream. The island on the cloud is really like a dream. Sanji held a cigarette in his mouth and watched Luffy and the others, as well as Baiun, who was playing with them on the beach. I can't stand these four guys. They just know how to play. Then he turned around and jumped down excitedly. Yahoo! You are the same. In terms of complaints, Zoro currently ranks first in the Straw Hat Pirates. And Nami released well, passively released the South Bird, and jumped off the boat. Only Robin and Zoro were left on the boat. There was an awkward atmosphere. What about you? Robin spoke first, probably asking Zoro if he could get off. Me, I will. Zoro answered straightforwardly. Robin's eyes stayed on Luffy and the others on the beach. Before, I never thought that sailing and landing would also be adventures. Zoro didn't know how to answer. Bai Yun knew, after all, he was good at talking, and suddenly came out from the direction Robin was looking at. I don't agree with what you said, Miss Robin. Sailing and landing are adventures, or to be more precise, the beginning of adventures. And what happened at sea and on the island is the progress of the adventure. Finally, returning to the ship with my friends is the end of the adventure. And at the same time, it is also the beginning of another adventure. The end is the beginning, and the beginning is the end. Do you need my help? At the end, Bai Yun bent down and stretched out his hand, very gentlemanly. Robin smiled back, walked forward, and jumped down from his side. Bai Yun thought, really, no face at all. However, Bai Yun did not take his hand back, but turned in a different direction and faced Zoro. Zoro looked at his hand, looked up at Bai Yun's eyes, and turned his head back with disdain. Originally sitting on the fence, he fell back directly. Bai Yun curled his lips, stretched out his other hand and placed it on the outstretched hand, and then slowly fell down. Wow, this place is great, full of adventure everywhere. Luffy stood on the beach, looking at the interior of the island, and shouted excitedly. Unknown, fantasy, it is simply the best place for adventure. Nami also came to the beach, stretched out her hands to relax her waist. Yeah, the Navy can't catch up here. Now I can have a good rest, but what she didn't know was that she would be slapped in the face soon. Bai Yun passed by her and couldn't help but smile. You are so worried, why do you say that? Nami was puzzled. Because our future is unknown, isn't it, Miss Nami? Bai Yun replied. Nami felt that it made some sense, and could only pray silently that nothing would happen, but looking at Luffy's crazy back, she felt unsure. Everyone arrived at the beach. Everyone continued to explore this strange beach. Yun sat on the chair, and the hard fruit that almost knocked Luffy's teeth off. Bai Yun remembered how to eat the fruit is similar to coconut. Knock the top of the head open, insert a straw and drink the juice. This made Luffy very happy, and he kept praising Bai Yun for being so smart. Just as Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper were scrambling to drink the juice of this strange fruit, everyone heard a burst of music.